You're muted.
Listen,
So it's a show like that already. Good. I was muted. You didn't hear me flub what the podcast name is. We're going to do a mulligan and say, good evening. Welcome back to Grand Theft World podcast, hosted by grandtheftworld.com. It's March 13th, 2022. We got a lot to cover tonight, and this is episode 71. It's going to be called Ukraine Under the Microscope, and there might be something with microscopes going on with Ukraine. It's hard to see. First, we got to talk about the missing pandemic. Has anyone seen it? Also, Tony Fauci's missing. I don't know where these guys and the Gates and these guys have gone. All of a sudden, all the focus is over here, and they're like, what was in the left hand? It's like that scene in Beverly Hills Cop where Eddie Murphy is trying to bribe, who was that comedian? Gilbert Gottfried. I mean, Gottfried's like, what if in this hand you had $100 and Eddie Murphy has a ticket in the other hand, and in the other hand you just forgot what was in it? It's that type of misdirection that we have going on. And yet they're moving forward with the COVID vaccine passports. Might not be for COVID anymore, but you're going to need some sort of digital ID. It's going to maybe hold your passport, all this other stuff eventually. But let's get that important HIPAA information, your confidential information. Let's get that in some databases hooked up to the internet and let everyone have access to it. Sounds like a great idea, but maybe not. So we're going to learn about the vaccine passports. Next up, have you guys seen the gas prices? All-time gas prices, not just in America, like around the world, because of this non-pandemic related situation that happens to be on fire over there in Ukraine. So we're going to get into that tonight. Also, we've got a special guest coming up, probably about an hour and a half into the show. So we're going to lay out the current events from the past week. We'll get to our special guest. And then after our special guest, we're going to go to a specially organized and orchestrated intermission to show you a multi-hundred-year history of what I could just label as narco-terrorism. That's what it is, narco-terrorism. And then to wrap it up, we're going to have this story on these labs that are used for research on biological type of entities. They're not biowarfare labs. They're not bio labs. They might be bio research labs, depending on what Assistant Secretary Newland has to say in the clips. But the idea is that there might be some labs in Ukraine. They might have the United States involved. They might have EcoHealth Alliance involved in. So there's a whole lot of things. That's a really crazy story. So we'll get to that probably after our guest, because it's going to take some time to break that down. But without further ado, let's jump into this episode. Let's dive into this episode with this week's weekly report from Luke Rudowski of wearechange.org and bestpoliticaltshirts.com. He had this great ad at the end of it. He's like, should I do it? Yeah, I'm going to do it. And he pitched his shirts at the appropriate point in that story. So hopefully, control room, let's leave that part in. Let's go to Luke and do the kickoff.
Peterson has a really interesting way of looking at this, and he said it to me once, and it made a lot of sense. He said, people think that you should be weak and you should be docile, and then you should be a pacifist. He goes, no, you should be a monster. He said, you should be a monster, you should be ruthlessly ambitious, and then learn how to control it. And it's that old expression, it's better to be a warrior in a garden than a gardener in a war. It's an old expression, but it makes sense, because it doesn't mean that you can't be kind if you're strong, but it does mean you can't be strong if you're weak. If you're weak, you're fucked.
Fudged! And, of course, weak men create bad times, and I think it's very fair to say that we are headed towards an overabundance of some very bad times. Welcome back, beautiful and amazing human beings. This is Luke Rudowski here of wearechange.org, and we have a lot of absolutely crazy news to get into, as of course we have an ongoing international crisis unfolding in Europe right now that is sending shockwaves financially throughout the entire world, especially here in the United States, with more taxes, more fees, more regulations, more prices going up. What's really going on with all this disinformation and madness? Well, we're going to do our best to try to explain that to you in this video. There's so much news, so we're just going to jump right into it. As of course, we wanted to remind you that not so long ago, the media was hysterically sensationalizing a global sickness, and of course, other divide and conquer, race divisive issues, and now with cases dropping dramatically as we told you they would, and Jesse Smollett behind bars, it's safe to say that those issues are in our rear view mirror for now, as of course, we have a new ongoing crisis that the corporate media media will be using more appeal of emotions towards creating scenarios that, of course, work out for the benefit of their handlers and the interests that they control. Now, throughout the madness of the last 2 years, one of the constant things that we have been talking about is the economy, which I believe is one of the most underreported stories, especially with how significant and impactful that this disastrous situation will be on everyone. And in my opinion, potentially create more poverty, more crime, more debts of despair and life loss than a potential conflict, as of course the people who were cheering for Donald Trump's stimulus checks are now realizing there's a cost for government just printing money out of thin air. Financial trends and impacts usually take a long time to play out and feel the full effects of them, and we have to understand when the government shuts down the global economy, prints $16 trillion, gives handouts and stimulus checks to the American people, corporate bailouts that were even way bigger than that, which of course there's going to be huge ramifications for. We've been seeing the process play out slowly, but accelerating very fast, as of course Uber just announced that they're going to be charging a new fuel fee, charging customers an extra 55 cents per ride, 45 cents per food delivery, as of course the fees, shrinkflation, the cost of goods, the cost of energy have been going up dramatically. They are expected to continue to go up, especially during the summer months of this year, and you could definitely expect more hidden fees, surcharges, taxes, hidden bills, add-ons, and more financial trickery coming your way, as of course there is a price for the reckless spending of the politicians that you put in office. Not just, of course, Joe Biden, but Donald Trump himself, who came out today and called the current president of the United States, quote, stupid for crawling around the globe on his knees begging and pleading for oil. This coming from the man that changed his favorite speech and rally song from the YMCA to Hold On, I'm Coming, as of course these were very highly politically charged statements, as many people expect Donald Trump to run for the presidency in the next coming 2 years. Now, his statements were very bombastic, but I think it is very fair to say that the current president of the United States not turning on domestic energy production and asking Venezuela, Iran, and Saudi Arabia to produce more energy unsuccessfully is a ridiculous move that's only going to make the situation globally that much worse for everyone, including, of course, American citizens, that because of these policies are going to have to pay for more energy, more for food, and more for everything else around them. This, as we even have mainstream media reports from NBC News that Saudi Arabia is not even picking up the phone when Joe Biden is calling them. This is the same empire that, according to some sources, has just beheaded 81 people in one day. Yeah, giving those guys more money seems like an absolutely stupid idea, which I've been calling out ever since the early 2000s. And with so many economic problems destroying wealth in the United States, making poor people even poorer, what's the solution from the Biden administration? Well, they're going to hire TikToks in order to sell the American public on not liking the Russians. It's also important to note that there has been a coordinated PR effort by the corporate media trying to blame the financial problems that we are currently dealing with on Russia. And yes, they do play a significant part of it that has made it worse, but this has been a problem that has been brewing for a very long time, even past 2008. And I think it's fair to say that those talking points are absolutely disingenuous, and your tax dollars right now going to TikTokers in order to push American foreign policy edicts are absolutely stupid and a complete and utter waste of your money. But you know what's not a waste of your money? I can't believe I'm doing this. I'm doing this anyway. TheBestPoliticalShirts.com, where you could support this independent media organization by, of course, just simply buying a shirt, doing your part to help spread an important message. And whether it's a stop war, truck yeah, mass formation, psychosis shirt, whatever it is, whatever your discontent with modern society is, we most likely have a shirt that will help you explain it to your fellow Kyle and Karen at the grocery store, where the most amount of important activism can be done one-on-one, mano to mano, person to person, eye to eye, by having civil, interesting political discussions with the people around you. The best way to start those conversations, in my opinion, is to definitely wear a shirt like the one that I'm wearing right now that says I tested positive for freedom. We just released another shirt that's called The Reality of War. And of course, you can get all of these shirts exclusively by going right now to thebestpoliticalshirts.com. The link is down in the description below. Click on it. And even if you're not going to buy anything, window shopping is guaranteed to be absolutely entertaining for you, as we have some very thought-provoking, entertaining shirts that will definitely get you thinking. Now, when it comes to the latest developments of what's happening in Ukraine and Russia, I think it's very fair to say that the situation is getting desperate, especially for a lot of the innocent civilians caught in the middle of this absolute madness. The situation also in Russia is getting severe for a lot of people living in that country that are being punished for the government that represents them. There is a lot of news in the West coming out of demonstrations and protests happening in Russia, with even videos like this coming out specifically showing a woman who was arrested by Russian police officers for holding a sign that was blank and didn't even say anything. Now, it's also important to understand that these sanctions against average Russians are also having the opposite effect, as of course ordinary citizens are being arbitrarily punished by the West, by many multinational corporations, and turning some Russians away from the West and, of course, their geopolitical interests in the region. The bigger question do we have to ask ourselves, will these sanctions work? Well, historically, sanctions have a very, disputed track record, as of course, when they were used in Iran and Cuba and Venezuela, they predominantly just hurt more poor people. How will these current sanctions affect Russia and the people there? Well, of course, only time will tell if this pressure against Russia will work. But the situation on the ground there has been made a lot more complicated and that much worse, as we're just finding out that an award-winning American journalist was shot and taken out by alleged Russian troops in a Kiev suburb after, according to this journalist's friend, another reporter, soldiers opened fire on their car at an Irpin checkpoint as they were driving to a refugee crossing checkpoint. Now, we're still learning to find out the details of exactly what happened here, but we're bound to be hearing a lot about this specific story in the next coming days. And as we've been telling you, the reality of war is absolute hell. It is a failure of civilizations, and of course, in the madness and insanity, expect more innocent people to be caught up in it. Expect more tragedy, as we've been telling you that we expect this conflict to go on a lot longer than what many other people have expected. And the Atlantic, just a couple hours ago, wrote an article pretty much detailing our hypothesis that we talked about last week, with their title to the story that reads, "The war in Ukraine is just the beginning," with the byline that reads, "Conflicts, though typically started easily, can be brutal, intractable, and difficult to end." And I would absolutely agree, especially from the assessments that I have been seeing on the ground, which I'm going to get into in just a little bit. And of course, the escalations that have been happening on both sides, as of course Biden's national security advisor has just promised that the United States will execute appropriate consequences for what just happened to this American journalist that was killed in action. What will be those consequences? Well, it's actually very difficult to say, since it looks like almost the United States pulled out everything that they could against Russia, especially when it came to economic sanctions, especially when it comes to supporting the Ukrainians. What else could the United States do here? I'm left bewildered by that question myself, other than, of course, more dangerous, grave escalations that could entangle more countries in this grotesque conflict. As we said, we hope for de-escalation of this conflict, but we have been seeing nothing but escalations. The president of Poland just came out on the world stage and said if there is going to be the use of chemical weapons inside of Ukraine, this would be the, quote, game changer for NATO, for the United States, and their role in this conflict, essentially laying out the talking points to the latest possible escalations that could happen in this field of war. Again, the language that a lot of politicians are using here is something that we should, of course, pay a lot of attention to. There have been a lot of accusations. There has been a lot of propaganda, a lot of disinformation, and being quite frank with you, it's very hard to decipher who is telling the truth and who, of course, is just trying to push their cause and agenda. Now, the Atlantic made a very good argument detailing how current modern-day conflicts in Ethiopia, Palestine, Kashmir, Syria, and Yemen go on and on with almost a never-ending saga that is continuing to never see the end of the destruction and conflict. They make a good point that Ukraine could turn out in the same kind of fashion. Now, Russia, even though they are losing significant hardware in the territory of Ukraine, are still slowly but surely moving ahead and capturing cities. Not as fast as many people thought they would, as of course there was U.S. intelligence showing that the Russians would have Kiev in a matter of 3 days. That of course didn't happen. As of course there's a theory that the Russians are settling in, building up base camps, and are preparing themselves for a longer haul of this conflict, while of course sending in their alleged Team B into this conflict and not their latest, greatest military hardware, which they are allegedly afraid of losing or preparing for to use in another front of this conflict, or to use it in a last-ditch effort if they have to use it. That is the prevailing theory that we've been hearing. The second theory countering this is that Russia has had an absolute failure of logistics, of planning, that there's far more corruption inside of the Russian military than previously even believed to be so, and that Russian troops have very low morale, don't know what they're doing, and they're absolutely losing this conflict to a heavily armed and prepared Ukraine that has been readying for this since 2014. Now, I think there's elements of truth in both of those theories, and we have to understand we're living in a situation where both of them could be true at the same time, especially with what is clearly Russia still gaining more territory, gaining more towns as the time goes on, as of course the Russian strategy here has been to move in, shell and bomb a city, and then move in, while of course establishing a base camp, establishing supply lines, establishing a situation where they of course are dug in. And this type of fighting is dirty, but it's how this modern warfare is right now being experienced in Ukraine. Men in Ukraine are prevented from leaving the country. Ukraine is also going under martial law. Every man has been told to stay and fight for his country, leaving many documented reports of Ukrainian men cross-dressing, trying to pretend like they're women, trying to, of course, get through the Polish border. And, of course, many of them are being stopped. Many people are being arrested for trying to flee. As, of course, military service is compulsory for majority of males inside of Ukraine. As of course, Ukraine has been preparing for more of an insurgency rebuttal towards the Russians that of course have way more significant hardware than they do. This could be one reason why Russia has had such a slow movement of its troops and supplies that of course are put at risk, as many times they are just being ambushed and taken out. Now we could only guesstimate what's happening there, as of course there's a lot of propaganda, misinformation, not only from the Russians, but also from the Ukrainians. Everyone is trying to appeal to emotions in order to, of course, galvanize their public to, of course, fight this larger conflict. To me, this is a problem of big, overbearing governments that have way too much power with populations who obey crazy orders, fighting for the political ambitions of men. Now, of course, that's a very gross generalization and simplification of this entire very complex geopolitical situation. But moving forward from here, we can only expect more grave escalations from here. More countries, more powers, more people getting involved here, more innocent civilians getting entangled here, as of course this conflict is getting more serious, as Russia looks like it will soon take Kiev in just a matter of days from now, from all the initial reports that we have been seeing. Now, as Russia becomes more isolated, how will they be reacting to these escalations? Well, that's the question that a lot of people are asking themselves. There are photos and videos of Putin using extremely long tables in order to talk to other individuals, like the president of France. There's some reports saying he's doing this because he's afraid of the global sickness that has been going around. There's other people speculating that he's afraid of being poisoned. But whenever you have an insecure or absolutely incompetent or inherent leader of a nuclear power whose fingers could press one button and end it all for all of humanity, you're dealing with an absolutely stupid situation that is just as ridiculous as it is dangerous. That's just my perspective. If you think I'm wrong, if you think I said anything that was incorrect or wrong here, please let me know down in the comment section below. I always appreciate your constructive criticism.
I see his pitches and his videos every day. And it's tough as an entrepreneur to pitch and market your wares. Today, he did it particularly smooth. I was impressed by that. I was like, I like how he just cut into it, made his value known, and then got back to the story. Well played, sir. We're well played. All right. So next up on our list, we're going to go to Christy Lee and the Week in Media Malfeasance. And I'm going to continue highlighting this Johnny Vedmore article on Klaus Schwab and the CFR and his mentors, because I put it in my history blueprint earlier today, but I wanted to print it out and have a highlighted version to show you guys on the book cam at some point during tonight's presentation. Excellent article. You can get it at unlimitedhangout.com. Let's go to Christy Lee and her fine work and do a little comparison on the week's news.
You know, there's a saying in journalism that many of my news directors would remind the crew of, something along the lines of, is it better to be first or right? Of course, the answer is right. Well, it seems that ideal has certainly gone by the wayside, and most news orgs now just want to be out with the info first. U.S. news consumers will just assume it's wrong at this point. Or is it intentional? Have many outlets just embraced the state-controlled propaganda method? Coverage of the Russia-Ukraine conflict has been an overflowing basket of media mistakes. You've got this incredibly staged photo of Miss Grand Ukraine pushed out there by Fox News saying she was joining the Ukraine military. Nope, that's an air gun, and she had to clarify the truth herself. Then you've got Ukraine President Zelensky in army gear making the rounds. Nope, that's an old photo that has nothing to do with the current situation. How about the ghost of Kyiv? The alleged Ukraine fighter pilot that was shooting down Russian aircraft. Nope, it's from a video game. And the infamous Snake Island narrative that President Zelensky pushed, gleefully shared by the BBC, that Ukraine says soldiers killed after refusing to surrender. Even frequently unreliable Snopes cleared up that fakery. Yep, BBC shared that fake news and then whined about being shut out of reporting in Russia, saying, independent information is a fundamental humanitarian right which should not be denied. I don't see BBC coming to the defense of independent journalists like myself, struggling to share dissent and deep dives in the face of American censorship and suppression. And this week, fact checkers have been clamoring to shut down any implication of any biolabs in Ukraine. But wait, what's this?
Ukraine has biological research facilities.
Oh, no, that's not good.
Which, in fact, we are now quite concerned Russian forces may be seeking to gain control of.
What? No. Abort.
So according to fact checkers, Business Insider, Reuters, Newsweek, and other MSM, there are most definitely no bioweapons labs in Ukraine. But if bioweapons are released out of the bio research facilities in Ukraine, it's Russia's fault.
There is no doubt in my mind, Senator, and it is classic Russian technique to blame on the other guy what they're planning to do themselves.
There's absolutely nothing to see here. I'm sure it's just a coincidence that the U.S. Embassy in Ukraine abruptly deleted all their bio-research lab documents from the official website in late February. Documents the Wayback Machine shows there was U.S. funding involved. And what's this from a 2005 Washington Post article? The United States and Ukraine agreed yesterday to work jointly to prevent the spread of biological weapons, signing a pact that clears the way for Ukraine's government to receive U.S. aid to improve security at facilities where dangerous microbes are kept. And then we have outlets like CNN peddling the false narrative that there's a bill in Florida called the Don't Say Gay bill.
Why are you gay?
We say gay! We say gay!
You are gay.
Even Hillary jumped on that bandwagon. Never mind, it's formally known as the Parental Rights in Education Bill. And according to the Daily Wire, nowhere in the legislation is the word gay mentioned, though the word parent is mentioned 32 times and the word parental is mentioned 7 times. And as DeSantis points out,
for grades pre-K through 3. So 5-year-olds, 6-year-olds, 7-year-olds. And the idea that you wouldn't be honest about that and tell people what it actually says It's why people don't trust people like you, because you peddle false narratives. And so
What's the obsession for people like Hillary to talk to kids as young as 5 about sex and gender without parents around? Speaking of the news taking cues from the left on how to frame stories, we've been dealing with rising gas prices for more than a year now. But suddenly, it's Putin's price hike. Little strange, CNN, Business Insider, New York Times, Axios, all now running with that phrase. But that's what the propaganda puppets do, follow lockstep with however the Biden administration wants to pull their string.
Make a fool of yourself. Then maybe you'll listen to your conscience.
Including how to frame the ever-increasing inflation problem as it hits a 4-decade high.
It's going to be tough for the administration. Nothing, Joe, nothing has been more politicized than inflation.
Bringing you what's ignored, sensationalized, unbalanced, misleading, or just plain false. That's your media malfeasance for the week. For KLIM.news, I'm Chris Dooley.
All right, so we got a lot to unpack between Luke's report, Christie's report, but you're getting the gist of there's been stories being floated out there very strongly covered by all these outlets. Either something happened that didn't, or something that is going on doesn't exist. That's like the opposite of the purpose of the media. The news is supposed to tell you things that exist that you need to know about. Instead, they're like, it's like a big shell game. Like this is 3-card Monte or something. It's like the beginning of, what was the guy, Richie, before? Oh, maybe it was Snatched. It's one of the ones, Lock, Stock, and Smoking Barrels. They're doing the 3-card Monte, right? Mm-hmm. It's like that. And anytime you see that, you're interested as a viewer, but I'm not interested in a participant in that system. You're getting taken at the table. So it's interesting to see the juxtaposition between what we all glean from not watching mainstream media, because it's just all around, right? It's a store, on the newspaper stand. It's all over the place, on people's TVs, people talking about it, people tweeting about it, whatever. And then to see these other things that are like stark contrast, stark contradictions to what people are being told and believe. And it seems to not just go on, Tony, in one or two, it seems to like go on in a full spectrum dominance type of way, right?
Yeah. The gaslighting is real, isn't it? It's now Putin's problem that gas prices are going up. It's not the quantitative easing they've been engaging in actually since the time of Bush Jr. I mean, they've been doing it even long before Bush Jr., but I mean, it really ramped up with Bush Jr. after 9/11. Then the 2008 financial crisis hit, and Obama took it to a level that we couldn't even, it was outside the scope of normal understanding and economics. And then Trump. I mean, Trump was right about to have a housing crisis in 2019, but he turned back on those printing presses. Boy, did he ever. And then, of course, we get Biden. And Biden has embodied all of them and taken it to, he's transcended them.
Does he turn on the printing presses, or does he give a front, like like this is how we make the public believe it goes on? Like, does he have his hands on the switch, or does someone say, hey, we're going to print some more money? Go tell the
He calls up a private central bank. Yeah, he calls up a private central bank. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, and there's like in the past 2 weeks that children's book that everyone passes around in meme land. It's like everyone who disagrees with me is Hitler. It's like now everyone who disagrees with us or makes our gas prices go up is Putin.
Don't you love how we'll get to this? Yeah, exactly. Don't you love too, Victoria Nuland? Oh, but that's classic Rush. That's what the Russians do, Rich. They lie, they'll take over and they'll say that they're liberating, but instead they'll use the bio research facilities. Make sure I euphemize this property properly. Bio research facilities, and they'll release it. See, that's how the Russians do it. It's not how we do it. It's how the Russians.
I don't have time to do it now, Tony, because we got a big show card. But earlier today, I was going through with the autonomy students. We were in the Oxford English Dictionary looking up a definition, and then I decided to look up the word ironic, and Victoria Nuland's in there. So
irony to that.
Wait till we get to that story.
Yeah.
And it mixes in with the other one. Yeah. There's a story tonight. I'm not going to blow it. I'm not going to tell you which one, but there's a story that has like Jeffrey Epstein and his executor, this Russian Boris guy, and some guys from Eco Health Alliance. And maybe some people from our State Department and Victoria Nuland. Like, it's a smash jam. Hunter Biden's in there.
Yeah.
Dude, it's a crazy story, but we're gonna get to that later.
One of the other things I wanted to point out, this is a famous order back at Stalingrad. It's called Order Number 227, July 28th, 1942. This is the not a step back order that Stalin gave to the individuals at Stalingrad. Basically, you're going to be shot if you weren't allowed to, or if you tried to flee from the battle scene. And I noticed this is it's a loose analogy, but nonetheless, seeing the Ukrainian government now do that to their own citizens as well. Not saying that you can't. They're at least allowing the men to leave the country or flee with their families, and that they're forcing them to stay and provide some sort of resistance. That's
historically
unconscionable on many levels.
Historically, the Ukrainian people just get used and abused over and over
again. Yeah.
So let's rewind 100 years. I guess rewind goes this way, right? Rewind back to like 1939. When was the Holodomor? Wasn't that Ukraine? Isn't it the breadbasket? And isn't it ironic that these people starve in a place that produces like a huge amount of the
still the largest wheat today,
right.
largest grain producer or wheat producer today.
And I bring that up because I was listening to this
early 1930s, 1932, 33.
And I already knew about Holodomor, and this wasn't covered in what I'm about to tell you, but I was listening to Book TV, C-SPAN interview with Simon Sebag Montefiore, who wrote a book about
that name sounds
Stalin, because he's coming from a famous banking family.
Yeah, that's why
he's friends with Prince Charles. He's very interesting.
That's why I was like, I think.
But it's like in the court of Stalin, and like millions of people are getting killed, and like some of the things that he's describing in there. First off, he starts off the interview. You'll know it's the right interview when he's like, writing this book gave me nightmares, and I was like, oh geez, man. Like I already read a bunch of stuff on this topic, and then he goes into like Stalin. So the dude would call, he'd just pick up the phone and be like, kill 50,000 people in this city. We need to make kill 200,000 people over here. We need to make a statement. And just like, and it's not that he's that crazy. He's an individual. He can be crazy. When other people carry that out and actually do all those things, that's not something Stalin created. He inherited that system. Other people, a philosophy created that system. Bankers and industrialists put it in place for wealth plunder. And he was the current administrator approved by the people who built the place. That's where he was in it, right? Correct. So it's not, and Putin's kind of the same thing today.
Yeah.
He didn't create the system. He's the dude who worked in intelligence.
Same with Hitler back then, along
power.
Contemporaneous with Stalin was pretty much the same. Yeah, I mean, there's that old adage about human psychology. Power corrupts, but absolute power corrupts absolutely. And there's that aspect of our animal nature that we still have to go to grips with. But at the same time, it's the people who actually follow the orders are the ones who are really the immoral actors in this.
Those who are just doing it because it's their job.
It's their job. Right, sure.
Yeah. Lord Acton. Yeah. We'll talk about Lord.
I would say the bankers put it in place first. Then they had to rationalize a philosophy to justify it. So but I hear you. Your analysis was rough. Yeah, was correct.
Well, they did
change the order. I just changed the order and say, well, they wanted to plunder anyways, so they just had to. Then they had to justify their plunder. So they hire people like, Wealth of Nations, Adam Smith.
You got to be able to move the plunder around, though. So this is a good way to segue Ukraine-Russia topic for tonight's news. Let me provide a little of uncharted, spontaneous history. That area of kind of Eastern Europe bordering up to Russia was not industrialized until petroleum came around. And petroleum came around because of the Nobel brothers. The Nobel brothers, there's 3 brothers. I could bring them up. I should bring them up. Let's bring them up in the history blueprint. Let's type in Nobel over here. It doesn't take that long. It's like a 5-letter
Why
word.
You do that? Didn't Astor, Carnegie, one of the two have whichever? No, I'm thinking who was the main train mogul in the West? That because he also did it.
Harriman
Vanderbilt. Didn't Harriman have a major stake in Russian infrastructure with train later on? Yeah, because that was a major component to their industrialization was the ability to move goods, and he had a huge. I think it was Sutton's work, if I remember correctly.
Yeah. All right, so remind me in a second, and I'll take you to AIC, but I'll start with Nobel family.
American International. Right. Okay, yeah.
All right, so Alphonse James de Rothschild funded he's the one I think that merged with the Nobel brothers family, right? Which then became Brand Nobel around 1900. So the Nobel family is from Sweden, and they were funded by the Rothschild family. And there was Alfred, Emmanuel, Ludwig, and Robert. So I think Emmanuel, let's see, is he the dad? All right. So Emmanuel is the dad. Alfred, Ludwig, and Robert are the kids. One of them creates TNT. One of them creates the Nobel Prize. They create together this oil monopoly, and they create the first oil tanker and the first ocean going tanker. So the oil tanker for railroad tracks and the oil tanker for oceans.
Yeah.
That's huge back then.
Oh my God.
Right?
It's not kids to be able to transport now. Yeah.
Now it's from this Nobel Brothers monopoly that later in the 1900s, 1920s and 30s, you've got Fred Chase Koch of the Koch brothers, the dad of the Koch brothers. That's where they get their billions. Herbert Hoover was he was a president of the United States, but he was also in Russian oil back around the time like a World War I. So there's a whole bunch of there's also like the fortune of who's the global warming guy? Al Gore.
Oh, Gore. Sure.
His family's money comes from Soviet Union times, making money in the Soviet Union, right? So there's this ominous continuity, generation to generation.
You have Rand Corporation there as well, Nobel Prize, Nobel Brothers. Interesting.
So the interesting part of the Nobel Prize was one of the Nobel brothers dies, and the newspapers write up the obituary, but they wrote up the obituary in the wrong brother. And so the brother who created TNT sees his legacy. I think this is how or it might have been like an error story in the first place that nobody died. Anyway, the guy got to see the foreshadowing of his legacy and decided instead of being the legacy of creating TNT, he would have a legacy of the Nobel Peace Prize. Very cagey, very cagey. All right. So that's the quick and dirty kind of on how that part of the world became industrialized. There were bankers involved, and then there were like the Rockefeller type of robber barons in that area that set up infrastructure and started to make it something that communism could take hold of and do a great reset in the Russian Empire back then, right? The imperialism.
That's interesting. I'm just looking at the Koch family because I would have thought but it's Koch. Yeah, developed a cracking method for refinement of heavy crude oil. Fred Koch. Yeah, that's interesting. And then obviously that's connected then to the shipment of oil that was innovated by the Nobel family, the Nobel brothers.
Yeah. So tankers. Let me go to AIC.
Yeah, let's check out because that's a major component.
Later tonight, we're going to talk about AIG, but right now we're going to talk about AIC. And most people, even researchers, do not know about the American International Corporation. And I'm going to put it on the screen for you right there. It's got a lot of ties. Now, I first discovered this in, I think it was Anthony Sutton book.
Had to have been. No, it's Anthony Sutton for sure. He's the one who, he's the one who came
and he's like, because I only knew about
discovered this connection. They're like the front company almost of the Skull and Bones.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out how I can make this screen a little bigger for you. If I can drag that part, that part's the part I can drag and make bigger. Let's see. Will it work? Let's see. All right, American International Corporation comes around like early 1900s. So
you have a connection with them in AIG anyways. AIG is going to be the insurance linchpin to what
they're like
but we'll get to that later. Yeah.
This is a front company, and then later a guy who worked for the OSS created AIG, which is another kind of front company. Because AIG started in 1919 in various forms, and this AIC started around that same time. And a lot of people
Sutton on the side there. I see. Yeah, it was definitely Sutton.
And there's newspaper articles, so you can find a couple newspaper articles like AIC war fails to halt railways for China.
That's something. Okay, yeah,
right. Good. So this is tied in with this Corbett video, "Deal with the Devil: How Global Elite Recolonized China" by James Corbett. So AIC was involving Skull and Bones, Harriman, Fred Chase Koch, at some point, E.H. Harriman, a bunch of people that created the Federal Reserve. A lot of the robber barons, that same Jekyll Island Club group, those guys created like this AIC company to industrialize China and Russia before communism got there. It's very important that they are kind of like had this plan, because otherwise Lenin and Stalin and Khrushchev and these guys couldn't have formulated what the West faced in the Cold War. There would have been there'd be no enemy today over in China.
No, they had to industrialize in order to set up the false dichotomy and the dialectic they needed to push towards world government. In fact, they were an agricultural hub for the longest time. I mean, their industrialization was somewhat late, even in comparison to America, for example.
So some of the people involved,
actually very
AIC.
late.
You ever hear of George Shultz, famous politician? His dad is a guy named Burl Earl Schultz. He was part of AIC. You had people who were roundtable friendly, but not necessarily members of the roundtable themselves. You had DuPonts, you had Harrimans, you had people from the Federal Reserve like Vanderlip, you had people from JP Morgan and Guaranty Trust, you had Jacob Schiff, James Stillman, he's in the Rockefeller Bank family. So it's basically the robber barons and their financiers. Robert Fleming and Company, that's Ian Fleming's grandfather, who was a billionaire opium banker who had funded Harriman's Railroad in part, right? So you've got
correct, and that's like one of the key elements. I think that even Corbett talks about in his whole one document, only briefly, but I got it from you when we were working together back like 10 years ago, because you showed me this book, Rich. I think you have this, Western Technology and Soviet Economic Development, 1930, 1945. This was Sutton. I think this is what I was alluding to. And so I looked it up on, although first edition, it says 1917 to 1930. So you must have had multiple copies. And the 1917, 1930 you can buy used for $600. Western Technology and Soviet Economic Development. So yeah, it's multiple. One is 1917, 1930. The other one is 1930 to 1945. But he's the one who really paved the way, provided the foundation and the cornerstone for understanding the connection between the West and building up the Soviet Union, which then they used later as a dialectic, both in World War II and then post-war with the Cold War.
And this is only going to tangent for 20 seconds, but listeners of this podcast, you'll handle it. This book, Casual View of America, the home letters of Solomon de Rothschild. I showed the new autonomy students today the receipts, and I bought one of these copies for $2. I bought one of these copies for $10. Yeah. And then I said, now go out and look and see what it's going for today. And I don't know, it was $2,700 or $3,700 or something.
It's a couple thousand, if I remember correctly.
Yeah.
So I was talking to your
wife
earlier
rare.
this week, and she's like, we need to sell this.
It's now rare. Yeah.
That's crazy. I mean,
there's suddenly interest in this book, whereas a couple of years ago, we picked it up for $2 before.
And Rich, can you point out that you don't own that book?
I don't own the rights.
There was some Yahoo on Twitter that was trying to ascribe the price to you. So just
no, I don't own. Yeah. That's not me. My books aren't for sale. I give them out to my friends. The last copy I just gave out was the Luke Rudowski. I made him a copy that had like all my highlights, and I highlighted the passages and gave it to him as a gift. But I also texted him. I was like, "Hey, dude, that book I sent you in that package is, you might want to put that with your gold because it's worth its weight in gold."
Older Bitcoin, whatever he's got.
Yeah. I'm not selling these. These are priceless, man.
Timeless.
They go to people whose research needs these types of things, or they need this to like get that message to a big audience. That they're tools for freedom. That's what this is. So back
if
to
anything, one of
Russia,
the most
Ukraine.
important things would be to get a digital copy scanned in at some point or something, like not sell it, but make sure it's preserved in multiple formats. But we can talk about that later. Good.
So in digging into the American International Corporation, it's not just American. Let's call this the Anglo-American International Corporation for sake of colloquialism. And then you'll see that a lot of the participants in the CFR and this whole roads plan that worked out, before they even brought the plan to the politicians and statesmen and took over the State Department, they were working on providing infrastructure on what became the 20th century's enemies. And might I say, the areas in which the AIC, American International Corporation, built infrastructure, railroads, roads, all these sort of things, led to 300 million deaths in the 20th century from democide, a large percentage of which were in the Soviet Union and communist China. So if you want to look at the people who planned the office park, which turned into the camp called Auschwitz, that was an industrial park. There's Harriman and Rockefeller. There's the same people I just talked about. They had provided infrastructure after 1919 to Germany as well. So it's almost like before you can get to the place, you have to build the roads, and they build roads places and then go in and wage some sort of warfare, economic and literal warfare, physical warfare through that. Just wanted to put that on the record. There seems to be a trend. And if we follow where these people fund and how they set up, for instance, Ukraine lately, Has the United States been doing anything, constructing things over there, controlling their government, controlling their statecraft, controlling their elections, possibly running with Soros, NGOs, and these sort of things? Because it's the same group of people.
It's bad right now too, Rich, because I've mentioned my Ukrainian friend in the background, but he sent me a video this week that is just rife with nothing but Ukrainian propaganda to note sort of a very strong identitarian, sort of nationalist perspective. That, of course, his family is mostly American. They've been living here for decades now, but they still so much identify and associate with the propaganda being produced from the Ukraine in regards. And I think that has a lot to do with what we much like what we'll get to later with the Mujahideen. I'm not saying him specifically, but pumping out propaganda to help support extremist views has certainly permeated that culture, and they see themselves as being historically separated from Russia in ways that are a little bit overstated. And it's unfortunate because it gives them, instead of recognizing their own autonomy as individuals, they're relinquishing that aspect of themselves and giving it over to the idea of a state or a collective that's only abusing that idea and taking advantage of them as individuals. So it's happening on both sides because no one's right in this conflict at all. It's the globalists setting up. It's like watching multiple grand chess masters all on one team setting up the chessboard.
Except that the chessboard's the thing that's going to lose in this situation. So, there's like the Western Ukrainian side.
Well, they want both sides to lose because they want to bring in a whole new game.
Oh yeah, totally. This is being waged. It's being waged by people not even playing at the board.
You got it.
We can all agree there. So you got the Western Ukrainian kind of neo-Nazi side. You got the Russian side. You got the NATO side. You got the Russian people living in Ukraine around the south, kind of eastern part of it. You've got Zelensky in there as president after the 2014 coup. There's a whole bunch of layers. And if you just watch one channel that's just telling you one angle of that, you can't get that. The best kind of like round the world view that I got this week that I thought was like noteworthy was Lee Camp did it. And I think he said it was going to be like 3 perspectives on it, but he ended up with 4. Because you need those 3-dimensional perspective, and then you need your observer view of those 3 perspectives. So I think, I think
meta perspectives. Yeah.
He did a really good job, and I think we should get him lined up as a guest. And we got that in motion because he now has opportunity in his lap since this whole RT thing happened. And so, I've always admired his work. He's a brilliant intellect, and I don't always agree with the politics of it, but we agree on freedom is better than slavery. And I think that's how we all get along here, right? We're not looking at things as right or left. We're looking at it through the lens of freedom versus slavery. I almost said freedom is slavery. That's George Orwell. I don't want to quote that without permission. All right. So I saw a quote earlier today. It says, whoever frames the narrative has control, right?
Yeah, so whoever wins the narrative is the one. It's a dark shamanic game right now.
Yeah, but if you're
spells, that's what's going on.
If you're
that's
in
confusing people,
the right versus left narrative, that's a framed narrative that you can't win in that narrative. But if you look at it from freedom versus slavery, it's pretty easy to see, and people on both sides can agree we're not about slavery. Although many things that our taxpayer money go to appears to empower slavery. Maybe we should do something. We'll learn about that in the intermission tonight.
Yeah,
I'll just foreshadow that there. All right. So we have about a half hour before we're going to bring on our special guest. Let's see what we can dip into with this Ukraine-Russia coverage now that we have a little context of it didn't just start a couple weeks ago and gas prices did not go up just because of this thing. There were already many other dominoes set in place, much like the treaties that led to World War I. Almost as if the masters of war are playing with our world like it's their little toy. Now I got to pay Bob Dylan money for quoting him. Jesus Christ. All right. I said his name. Now I got to pay someone who owns the Bible. Do I have to pay a tax on saying that? Remember,
let's not go down that road. Who owns
this guy Bible? Up here, Galambos. Every time he said Tom Paine, he used to put Thomas Paine, he'd put money in a jar. Every time he'd use quotes from Tom Paine. I don't believe in that type of extreme intellectual property payment. I believe in the general freedom that exists as we know it today. That we can speak freely, we can think freely, and the cost is only when you're taking away somebody else's literal freedom.
Are you talking about Sic Torad Astra?
Yeah.
Or whatever? Yeah,
this way to the stars.
Yeah. That's the Galambos. Yeah. I mean, that's
another
a science. Yeah. It's the volitional sciences book. Is Gatto give you a copy of that or something? I forget.
So Denning's copy.
Oh, Denning. Gene. Oh, that's right. Gene gave you a copy. Okay, that's a fascinating work.
It is.
I wish more people knew about. But that's
pretty deep. It's like his Volitional 50 lectures from Princeton or something like that. Quantum physics meets reality with morals, ethics, and integrity. Interesting guy Galambos was, but he's not the focus of the show. But those who want to know now can.
Well, he's
duck,
giving
duck, go.
Yeah, there you go. Or maybe not duck, duck, go. You might want to use something else. Apparently, they're doing.
Yeah, I saw that guy's tweet. That CEO. I was like,
have it on the show card here.
I was like, you couldn't have said anything dumber on social media, man. I was like, that was just so stupid. I heard Rogan talking duck, duck, go recently, and now you're going to be all woke. Find a new search engine. We're going to figure it out. All right. So what clips do we need to cover in the next half hour?
What don't we need to cover? Okay. So there's a couple of different themes from the Ukraine and Russia section, which is what we're going to start with tonight. And it depends on what you want to go over. I guess I'll just put it on screen here. Obviously, the big theme we have to cover is the biolab. Or bio research facilities, excuse me. Sorry, Victoria Newland. I don't know if we want to get into that now because it's going to be, we have a guest coming up very soon, or if we want to save that for after the guest, we can either start now or preserve that to afterwards. Another big theme this week I thought was the funding. Who's profiting from this war? I thought that was interesting, but all the various personalities and clips from this week that make up this section could be shown. Anything you find of particular interest if you want to save the main themes for afterwards or something of that nature.
Let's save the bio research labs that we're fearful that the Russians will take over because they might have weapons. Let's save that for after our guest. And let's talk about the who's funding and making money from this stuff, because that might tie into some conversation with our guest.
Okay, perfect. So with that, if we get down here, we have a couple, I would say, there's a lot of clips. Wall Street sleazy profiteering off the Ukraine war. It's Jimmy Dore. I think we also have Russell Brand has a clip where he's talking about who's profiting as well. So either Russell Brand or Jimmy Dore could get us kicked off. Oh yeah, you've not been told about this about Russia. That's Russell Brand discussing war profiteering. So both of them go into the connections and war profiteering.
I think we should go with the Jim Jam clip.
Jim Jam. Yeah.
Jim Jam.
Jim Jam.
I think that's what she calls him.
Jim Jam.
She's like, now back to Jim Jam.
Oh, yeah. How cute. A wall. What a joke. Okay. You'll love it. It's doing good work though. So anyways, LD, I highlighted it for you.
Did you find it, LD?
It's like in the middle. It's a lot of clips.
Yeah, we're now going to go. All right, good. We're now going to go to Jimmy. Shut the garage door. Over to Jimmy. Get it?
You want to know who's making money off the war besides the military-industrial complex directly? It's also Goldman Sachs. Proud of you there. You want to know how they profit? Goldman Sachs profits from war in Ukraine, loophole in sanctions. So here, let's go to this report.
President Biden will be addressing the nation tomorrow morning. He is likely going to say that he'll be discussing ways to hold Russia accountable for what they are calling an unprovoked and unjustified war on Ukraine. But as many businesses are pulling out of Russia, we've got exclusive new reporting tonight on how one of America's biggest investment banks is profiting on the war in Ukraine. Goldman Sachs. They say they are winding down operations in Russia, which is partially true, because at the very same time, they're actively trading Russian debt to U.S. clients, mostly hedge funds, and they're using a legal loophole to do it. A Goldman Sachs spokesperson tells us this: we have a robust system and control throughout our organization to ensure we are not trading with sanctioned counterparties, which is true. NBC's senior national politics reporter, Jonathan Allen, is my partner on this story. Mr. Allen, when I texted you at 8:08 this morning and said, hey, John, you up? Did you think that's where we'd end up, right here?
It's been a long day, Stephanie, a lot of reporting, and my hat's off to you for your indefatigable nature as a reporter all day long and then doing an hour-long show.
I can't spell that word. So start us with, what is this loophole? How is this happening?
I would say infatigable.
So what happened is when the Biden administration put in sanctions on Russian debt, basically on the major financial institutions of Russia, they left open a window, and Goldman Sachs has driven a truck through it. And basically what that window is that U.S. institutions are banned from trading Russian debt with those Russian banks that have been sanctioned, but not banned from what's called secondary trade. So if that debt was already issued to somebody else and they want to sell it to a U.S. buyer, a U.S. Debt holder of Russia to a U.S. buyer, Goldman Sachs is acting as a brokerage. And the government, the Biden administration, has left that loophole open with the basic idea that companies here in this country, institutions in this country that hold Russian debt ought to be able to get rid of it. But at the same time, there are a lot of buyers for what is now seen as cheap debt. And Goldman Sachs has been advertising that to its clients and basically saying, hey, come on board while this debt is cheap. It's going to eventually go up later and you'll make a killing.
Okay, and that's what we need to explain. The idea, hey, let people still trade this so they can close out their positions so there's not chaos in the market, that's really getting abused, because what they are doing is trading hundreds of millions of bonds. Goldman Sachs is going out and pitching trade ideas, market dislocations to distressed hedge funds who are looking to buy something cheap in a crisis. And that's what they do. But this isn't a regular crisis. It's not a company going bankrupt. It is a war. And let's remind you, when you buy Russian government bonds, you are now lending to the Russian government. And when you buy Russian corporate bonds, you are helping that company succeed. So right now, Goldman Sachs is making markets and making money, which is certainly not in line with the spirit of the headline. We are winding down and leaving Russia. And John, the reason I wanted to do this, my takeaway, it doesn't matter how much Wall Street tries to rebrand itself with new slogans. It doesn't change. So if you're a vulture, be a vulture. But do not come flapping your wings to my window and call yourself a dove of peace, because all that Goldman is doing flies in the face of what all of the United States and our Western allies are trying to do. What does the administration say?
You know, when I talk to senior administration officials, current and former officials, what they're saying is that they're very worried, and we hear President Biden say this all the time. They're very worried that if they punish Russia, they're going to end up harming Americans, and they're trying to be very careful not to do that. Of course, there are sanctions that they could do that would be more targeted, more direct.
When they say we're worried about harming Americans, they mean American donors. They don't mean American citizens. They've already screwed us with gas prices and inflation, and they don't care. He means American donors, the donor class, the hedge funds.
Goldman Sachs is what he means.
That's what he means. He means the Goldman Sachs. That's exactly right. Yeah, here we go.
Might be able to cut off this kind of business. And I talked to Congressman Brad Sherman from California today, who is bringing forward legislation dealing with banks next week. He said it might be a good idea to close off this business that Goldman Sachs is involved in the future if it can be shown that what they'd be able to do is drive down the price of future Russian debt by stopping Goldman Sachs from trading in current and existing Russian debt.
But John, it's not just Goldman, right? Think about this ban on Russian oil. All of this is to try to squeeze these companies and hurt the Russian economy. And in turn, it's causing our gas prices to go up. But I actually read, it was from March 4th, a trade recommendation report from Goldman Sachs. And they wrote, we see Lukoil, the Russian oil company, as the best recovery play of distressed Russian corporates. So you've got JP Morgan saying, here's a good play for this Russian oil company. At the same time, we're banning Russian oil and the American consumer is suffering for it. How is this kosher?
Well, it's kosher because it's totally legal. And sometimes what's scandalous and what doesn't meet with some people's moral views of the world is legal. And that's the case here. You use the vulture analogy. I'd use the scorpion and the turtle. The scorpion's going to sting and they're both going to go down.
So there you have it. There's a little bit more to this here. Most investors. Go ahead.
Was that her first day at work or something? What? How is she shocked? I feel like I can't believe it. It's like they don't care about all this crap they tell us.
So most investors have shied away from the obvious public relations risk of profiting from Russia's war, but Goldman Sachs, JP Morgan Chase, and many hedge funds have gotten into the action. In most cases, the buyers do not know the identities of the sellers, and no regulation requires brokers to disclose the identities publicly.
Isn't Chase known for cutting people's bank accounts off for being bad dudes? Like, isn't that what they're well known for doing, is shutting down bank accounts of like Americans? Like, they don't do it for this.
I know they're well known for kicking people out of their homes during a financial crisis that they themselves engineered. I know
they have like censorship things they do on people for, you know.
Oh, really?
Yeah, they're all the bad people. Of course, I don't have sympathy for the bad people when it happens, but it's weird they don't do that for this. I would think Russia would be even worse than your average Proud Boy or whatever.
You would think. Okay, let's go back to this. It says that means the public may never know whether profits are derived by pumping money into the pockets of Putin's cronies when Russia faces a cash crunch. In other words, it is more clear that U.S. investors and middlemen like Goldman Sachs are profiting from these cheap costs of Russian debt, and less clear who is benefiting from the sales. So Russia and Goldman Sachs are profiting, we know that. While Goldman is dealing mostly in Russian government debts, JP Morgan Chase has brokered deals for the debt of private Russian companies as a recovery play. JP Morgan announced late Thursday that it is also winding down its business in Russia while acknowledging that it has been assisting clients in Russia-related trades. On March 4th, as Russia was attacking Ukraine, the investment bank's research team issued a report recommending that clients buy Russian corporate bonds. And so now you know the rest of the story. And I mean, just imagine if they were doing that with Iraq as we were invited. They probably were. We just didn't know about it.
Of course, remember Arrested Development? The dad was in trouble because he was doing business with Saddam. In real life, that wouldn't be an issue at all.
Right.
Like that wouldn't.
Right. Wow. So there you go. So again, while you pay more money for Joe Biden to try to get his poll numbers up by doing a war in Ukraine, while you pay more money for everything, including gas, Goldman Sachs is helping Russia make money. And they're making money doing it. And so is JP Morgan, Chase, and all those. It's just, you're a sucker. Again, if you play by the rules in this country, you're a sucker. Because the people who run this country is 100% corrupt, run by criminals. You don't think so? Who do you think runs this fucking country? War criminals, literal war criminals. We're doing another war in Ukraine right now over a pipeline and energy resources and hegemony. This is what this is about. We're literally in bed with Nazis. We're figuratively in bed with Nazis to get this done.
Free, Jimmy. They told you.
I know. It's not free.
You have to get in bed with Nazis.
Okay. Wow.
All right, good coverage by Jimmy. Let's think back to that clip. The reporter, she had like worked up that whole vulture, call yourself a dove apiece. Okay. And then he's topping it with some Aesop fable, scorpion on the tortoise. All right. But are they introducing a bill to change the law? Because basically they're like, hey, these companies are doing this and it's perfectly legal. There's nothing you can do about it. It's not even really news. It's been going on forever. Goes on every day. All around the world. They're just choosing to make a story of it for you because I guess it was a slow news day.
With righteous indignation. You see like the passion that she had when she was.
Did you get my text really early this morning? Did you think we'd be working all day to make this story a story?
Indefatigable perseverance. I mean, come on. This is such a joke. It's like, they sell cheap debt to hedge funds that are struggling, and then like that will go back up once the war is resolved.
These are the same guys that were like, these are the same banks that are too big to fail, right? All right. I remember that. I remember this other company that was too big to fail. It was called the East India Company, and
they never really did fail. They just like rebranded.
They just morphed. They
just rebranded. Yeah.
And Kissinger Associates is the more fee, according to Dope Inc. According to these people over here in this book that you might check out.
The thing is, Kissinger's even a little bit lower on the rung.
He
shout out to Vedmore because that's a very interesting history.
According to Saturday Night Live, he takes his orders from the Queen. I saw that skit. We played it like a month ago. Probably.
We did.
Lyndon LaRouche Theater. It's called.
Yeah, 1980s.
It's the only time Randy Quaid's getting on this show, dude.
Is it Tony Danza? I don't know. It was,
he played LaRouche, remember?
All
right.
LaRouche, yeah.
So let's throw to the Russell Brand clip and then be on the lookout for our secret guest who should be incoming momentito.
That's the one above it, right? Talking about profiting.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Let's see what he thinks. This Brand character with his rusty rockets.
Russia invaded Ukraine, so we must stop Russia. using sanctions if necessary, and that should surely include the richest and most powerful Russians, oligarchs that live in the United States of America and the UK, right? Hello there, you 5.1 million awakening wonders. We continue to grow individually and collectively. Our consciousness grows. We understand things more clearly and better. We are getting somewhere. It's not easy to change the world, but collectively we can achieve this. And an open discourse between us is a primary part of it. That's why it's important that the media is reliable and trustworthy. And I hope we can deliver at least on that promise, telling you stories as best as we understand them with integrity and authenticity. Today we're going to be talking about oligarchs in the USA and the UK and the kind of relationships that these oligarchs have with the governments in those countries through their own financial might and power. But first, I want to tell you that I'm all over the UK touring. You can come see me in Hull, Newcastle, Bristol, Glasgow. It's a fantastic live experience. If you want to come, there's a link in the description. Now, let's see what's going on with these oligarchs, shall we? As Vladimir Putin's war in Ukraine has sparked demands for a financial crackdown on dictators and their oligarch networks, the Biden administration is proposing to waive punishments for a scandal-ridden bank amid revelations that it had been providing resources to autocrats and their financial cronies, reportedly including Russian oligarchs that the Biden administration is promising to target. This shows, doesn't it, that the simplification around international conflict and most obviously around war cannot be afforded to continue because actually there are Russian people everywhere. There are relationships, financial and corporate, that transcend national boundaries. That's what globalism is, a set of interests that don't really respect sovereignty and nationality if it's not convenient. The administration's proposed waiver for the global investment bank Credit Suisse, whose donors delivered more than $100,000 to President Biden's campaign, could shield a bank linked to those oligarchs as the war in Ukraine rages after Biden used his State of the Union address to promise a crackdown. So a pledge has been made to crack down on precisely these kind of interests, to make moves to prevent Russian oligarchs who have a historical connection to corruption, presumably, from forging financial ties with politics in the West. But what if those pledges are at odds with the deals they made when they accepted donations? Eek! This is Joe Biden. We are joining with our European allies to find and seize your yachts, your luxury apartments, your private jets, he declared. We are coming for your ill-begotten gains. You can't say stuff like that, though, unless you're super squeaky clean and you ain't got no skeletons in the closet yourself, right? That's absolutely necessary. And particularly and more locally, if you have accepted donations from those very interests, that's going to be complex. This once again shows the hypocrisy of contemporary politics at the level of public rhetoric. Whoa, your yachts, populist talk, right? Populism, oh, those elites with their yachts. But when it comes to crunch time, where's the money, honey? At issue is a January proposal from Biden's Labour Department to waive punishments against Credit Suisse for defrauding investors. Just waive those. Oh, sure, you defrauded some investors. As well as for knowingly and willfully aiding wealthy clients in tax evasion for multiple decades. Multiple decades. That's like you get like silver and golden anniversaries. You have to buy them proper anniversary gifts for how long they've been helping people defraud the tax department. And for 50 years, defrauding tax, that's the golden bastard for you. Knowingly and willfully as well. Do you know about this? Yeah? Are you willingly doing it? Oh, yes. News reporting has alleged that Credit Suisse has aided criminals and financed the luxury assets of oligarchs, raising additional questions about the Biden administration's proposal to let the bank off the hook. Why are they letting the bank off the hook? What American people want that? Do you know what we want most of all? Control of pharmaceutical prices, a free and fair America, and let those banks off the hook. You got it, buddy. I heard you loud and clear. In late February, a leak of the account information of more than 18,000 Credit Suisse clients revealed that the bank had been managing money for clients involved in torture, drug trafficking, money laundering, corruption, and other serious crimes. They got bored of listing the serious... Oh, God, they've done all this stuff. I can't list it. It's 18,000 of them. Can't go on listing all these crimes, but just know there's drug trafficking and torture involved. Is that not enough? When Credit Suisse pleaded guilty to fraud last year, they admit it. It's just, yeah, we did do that. Yeah, fraud. Oh, yeah, we did do that. Yeah, fraud. It risked losing its status as a qualified professional asset manager. You realize what this means? You've been convicted of fraud. You're going to lose your status as a qualified asset manager. Oh, no, don't do that. No, we're not going to do it, but you risked it. You risked it. Sometimes what I find funny is when you apply the morality to ordinary individual life. So imagine if you'd gone, yeah, I've done a bit of drug trafficking, some torture, and other serious crimes. Can't even keep the list going, really. Is it all right for me to still come into work tomorrow? Yes, in you come. Carry on. A required classification for banks to manage and profit from the lucrative retirement fund history. If the torture stuff doesn't prohibit you from belonging to that classification, it's not a very good classification, is it? When QPAM was originally created 40 years ago, lawmakers included a major stipulation for banks seeking the designation. They must avoid felony convictions. You can profit from this. All we ask, oh God, what, we got to do something, oh God. We only ask that you avoid felony convictions, okay? It's too much, I tell you. While that isn't an especially high bar, no, Credit Suisse has struggled to meet it. What do you mean I got to get up at 7? Avoid felony convictions all morning, all the way through when I'm eating my lunch. No felonies during that. What about in my breaks? Can I do some felonies? No. It's too hard. In 2014, when the Justice Department found that Credit Suisse had aided its clients in dodging tax enforcement by falsifying documents for them or helping them hide assets in offshore accounts, Credit Suisse found itself on the verge of losing its QPAM status. Oh God, you won't take away our QPAM status, will you? No, but you risked it. But the Obama Labour Department let the bank off the hook. It granted Credit Suisse a waiver. The bank's donors delivered more than $1 million worth of donations to Democratic politicians and groups. I'm sure that's just a coincidence, though, when it comes to the way they're treated by those governments. And to draw a connection between those 1 million donations and to the Democrat Party refusing to punish them or even kick them out of QPAM, that makes you, I would say, probably a conspiracy theorist and maybe even a fascist. Now, a familiar battle is playing out, but the focus on oligarchs during Russia's invasion and the recent revelation about Credit Suisse's business practices have raised the stakes. In effect, Biden must now choose between his tough on oligarchs Ukraine policy and his Wall Street donors. Ooh, that's going to be a tough one, Joe. Saying stuff that you like saying, and then your actual financial relationships with Wall Street. What will it be? Is there a way I could carry on saying the stuff and not give up the Wall Street ties? Yeah, there is a way. That's called business as usual in Washington. According to data from Open Secrets, Credit Suisse employees gave more than $117,000 to Biden's 2020 campaign. And employees of the law firm representing Credit Suisse, Steptoe & Johnson, contributed nearly $140,000 to Biden in the 2020 cycle. So there you go then. Nothing to worry about there. There'll be no obstacle to ensuring that those oligarchs are met with the firm greased palm of the law. In the UK, which is where I live, Boris Johnson insists the government's economic crime, transparency and enforcement bill will continue to tighten the noose around Putin's regime. Ooh, you're hard. But the intended impression of resolve and determination does not quite hold up. The Golden Visa's Investor Visa scheme, launched in 1994, under which foreign nationals must show they have at least $2 million ready to invest in the UK, has been one of the keys to opening up Britain as a safe haven for dirty money from Russia. So that is going to be complicated, isn't it, to prosecute oligarchs if you previously made a pledge to let them have a golden visa. I got a golden visa. I got a golden visa. I got the right to march all around the world. It became the seedbed for an industry of UK enablers to help integrate Russian oligarchs and others into many levels of British life, including the Conservative Party. That's our Republican Party. The Conservative Party has long received funding from figures connected to, or at the absolute minimum, rich after association with, the Putin regime. So, the condemnation of the Putin regime occurs long after relationships have been established with people that benefited from that regime in ways that are glaring and obvious, and members of pretty significant aspects of British public life are examples of the benefits of Putin's regime. In 2011, David Cameron, he was Prime Minister then, went to Moscow and told his audience that Britain was open to their money as a matter of design. The whole point about trade is that we are baking a bigger cake, and everyone can benefit from it. Not everyone. Not everyone, Dave. Not everyone gets a slice of that cake. You get the cake. You've got your snout in that cake. Everyone can benefit from it. And this is particularly true, perhaps, of Russia and Britain. What a horrible analogy about a big cake being baked with fuck off written across the top of it. You can fuck off, you can fuck off, you can get your snout in, you can get your snout in. He went on. Governments need to remember that businesses don't have to invest in our country, they choose to. And we need to help them make that choice. It means the minimising of the burden of regulation. You can't go around regulating people. Regulating means making sure people behave in an orderly and sometimes legal and sometimes moral fashion. Oh, that burden of regulation. Get over here, stick your snout in the cake, and if there's a war down the line that's somehow tangentially connected to these outcomes, we'll punish you then, or we'll pretend to. Apparently what does need regulation is social media, free speech, things that ordinary people might use. Do you know what doesn't need regulation? Great big oligarchs coming over here, getting involved in financial trades, funding political parties. That doesn't need regulation. It's party time! Take your top off! Whoa, jacuzzi! Normal people! Hey! We better regulate that. You just did a misinformation. Late last year, Boris Johnson addressed a global investment summit. And when told that the people in the room represented 24 trillion of wealth, he gushed, I want to say to each and every one of those dollars, you are welcome in the UK and you've come to the right place at the right time. Now, while that might make you loathe a leader that would say something like that, there are already institutional and systemic frameworks in place that mean that really that's what anyone in that position is going to say. There's no figure that's going to turn up and go, this is appalling. I'm going back. I'm going to be of ordinary people, just run the country nicely and start building institutions that mean something and ensuring ordinary Americans, ordinary British people have the right to run their own lives. No one's going to do that. That is not how the system operates. That's not what it's set up for. Are you getting this yet? There are global agencies that facilitate relationships between corporations and nations and ensure that tax money can be facilitated fluidly into corporate hands. And this is merely one example of that ongoing and defining phenomena. As the international billions began to pour in, big money was hailed as yet another boost to the capital's energy. But that was usually a con. In London, far too many streets are now full of houses and flats bought by absent individuals, while the boom at the very top of the capital's property economy has accelerated the rise of prices and rents to completely impossible levels. So what happens is that investment gets made, perhaps in property, so you get the artificial inflation of house prices with the concomitant emptiness of those houses. So ordinary people can't get nowhere to live. Rich people have got loads of valuable assets. There is not one economy. There is not one reality. There are several realities. There is the reality occupied by elite institutions and people that are involved in the management of power. And then there is a second reality or economy, given that economy is ultimately the abiding god of our times. And that is the one that we compete and operate within. Even people like me that are relatively well off, we operate in that strata. In order for this one to become fair and more just, you have to penetrate and dismantle that upper tier of economic reality. In 2020, the Intelligence and Security Committee said that London offered ideal mechanisms by which illicit finance could be recycled through what has been referred to as the London laundromat. When you're operating at this elite level, the level of corporations, international agencies, national governments, there's a different language, there's different codes going on. It's not conspiracy theory to say these things happen. This is not stuff that's being made up. Oh no, there's lizards. It's not that. This is, you can track these financial transactions around the globe. You can see the implications of them. And even when it's pretty opaque and complex like Ukraine, the more you look at it, you start to see how these interests inevitably lead to the manufacture of a conflagration. And as is always the case, whether it's war or poverty, who are the victims? Is it going to be oligarchs? Is it going to be powerful politicians? Is it going to be people that fund and operate within international agencies like the IMF or the WEF? I don't think so. I think you know the answer to that question. In January, a US think tank warned that any US-UK counter-kleptocracy drive would be hampered by the close ties between Russian money and elite UK institutions, including the Tory party. So the governing parties, the Democrats in your country, America, the Conservative Party in this country, the United Kingdom, are all tainted, even when you just take one relatively small issue, not relatively small issue in terms of suffering. I mean, think of the number of ways that the intersection of financial interest and national governance and international diplomacy and geopolitics could be influenced by these kind of relationships. Every conceivable way is what I would offer you. So how can you have transparency? How can you have authenticity? How can you have a moral imperative that can stand firm and clear when we know what we are founded upon. Until we alter our own systems of governance, until we have real democracy, real transparency, a reliable media, then obviously these kind of scenarios, I'm referring specifically to Ukrainian war, will be generated. But that's just what I think. Let me know what you think in the comments below. What do you think about the complexity of these issues? What do you think about what this reveals about ongoing corruption? What measures would you like to see taken to see them ended? What news sources should we look at to further bolster these arguments? If you enjoyed this video, have a look at this one or this one. Remember, I'm live. It's a fantastic experience. Come see me in Hull, Newcastle, Bristol, Plymouth, Blackpool. A real experience. Meditation, breath.
See, there's another guy with good calls to action at the end of his video. He gives you multiple. Do you want to listen to his podcasts over here? You got a video. He's coming, he's coming to a town near you. He's making his services, his offer known to his audience. Good job and good analysis. And he had this phrase in there he used. It slipped by. So I just wanted to let's focus in on that. He said, London Laundromat. London Laundromat. There's a movie called The Laundromat. Antonio Banderas, Gary Oldman are in it, and it's a fictitious portrayal of the Panama Papers and the laundromat of not just the Caymans, but all these offshore banking operations that kind of were set up by British Anglo-American establishment financial type people. It's a very interesting, fictitious piece on something that exists in reality. Right. And they even kind of there's a twist at the end where they're like, hey, here's what's really going on. Here's how it works. Here's how they rip people off. Right. So they were focusing on Credit Suisse and their dirty birds and bad banks. And OK, we've heard it before. But I wanted to bring to the table another bank. It's called you might know it as HSBC, but it started out as the Hong Kong Shanghai Bank Corporation, founded in 1865. And let me take you real quick to the history blueprint before we get to our special guest, because there is a point to this continuity. This bank right here existed back in the days of the British East India Opium Empire. That's where it made all its money. It's what made China today, this type of financing. Well, a couple of years ago, I interviewed in the control room. I just dropped it in the Discord chat for production. I interviewed a whistleblower from HSBC. His name is John Cruz. Very interesting interview. If you have time this week, might make a little note to check it out, because it's more relevant to what's going on today than some of the stuff you're going to see. Most of the stuff you'll see in the news this week. Cruz had this to say, that HSBC had for a long time been involved with narco-terrorism and drug money laundering and all this sort of thing. It's just kind of standard. But he described how when HSBC paid the $2 billion to the United States government, the money disappeared. So even in the legal, let's crack down on the drug dealing bank, there's a whole bunch of shenanigans. Also notable, James Comey, you might have heard of him. He's the tall guy from the FBI. Comey had to sit on the board of HSBC when they got their wrists slapped for their drug money laundering. So they're like, let's put this guy from the FBI on there. And then I think it's during the same time, but HSBC for the Hillary Clinton campaign, I think they gave her a really large sum of money. I want to say 100 million, but that might be crazy numbers, but I'm pretty sure it wasn't 100,000. So we could look that up. I've documented that in the past, that large donation made to the Clinton Foundation. Probably it was HSBC to Hillary. So there's this history of
close,
HSBC.
81 million.
81 million.
81.
See, it's a big number. I knew it was big like that. It's like
100 million, yeah.
It's like the other number I have trouble remembering all the time is 18 billion. George Soros put 18 billion of his dollars into his pro-democracy foundations to do things like what you saw in 2014 Ukraine. Correct. And if you see those ads on your YouTube this week for IRF or IRC, the black and yellow help people in Ukraine, that's funding his propaganda and warfare over there. It's not going to the citizens, unfortunately. So there's all those sort of things going on. So there seems to be this narco-terrorism market, this drug money laundering market. There's people that participate, people who profit, people who facilitate, but it also seems to be really close to intelligence communities. In fact, if you examine the history of MI6, you might see a bunch of people who were the first in command of that, and their lineage is coming from that realm of the old China trade, protecting these type of monopolized off the books markets where huge amounts of wealth. We're going to hear during the intermission tonight how the East India Company assumed the great wealth of the Mughal Empire or some people call them the Mughal Empire, from India, and how like Robert Clive had all this stuff that used to be their treasures. Like, they had gold armor for their elephants. That's over in England now. You can go check it out. It's in a museum. So all this wealth. And I also did a presentation a couple weeks ago for Foster Gamble, and in there I showed the gross national product of all these countries, and all of a sudden the Mughals switch with the British East India Company, and then 100 years later it switches to the British Raj, which was just another way of managing it. It went from India being managed by the Honorable East India Company to India being managed by Queen Victoria.
Yeah, the crown itself.
Not a big difference. Not a whole lot of big difference.
The point about MI6 also, let's not forget the OSS, or the origins of the OSS, or bankers and Wall Street bankers and lawyers, when it comes to
so later tonight we'll hear just like a little summary of the Levant Company and the spice trade and Turkish type of trade with Britain, and the owners of the Levant trade making the British East India Company, and then continuing that forth. So prior to that, control room, can we bring up our guest's webpage? I want to put that on screen while I bring him to the stage. Our guest this evening, by the way, is going to be Richard Gage, AIA. He's a 30-year San Francisco Bay architect and a member of the American Institute of Architects. He's the founder and former CEO of Architects and Engineers for 9/11 Truth. You might have heard of that. He's now flying solo with his new podcast, Richard Gage, 9/11 Unleashed, continuing to speak the truth about 9/11 and interview very interesting people who have a little information that might be useful for the listening audience. So I was on his show, was it last Thursday, Richard? You can come to the stage. How you doing? Good to see you.
It's good.
Oh, your mic's a little overdriven. We'll turn it down a little bit. Let's see.
Overdriven mic. That's terrible.
Oh, right about there. That's getting in the sweet spot right there.
How's that?
Yeah, we didn't have a fancy sound check with you. Maybe we're going to work that into our professional end. Yeah, so that's been a thing. Good to see you. How you doing?
You too, my friend. It's really good.
And I just got to speak with you a couple days ago.
I know, but there's so much to talk about, Richard.
And now I get to ask the questions.
Yeah, I was pounding you with questions the other day. We wanted to learn all about autonomy on our side, and I'm here to help you learn about what you want to learn about on your side. But let's definitely touch base on what we see. 9/11 Con, the new Pentagon conference coming up next weekend. That's what we launched yesterday and today. It's very exciting for us.
I'm excited about it too. We're kind of co-sponsoring with you to help people know about it and maybe even show up to it. And I clicked through your email today and I sent you some feedback. You had good copywriting, good graphics, all the links work, good calls to action, very professional. And, for folks at home who might not be familiar with your whole story, no, I'm just kidding. I first met you back in 2008, and I had the privilege of, I'll unfold it for the audience like this. I was learning how to make films. I just learned how to podcast. I'm teaching myself how to get cameras and get the red dot and get things in focus. And I got a couple cameras and some tripods. And I hear that Richard Gage is speaking a couple hours away from me. I live in Hartford. He was speaking in Boston. I said, I could probably make a drive there. So I go up to MIT, and I've never been to MIT before. And we didn't have Waze and these things back then. So I got lost a couple times. I'm rushing to get to the place, carrying all this equipment in there. I set it up. The audience fills up. So I'm at the back of this like slanted auditorium like they have at colleges. And Mr. Gage is down front and he's getting set up, and the audience is getting all full of people from MIT. And I'm surrounded by all this big brain power. And he goes into his presentation, and I got various angles I'm filming. And he asked this question to the audience: how many people believe the official story? And everyone puts their hands up. I was like, okay, so that's what we're dealing with here. A bunch of people who just, believe what they heard on TV or whatever. Yeah. And at the end of the presentation, the most impressive thing that stuck with me was that when you asked the question at the end, nobody's hand went up. That you had logically walked them through. And then there's also that conference. There was a conference that weekend. Was it the AIA conference there? And I was doing some filming there, and people were asking you about, your presentation and things like that. That was a good time. It was a good experience for me back then. And you've remained amazingly consistent over the years. And here we are in 2022. And most people still don't know anything about World Trade Center 7 or anything. So there's still a meaning and a need for that message that you've been carrying, and that bucket that you've got doesn't have any holes in it. So you still got the whole thing. In fact, it's gotten better with like the Halsey research and these other things that have come together. So however you want to unfold your, evolution of what you've been working on and the craft that you've made of explaining really complex architecture in ways that the everyday person, if they just, pay attention, can understand some of the bigger picture.
Yeah, it's been quite a journey for 15 years. I've been putting out the explosive destruction of the 3 World Trade Center skyscrapers on 9/11. And I'm still doing that, though my career has shifted quite substantially from being at and in the organization that I nurtured and having founded 15 years ago, and now moving on my own. And that's a story people can learn more about. We won't go into the gory details, and they are gory. But you can learn more at the website richardgage911.org. And what you'll learn is that I am unleashed. I do have a podcast I run with my wife, and we interview all kinds of people in addition to esteemed guests like you, Richard Grove, and John Perkins is coming up. Michael Hoffman is coming up. And Foster Gamble is coming up for me, like he just visited you. We do 2 podcasts a week, and we're putting it out there. And now we've been preparing for this conference, 9/11 Con. Get it? Con for conference, con for con job.
Well, I also like you had the, it's at the Pentagon. The Pentagon's in the logo. There's, you're just tipping the hat toward, hey, check this out. It might be interesting.
Yeah,
and there might be more to it than you thought. Yeah, exactly. I thought it was good framing. Thanks. How did that come together?
Well, I said, we got to do a conference. There's so many things we can do. We can do Shanksville. What happened there? The planes, what happened there? The hijackers, what happened there? The financial crimes of 9/11 are extraordinary. The media censorship is a whole set of stories in and of itself. And government propaganda and lack of response to the truth. The family members, we could go anywhere, but there's a great controversy in the 9/11 truth movement about the Pentagon. Most people, I think, in the 9/11 truth movement believe that that no plane hit the Pentagon. But there are those who believe a missile hit the Pentagon. There are those who believe a plane flew over the Pentagon. There are those who believe a plane flew near approaching it and blew up outside the Pentagon. There are those who believe that a plane, 757, did hit the Pentagon and went into the damaged section of the building there. So we're going to have those major speakers, presenters. Actually, they each of them have an hour and a half to present, starting with Barbara Honegger, and then Thierry Masson. We found him. He was hiding in France. No, he wasn't hiding. He's been very active in other truth movements for 20 years. We're bringing him back. He wrote the first books on the Pentagon and 9/11 Big Lies in 2002. And since, these became an international sensation. They were translated in like more than 8 languages. He got the 9/11 truth movement on a firm footing. And some would say, there were some early errors thereon, and we're going to get to the heart of that. And then after he goes, we have Craig McKee and Adam Ruff, a team highlighting the citizens investigation team theory that a plane flew over the Pentagon. And then we have David Chandler and Wayne Costa, who will present the evidence that they claim shows clearly that a plane hit the Pentagon. So all of this is 10 a.m. to 10 p.m. We've got 12 hours. The presenters will be questioned by the other presenters for the half hour after their 1.5 hour presentation. And then at the end, there's 2 hours where all the presenters can take questions from the public. So we're expecting hundreds and hundreds in this virtual live stream online conference. And we'll all be running it here from richardgage911.org. And so you can find out all about it and register for those of you who want to come. Encourage you to at richardgage911.org. So join us. It's going to be really quite an event.
All right. So I didn't find out about Thierry's work until later. Isn't he Canadian? Am I thinking of the right person? French. He's French.
In fact, he'll have a translator.
I thought maybe he was Quebec French. That's maybe what my problem was back in the day. So maybe like, I don't know, 2004, 2005, around the same time that I discovered like David Ray Griffin was publishing on this, and there were other people like that. And then Barbara Honegger has been an investigative journalist for many decades. She's very well experienced. So I'm interested to see what her presentation. I met her in like 2006, so I have an idea, but she's also evolved. The citizens information, the CIT, the journalists that got all the like 93 video camera, like they're interesting too. They went to the gas stations and interviewed people. I remember watching some of their stuff as they were making it years ago.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then, all right. So I don't have a belief or an opinion on it, but I do have some facts that are relevant to it, and keep these in your pocket. So the day before 9/11, Rumsfeld came out and said there was $2.3 trillion unaccounted for, right?
Yeah.
And so the fact that the part of the building had accountants the next day that blew up.
Yep.
So there's an article from the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette by Milan Samovich, and it talks about the accountants in that wing. So they were doing the investigation. The accountants that were working on that to find missing money got hit that day. So that was one thing that stuck with me. The other is there are some photographs. You have to look at photographs in chronological order from that day. If you look at photographs of that site 45 minutes into it, it's all fallen in. But when you look at the photographs, when the smoke is, when it's just starting, you can see I hate to laugh about it, but there's one of the photos I'm thinking of specifically where the window is like the building is cut into, it's just sliced, like someone sliced it with a knife, and everything in the offices is set. Like there's a book open on a stool. You can see everything in the picture as if something just sliced through this building and the rest of it came down. And then this other part falls and really obscures the scene. But I remember looking at some of the early photos from that and thinking, this seems really odd that the claim is Flight 77 disappeared in this building. And when you look at the early photos, that doesn't seem to be possible. And when I coupled that with the pilots for 9/11 Truth and their data, and I used to get their CDs and DVDs and see what the latest was, that they could not in a simulator even do the thing that was claimed, let alone have a pilot that doesn't know how to do it that day and execute like that. So there was so many, like as Morpheus would say, splinters in the mind. Once you start looking into like, there's a lot of contradictions. That's what that splinter in the mind metaphor is anyway. It's a contradiction. Yeah. There's a lot of contradictions. I mean, even when they came out with, here's the videotape of the thing we claim flying through it, it's just a blur. There's no identification of anything. That's the first thing in logic. I mean, Tony's a logic professor and we can break it open for a second, my co-host, but you would start with the things that exist in the law of identification, then understand how those pieces fit together. And then you would get to the how or the use case of what actually happened. So in the case of the Pentagon, there's a lot of pieces, individual pieces of grammar. What is the Pentagon? Who runs it? Who pays for it? Who reinforced that side of the building with bunker buster proof type of defenses that might have been tested that day in a practical application of some sort? These sick people who make up Operation Northwoods type of plans, right? So there's a lot to that. So I'm super interested to hear at least these four perspectives. And I wasn't even aware. You're right. There are a lot of different theories of what happened there, because the data that could show us beyond reasonable doubt traditionally has made national security top secret. And that's what has all people trying to fill in the blanks with, maybe this happened, maybe this happened. Because, you know, the media and the people that are in authority haven't told us the truth. It creates that room for doubt. and then they just label anyone who tries to hypothesize or fill in that blank a conspiracy theorist, instead of, these are smart people who recognize there's pieces of the data set that are missing, and they should, like, try to put it together.
Or they manipulate those communities by sort of implanting different theories that are just not well grounded,
or cause friction with other groups. Like,
yeah, exactly. They sort of divide and conquer those groups that are attempting to find the truth. And then to your point, Richard Gage, Richard, you said something. I'm sorry, you both are named Richard. So I'm gonna call you Mr. Gage. I'll call you Richard, so I don't get confused here. So Mr. Gage, like, what I just have a quick question. Like, what was I love the dialectic. I like actually getting all of the evidence from all these different perspectives out on the table in one, like, 12-hour span, sort of marathon, if you will. I'm tempted to ask you what your opinion is, but before we even get that far, what gave you the incentive, the insight, and the ability to, with your knowledge, being an architect, to allow for such an open dialectic to occur, knowing that this is probably one of the biggest issues, having worked with Rich for 10 years, is seeing the divide and conquer that has happened with people becoming so ideologically possessed by, it has to have been this or that in regards to, well, it was a plane or no planes, it was bombs, it was micro nukes, it was directed. I mean, there's so many different theories, and it's become such a dividing source in that community, which has been frustrating from our angle, working together, trying to find the truth of the matter. Understanding sort of the how comes, I think, to Rich's point, after we ask some of the more important questions that come beforehand, the what and the who, the where. Like, what aspect of that building of the Pentagon was hit, and what was housed there as far as financial records? What are the accountants working on? Why was it reinforced? All these very strange questions that I think people sort of forget about, and then they focus on, no, it's a missile, no, it's a plane, no, it's Rocky Bullwinkle. I don't know. It's just like, it becomes absurd after a while. So what's your perspective there, and what's your incentive for allowing for that open discourse?
Well, I have been constrained by a very narrow scope at AE 9/11 Truth of necessity, which is the World Trade Center towers. Now, what got me into trouble is that there's part of me that didn't want to be so constrained. There's part of me that wanted to speak out on the current disease that's going around. And so I did, and that's what started this series of adjustments in my professional career to where I'm now independent. And so now that I'm independent, what do I do with myself? I'm a fish out of water. I mean, it's a little bit of an ivory tower living in AE 9/11 Truth. And I got really good at what I did and what I'm continuing to do, which is to speak out on the World Trade Center. But the truth movement has a greater need than that, because I have been putting out weekly webinars for 5 years. I have given 600, more than 600 certainly, presentations, and more than 600 radio interviews all around the world on those subjects. So the truth movement is well versed in the evidence for the explosive demolition, and the sets of evidence are very well defined. So, the part of it is a need to not just redefine myself, but to provide some value for the 9/11 Truth movement, which is new. And so this argument, the set of arguments that have been actually somewhat vicious in the 9/11 Truth movement between these parties, it's been very uncomfortable for me personally. I mean, I've stepped into it because for whatever reason, the truth movement, I think most of the people in it have seen AE 9/11 Truth as the tip of the spear, if you will, because it is the sharpest point to bring the to the public, to the media, to elected representatives. It's backed up by 3,500 architects and engineers. Well, what I allowed myself to do was to make a comment on the CIT Pentagon flyover theory video and interviews, and it was very impressive to me. And so then it got the kind of the whole movement in an uproar, and that was used as an endorsement of their theory and an opinion by myself, which it wasn't.
I see.
It was just a reaction, an emotional reaction to some very interesting work.
And so for the benefit of the audience, is the CIT theory something like an aircraft flew toward the Pentagon, and as it was about to hit the Pentagon, there's a puff of smoke, an explosion that goes off. People add those two things together, but it flies off behind the puff of smoke out over to the ocean?
Essentially. Essentially. And there's lots of contradictions within the witnesses about all of that, their own witnesses. So that will be clarified, hopefully, by Craig McKee and Adam Ruff, that team. Then I listened to Behind the Smoke Curtain, the DVD that Barbara Honegger had put out, and I was equally impressed. And that was about a plane, a fairly large plane of unknown origin, which explodes above or nearby the helipad, which is 100 yards or so from the official point of impact of the 757. And because she documents plane parts all over that area.
And there's people running with plane parts. I don't know if they're laying them down or picking them up, but it seems strange at a crime scene to see so many people acting in that way.
And we'll have an answer to that question from, I think, the David Chandler Wayne Costi group, which says that, God, we're going to, they I don't know if they cite somebody, but they did in fact create a whole lot of tents to house the Army and the different federal agencies out on the lawn. So what they say is that they were trying to preserve the evidence so that it didn't get trampled by these hundreds of agency officials. And
the official story, by the way,
that we're fleeing the scene, or I mean, that's a strange story, because you would think you would want to leave that evidence sort of unperverted in some.
But let me make it more strange, because I don't know that this has been layered on yet. But it's the birthday party of the Pentagon that day. They broke ground September 11th, 1941. It's 60 years old that day. And people who work at the Pentagon know such things, right? So it's a very interesting and strange birthday party of like picking up or setting down evidence on the lawn.
Yeah. I didn't know that. Thanks, Richard. Well, so then I got in trouble for having an opinion on Behind the Smoke Curtain, which was a very, very interesting set of evidence by Barbara Honegger. And then I started listening to the Chandler Costi team and their evidence, and I was impressed by that, and I made a comment. So it's not like I've delved into this and I still can't make up my mind. I've only touched the surface of these three theories. We're going to go a lot deeper on Saturday, March 19th into each of them, including evidence that a missile hit the Pentagon, which is provided by Thierry Masson, who's coming out of 9/11 Truth retirement to share with us his original findings. So it's very exciting.
I commend you. I mean, it's because you're an architect, you having 30 years plus of expertise and engineering experience, and still your ability to have an open mind to allow different theories, especially when you're presented with evidence, specifically presented with evidence that makes you at least ask some pertinent questions. That's impressive, because sometimes people become sort of calcified or intransigent or sort of impervious to new information coming in. I don't know if that was something that sort of populated AE 9/11 over the years or something, just because I know you guys come with such a sort of focus, sort of a very sort of focalized perspective because of your engineering background into how the mechanisms behind not only the construction of the World Trade Center, but how it can then be brought down in the fashion in which we witnessed it on 9/11. I don't know if that creates a sort of intransigent situation where people are just unwilling to accept other potential possible theories as to what happened. Maybe not with the towers themselves, because you guys present by far the best evidence for the demolition, but in regards to what happened with the Pentagon or Shanksville, which we haven't really even mentioned as well. Pittsburgh, I have a lot of friends out that way. So I live in Pennsylvania. So.
Oh, okay. Well, with regard to the Twin Towers, you might imagine that we have a inviolable set of a dogma of evidence that has permeated the 9/11 truth movement completely and dominated it, and that might be true, but I submit to you that everywhere I go, I get questions about directed energy weapons. I get questions about nuclear weapons destroying the towers.
Judy Woods, why the towers fell, and then Dmitry Kozalev had the micro nuke theory, but then he passed away, and I don't know if he had a published work.
Because we were trying to contact. In fact, a colleague of ours had contacted him.
Maybe it was Danny Jawenko from Controlled Demolition. Yeah, that's who I think that was.
He didn't just pass away. A lot of people think he was killed. His car sped up like Michael Hastings, until it hit a tree, and he was killed in that accident.
That parallel is terrifying, but yeah, that's exactly.
So like Barry Jennings was like how they Terrence Yakied Barry Jennings, and then they Michael Hastings. Okay, yeah, I see patterns.
There are patterns everywhere. But I don't look at those patterns. I mean, I have to draw the line somewhere, don't I? I mean,
to where your academic credibility. That's why it's been good, and you've stuck to your AIA certified. You know this thing, and you're analyzing this thing, and that's good. And you've stayed away from these other things. However, now that you're unleashed, and you're able to express opinions about things that you've seen that you found to be compelling, I'm going to make an argument. It's none of these things by themselves. It's a recipe that achieves the effect of layers. It's Murder on the Orient Express. Almost everybody who could have had a chance in that thing had a chance in that thing and played some part. And that's how they keep it secret. They got people who have self-interest on that side to stay on that side. And because people are like, how do they keep it secret? I'm like, do you know what national security and how many people are under that legal contract where you go to a federal prison if you break it? Like there's that layer. And then there's the blackmail layer. Then there's you're born into it layer. There's a whole bunch of layers that add up to them being able to do things like this. And Operation Gladio is 50 years of that history prior to 9/11. So there's a lot that I think you can get through to people with your podcast and the interviews you're doing. I mean, even Dave Van Kleist, I didn't listen to it yet. But in plain sight, 9/11 in plain sight, I'm pretty sure that was the first piece of 9/11 media that crossed my eyes. Oh. And I was like, what? I was literally like, what? He's taking the CNN footage and what's in the frames? You know, what's going on here? And I'm not saying he's right. But what I'm saying is he seemed to be legitimately looking at the source material that was being purveyed by the mainstream media. And he's showing you that what they're purveying does not add up, does not make sense when you look at it frame by frame.
Yeah, it's true. And wait till you see it. I mean, it's pretty convincing. There are several different views of the plane coming into the South Tower because all the cameras were trained on it at that time. And you definitely see a bulge under the plane on the starboard side of the plane, which is the right side of the plane. Now, that is been tested by a photographic an analyst expert from Spain, a woman, and we showed that analysis in that on that podcast, and she did a detailed analysis of the thing. I don't know if she got paid or what, but it's really there, you know, and so that, what does that mean? Well, that means it wasn't a commercial flight. And that opens up a can of worms, right? Well, if it wasn't a commercial flight, okay, where were the passengers? All kinds of questions. What was the flash of light? Lots of argument and discussion over that. But as far as I'm concerned, the jury is in that was not a commercial flight because, as the pilots in plain sight say, it was not. They don't have that equipment. Those military have that equipment. Now, what was it
painted? What was it like doing? Civilian equipment, just like they said they'd do in Operation Northwoods in 1963 with the Joint Chiefs of Staff. who's then a chief executive officer, died suddenly after he refused it. So there's that aspect. Yes. And for people playing at home, that would be a military aircraft in that hypothesis or that postulation that's painted to look like something that's a commercial airliner. Right. So there's that aspect to it. But
it wasn't that well painted either. According to several witnesses, it was a gray plane. And this video that came out very recently,
he says, yeah, you're right. That Ryan's video, Kevin's video, it's called.
Yeah. It shows the plane from yet another similar, quite the same actually angle, but a different camera source. And it has yet to be analyzed. Some people think that it's dark, and some people think that, oh no, that's a United Airlines. In fact, it was identified by somebody in that crowd as a United Airlines plane. I haven't analyzed that. I just heard different sides of the argument.
Right. It's been, we covered it a couple weeks ago when it first came out. I think it's like a honeypot. It's a Winnie the Pooh get his hand stuck in there if you put your nose too close to it. But from the fingerprint at the end with the 20-year release, because there was a 20-year embargo on the video you're watching, and then he plays a song that had a 20-year embargo on it.
It's even more disturbing than that. If you look at his graduation ceremony, there's a Jonathan Swift quote about like the plane, like the melting embers of metal and also
the fingerprints of someone who might have worked on the other side of the operation.
He has
like he was a civilian.
Yeah, he has another video where he shows hypoxia, so pilot training and dealing with low oxygen environments. And I'm like, why would you show this? And then it's the strangest series of videos, because then my mind gets running. I'm like, well, does this mean that like it would be impossible to do those maneuvers, or like there's like what's going on? It's very strange. I agree with you. Honeypot or sort of a QAnon style situation got me a little bit concerned, but there's also some weird illusions in there that are hard to ignore.
Yeah. So that piece of recent footage aside, I remember talking to like Rob Balsamo, who runs pilots for 9/11 Truth, and their work on it was demonstrating a number of things. One, a human pilot can't do that in the simulator. You can't do it in reality. Unlikely. And then an untrained pilot, no way.
That's what I've heard about as well.
And that most importantly, and from a structural engineering aspect, this is what resonated with me, because I had a lot of training in that, even though I didn't finish my degree in that. I got business degree. But those airliners are designed to fly at cruising altitude at that top speed. You cannot fly at a low altitude at that top speed without structural failure. And you could not be precise so as to pick a building way off in the distance and drive that fast at it. It's not possible. So the story, the narrative was made up by people who don't understand physics, and the audience is a group of people who don't understand physics. And that's how these sort of public myths, like Philip Zelikow, that's what he did before he did the 9/11 Commission. He worked on creating public myths.
Yeah,
this is the type of mythology that you've been breaking down now for how many years?
Too many. 15, I guess.
We need to get you a bigger hammer to chip at this wall.
I know it doesn't go very fast. This is hard, long sludge. We're in the trenches. It is. It doesn't seem to end. But you know what? If we quit, we'll never win.
It's like Sisyphus. If we quit, the boulder rolls down on us. So we got to keep.
And something's motivating us. Let's ask ourselves that question. What motivates us to keep pushing this boulder up the hill, other than the fact that it'll roll on us if we don't? We're driven by something deep inside ourselves, those of us who are awake in the 9/11 Truth movement and awake in the other movement that's exposing the underbelly of the COVID and its false solution set of issues. We are driven. We don't even know what drives us. We're in service to something much greater than ourselves, I think. And because I just keep getting the energy to go and go and go. I keep getting ideas to frame the evidence so that it's more precisely pinpointed so that it can pierce the wall of denial in the media, the sleeping people, and our government. For instance, one of the things we're also very excited about is the film we're making, 9/11 Crime Scene to Courtroom. This has never been done. We're working together with the Lawyers Committee for 9/11 Inquiry, which I have joined the board of, and Mick Harrison, their litigation director, and I will be filmed in the courtroom with other experts also presenting the evidence to a jury. And this evidence will also put the public in the seat of a juror and allow them to weigh the evidence and give us feedback as well.
Can you give me some examples of exhibits you might introduce at such a forum?
Yeah. Then the grand jurors will see it because we'll be submitting it to them in the form of a submittal to the original petition. So they'll have an opportunity to hear the 156 witnesses of explosions in the World Trade Center towers. I cite a couple of dozen of them in my presentation normally, but boom, 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 just like a controlled demolition when they try to take down buildings. Quotes like that. Quotes like, we felt the train run like a train running underneath my feet. And I look up and then the next thing we know, the building is collapsing. I heard a bright flash, and then there was a momentary delay before you could see the beginning of the collapse. Quote after quote after quote, describing precisely controlled demolition, seeing the collapse after all of these very specific sounds of explosions. So that's damning evidence. And then you have on top of that 36 reporters on the day of 9/11, the vast majority of them reporting the events as an explosion-based event, not a collapse due to fire, which came out the next day when all the experts were consulted and from the top down in these federal agencies and private associations like the American Society of Civil Engineers, saying that it was a collapse due to weakening of steel and all that jet fuel, all this kind of stuff. So the jurors will be able to see and hear counterpoint the NIST official explanation for something and then the truth about what really happened based on the science, not based on NIST's proclamations about what they call science. So we'll go back and forth with each set of evidence. The witnesses of explosions are only one of about 20 sets of evidence. We also have the extreme lateral ejection of freely flying structural steel sections weighing 8 tons, ejected laterally at 80 miles an hour, landing 600 feet in every direction. This doesn't happen in a structural collapse. And then we have the near free fall collapse of the Twin Towers, free fall in the case of Building 7, which means in the case of Building 7, not one of the 80 columns gave any resistance to the collapse whatsoever. Well, where did they go? And NIST even acknowledged that that would mean there'd be no structure there. But in the process of denying that there was free fall, then they had to admit it. So this was all proven. They were forced into it by David Chandler and Stephen Jones and other members of AE 9/11 Truth. So this is the jurors will see these glaring contradictions, also including the incredible heat produced by the Twin Towers, both in terms of during the collapse, where 10 times the volume of the building, we have these pyroclastic-like clouds coming out at 35 miles an hour in cauliflower-shaped forms, which is a clear indication, as we are told by the NFPA 921, the Guide for Fire and Explosion Investigations, to look for these things. So that heat indeed is evidenced in the pools of molten iron that are documented and denied by NIST again, but documented by first responders, FEMA, OSHA, other structural engineers. They go on and on. So they have temperatures exceeding 2,800 degrees that they document. Well, guess what? Fires only get to be about a quarter of those temperatures. Where did all this heat come from? Heat that melted steel, molten steel that we have in terms of flowing out of the buckets of the excavators, that cannot be explained by office fires or jet fuel, which only burns at 600 Fahrenheit. So all these contradictions are what the jurors are going to see. Well, where did all that hot heat come from? We're going to be seeing then the evidence of thermite and nanothermite. Thermite's an incendiary used by the military to cut through steel like a hot knife through butter. So we have the evidence right there in the form of ignited thermite of the molten steel pouring out of the South Tower, for instance, 10 minutes prior to its collapse. The pools of molten iron dripping out of the buckets, and then also throughout all the World Trade Center dust, the EPA describes a signature element that is not even World Trade Center dust unless it has all these molten iron microspheres, billions of them. Well, what does that mean? Molten iron is the byproduct of thermite. So these spheres, which are about the diameter of a human hair on average, are everywhere in all the dust, and they're completely unexplained in the detailed studies by the U.S. Geological Survey and by R.J. Lee. So an environmental consulting firm who did studies also. But so how would they get there? Well, you do an experiment with thermite in yourself. You ignite it with a very hot temperature, and the thermite is iron oxide, which is essentially rust, and aluminum pieces mixed up. And there's an incredible incendiary, high heat, 4,000 degree temperatures. And what's produced? Molten iron microspheres. So we know where they came from. It's very clear. In fact, we only have to look at the body of the blanket of dust throughout lower Manhattan, 3 inches thick concrete powder, pulverized, all those floors pulverized to a fine powder. We look in there, and the team of 8 international scientists led by Niels Harrit in Copenhagen finds red-gray chips in all these independently collected samples that were sent to them for analysis. They do,
and these chips are colored on one side. They're like rust colored on one side, and then like aluminum on the other.
Yeah, exactly. They thought it was paint because they're dual layered. They're obviously fluid applied. So, but they analyze it and they find the ingredients of thermite in there. What's that doing? Through an X-ray energy dispersive spectroscopy. But then they zoom in 50,000 times, and what do they find? Nanoparticles of iron oxide and aluminum powder, which should not be there at all. But these are the diameter of a human. These are 1,000 times smaller than the diameter of human hair. Nanoparticles, and they're set in this bed of oxygen, silica, carbon. This is extremely sophisticated material, which that stuff is gas expansion, organic material, which provides the gas expansion in.
So probably not made by the box cutter guys, is what you're saying.
No, it's very sophisticated. And we know where we can go to find this. This is all documented, by the way, in a peer-reviewed paper in the Bentham Open Chemical Physics Journal. It's not been even challenged by any other peer-reviewed paper. This is back in 2009. We've had this. We brought it to Congress. We brought it to the media. They just ignore it. We've got foul representatives who are not doing us any favors. And if they're good, they don't want to touch it because it's a political third rail for them. They'll be called a conspiracy theorist like the rest of us. B, more likely, I think in most cases, they're part of the problem. And I can't prove that. I think you can with all of the brain diagrams that you've done. They got to lead to those guys.
Foul is a nice euphemism for it. I'll just say we could use much more choice words there. So
hey, I also wanted to touch on, I didn't remember this until like a couple minutes ago, but I interviewed, or my buddy John Massari and I interviewed a NIST whistleblower for you guys. Do you remember that guy, Peter?
Peter Ketchum.
Ketchum, that's his last name.
And all right. It's on YouTube. Stand for Truth.
All right. So he's like a mathematician type. He's nerdy, smart guy with math and these sort of things. He's working at NIST. And then the NIST report comes out. He knew nothing about like the investigation, but he reads the report afterwards. And so I remember the one question I asked him was, what percentage of the NIST model came from actual evidence at the scene? He's like, none. They made the model independently of the evidence at the scene. I was like, that's it. That's all. That's basically all you need to understand, is that they made a model at NIST to suit their predetermined narrative, and it had nothing to do with the evidence at the scene. Another interesting thing, I don't know. Did you know the guy who had the location where we filmed him? Was that your hookup?
What are we talking about?
Okay, so Peter Ketchum, we filmed him in Brooklyn. We filmed him at the offices of a multiple Academy Award winner, Emmy Award maybe, winner named John Kirby. He made a film that I was very familiar with, American Ruling Class.
Yeah.
So in talking with him while we were setting up for the interview, we had gone out to lunch and we're having this discussion and we're talking about the deep state and East India Company. And I'm kind of like, hey, how do you know this? I know how I know this. He goes, my dad was a Rhodes Scholar. And I was like, shut the front door. No, he's a very nice guy, very smart, very, very smart guy. Had a great library in his office. That's where we filmed Peter Ketchum. And so those are good times. It's been a couple years though.
Yeah.
I didn't realize NIST whistleblower.
You had done that.
I get around. Yeah. I don't make a big deal about it. That's all.
You sure do. And he's well spoken. That's an important DVD for everybody. In fact, that's a really good one to play during our breaks. We're going to have 3 30-minute breaks in this 12-hour day. So it's like we're not just going to be exhausting everybody without mercy. So we'll play that video during the break. But
in fact, after we're departed from you at the end of this, LD, would you bring up on my Vimeo, just search NIST and you'll find the Peter Ketchum, like it's 30 seconds, but it has the GoPro angle. So you can see the whole room, the setup, who's there. We're all filming them. It was a good time, but I want to show that to the audience after Richard leaves us.
Oh, yeah. That'll be great.
Yeah. And then the other thing I wanted to point was the best research that I could help you tie some of this stuff together that goes beyond like my personal experience. This guy, Jeremy Reese, he goes by Alien Scientist.
Oh yeah,
YouTube.
Jeremy.
For years, he's been Johnny on the spot. And there was like one video he made. I'm like, he nailed it. And then he makes this longer, deeper video with more. I'm like that. Yeah, he nailed it even more. So it's like he's just nailing like nails in the coffin of these people.
He's got hundreds of pages of analysis too. I mean, we had him on the show.
All those companies that made all the different parts to do the whole effect of the thing that we see. So yeah, there's a lot more to be learned, and I want to see more people learn about these things so they don't happen again.
Yeah, really. That's the other thing that drives us. We expose the truth about 9/11, and guess what? People. Well, first of all, we show them Building 7. It is an obvious controlled demolition, looks exactly like one. There was no examples of any other previous collapse by fire in a steel framed high rise until that day.
There were 2 others right before that one. But that's the only one where they said it was going to fall down before it fell down. They read the script ahead of time.
What's strange is how they try to explain that, because I guess the column was on fire in the background. They're like, well, this would create a structural or compromise the structural integrity. And I was laughing because I'm like, see, you don't see it from this angle. This is what the conspiracy theorists show you. But you look at this angle, I'm like, but that wouldn't be enough. Even if that were the case, just like with the supposed jet fuel that compromised the integrity of the steel columns, you wouldn't get the near free fall speed. Where did all that extra heat come from? To your point, I mean, it's to Mr. Gage's point. I mean, there's all these contradictions and extra questions need to be asked based on that. That doesn't make any sense, because you wouldn't get exactly as Mr. Gage has said, a perfect free fall, or not free fall, but
and is the BBC
controlled? It is free fall, but controlled demolition style. Because you look at other controlled, if you juxtapose that to other controlled demolitions, it looks exactly like that. Whereas because of the sort of what happened with the planes, we'll just use that for now, on the 9, and the sort of like the crippling or sort of like crimpling, if you will, of the tower as it falls, both towers as they fall, like people sort of they can get mystified by it for it. But when you look at building 7 is fully structured. There's no holes in it, so to speak, I guess is what I'm trying to say. So when you can juxtapose that to a controlled demolition, it looks 1-to-1, like a complete congruency between the two. And that's where it's just like it's become obvious. Now, if that column that's on fire for all those hours that they say will compromise the integrity of the structure, it wouldn't fall in that manner. It's not like that is like the cornerstone of the entire structure from which you'll get a free fall controlled demolition like experience. It doesn't make any sense. Like, if anything, it would sort of buckle and then sort of like fall in on itself, or sort of go like pieces of it would fall in.
It would do something else inconvenient to their plan.
And everybody gets
property,
that.
And then there'd be an investigation.
It's common sense, right? I'm not a physicist. I'm just a logic professor. Like, I can see the contradictions.
A 7th grader can get it.
Right.
A child can get it. Right. Well, so we take that and we start with that, because that opens minds. We don't have the emotional trauma relative to building 7 that we do with the Twin Towers.
Right.
So people, once they see this, they go, oh, no, that wasn't fire that destroyed that building. They know they've been lied to, right? So already their belief structure in their government, which is like, as a child, your parents, they're infallible. They can't do anything wrong. You can't afford to believe that they could abuse you or your family. They're almost perfect, and it's a matter of psychological survival. But we show them building 7, and it begins to crack, and then we go to the Twin Towers, and once we have the building 7 platform ready for us, we can show them the Twin Towers. Now, 9/11 then falls. Once 9/11 falls, and that's what happened for me in 2006 when David Ray Griffin I heard him on the radio, and I'd never heard any alternative theory about this at all. And so here's my world breaking apart. I mean, it was extremely uncomfortable. You described some of this in your experiences too, Richard. It's like, no, because that would mean, no, I'm not going there. That would mean that the media lied to us across the board, around the world. That would mean that the 500 representatives in Congress lied to us. Not to mention the Bush administration, which I was already a little bit, although I was a Reagan Republican, I wanted to go and get those bastards that did this to us in Afghanistan, of all places, and Iraq, of all places.
And to your point, real quick, these lies are spread all around the world by the media, by our government, and it's very easy. People are like, how do they do that? I'm like, it's very easy. They don't know the truth, and then they're told a story and they repeat it. That's basically it. Yep. So it's not like they're all in on it, twisting their mustache.
No,
they're in the dark. CNN and AP and White House said this. That's what they tell people.
And everyone wants a solution and narrative as quickly as possible, so they can at least put it in. They can file it in some sort of filing system in their mind. It gives them some sort of continuity to go about their day. It's a psychological sort of warfare trick that's being played on the public.
And the newscasters are not journalists. They're just reading a script. It all comes down from the top. And then you, Richard, have established how high the top is in some measure. These are not independently operating corporations in the media and the arms industry, the oil industry, and the insurance industry and the banking industry. Sonoma State Project Censored has reevaluated this and found that they're all interlocking. The same boards of directors sit on all of these, and so they're controlled from the top down. And they are finding this out is just extremely disturbing, because how can you win against that? They have the money, they have the guns, they have the power, and the control of us. So we need to start thinking about where is our hope in all of this. And it's not me speaking to 100 or 1,000 people, as I've done many times, because that's not mushrooming like it needs to. It's not me reaching 1 million people on coast to coast radio like I've done in other large radio stations. It's not just that. So, but I can't stop. I've made 6 films already. We're on our 7th, and it's got to. I keep having hope that the next project will be the one that breaks it, but maybe it's not something that's going to actually break down the structure with a particular effort. 8/11 Truth just made Unspeakable, which is a heartwarming side. It doesn't get into the evidence, but it opens hearts and gives you a real insight into these 4 victims' family members who have been crying out for justice for 20 years now. That is a piece of the answer also, but not all of it. I don't have the crystal ball. I don't know what else to do. You've done the yeoman's work of the brain diagrams, Richard, and I was deeply impressed when I saw that interactive software. I hope you'll tell everybody about that.
Hey, I was just thinking. I mean, you had said interlock, so I already had this thought in mind before you said that. But I wanted to show you the history blueprint for a second, just because this map that might have things like the aircraft piracy protocols being changed right before the event, and these sort of things. Exercise. This is inspired by an artist named Mark Lombardi, who while I was doing research, I'm putting all this stuff together, and my buddy comes over. He says, I just saw an art exhibit in New York City where this guy has these huge wall-sized murals, and it's circles and lines, and when you go up to it, it's like George W. Bush gets money from James Bath, who got it from Salim bin Laden, and here's Osama bin Laden. And I was like, great, I want to meet this guy, I want to talk to him. He goes, oh, you can't, he died last year. 2 years ago, right before 9/11. And the artwork is all held. Right It's all held by the Whitney Museum and stuff from the Whitney Skull and Bones opium family. Of course,
you preserved that, I think, in what you've been missing. One of your earliest productions. I became aware of it before I met you, like over 10 years ago now.
So his book is called Global Networks. It's published by the Judith Rothschild Foundation. I can't make this up. And the book about him is called Interlock, like the life of Mark Lombardi. And there's also a good German documentary. But the idea is that I started putting into an interactive model for my edification, but also for self-preservation, because Lombardi's was all done on these pieces of paper that could only be shown in the museum. I wanted something that was interactive and that people could click into. It had the resources and references attached to it. So it was like taking that initial idea plus all this information that I had to organize, plus using that software to make it available to other people. And I've sold that model for, I don't know, almost 15 years now. Since 2008.
It's powerful. I just became aware of it myself, and I need to find time. That's the problem for me now. It's a huge problem is time, because that you put how many hours into that? Hundreds and hundreds and hundreds and hundreds.
I just disciplined myself to when I was learning, I would capture it so I could reuse it later, as opposed to open a bunch of tabs and losing them, because that's what we all usually do every day. So I just kind of systematized to get rid of that entropy. And that's my engineering background, always seeking to reduce that entropy.
Yeah. Well, it's incredible. We got to get it out there. I want to put it on my website. If you can help me to figure out the best format to do that, we'll make an article at a minimum about it and put the live software on there so people can learn more, because I'm unleashed now. And that's the kind of stuff that I can put out there. I don't know how long my rope is, but I can have other experts talk about most anything that will be helpful in waking up people.
Well, that's good. I'm looking forward to seeing these the evidence and the exhibits and the courtroom kind of thing unfold for the grand jury. But I'm even more excited because it's next week. The 9/11 Pentacon. Is it called the Pentacon Con?
No, that was the name of a piece of work by the Citizens Investigation Team. 9/11 Con.
Look at that synchronicity. 9/11 Con.
Yeah.
Next weekend, March 18th. Is that the correct?
19, March 19th, Saturday, all day. All right.
4 presenters. And where do people get their reserve their seat?
Go to richardgage911.org and follow your nose. You'll find it.
I tested it out earlier today. You do find it. You get a nice confirmation. It's well thought out. Everything you have going on is professional, as we would expect. Heretofore, it was this big organization, bureaucracy, red tape. Now you're solo. You're traveling light. You can talk to who you want. You can say your opinions. You can interview people, collect data and information. And I'm interested in seeing who else you're going to be interviewing this topic, because I continue to learn about it just about every day with what's going on in the world. You learn the history of people taking action today. Oh, they were in Iran-Contra. Okay.
Yeah.
You know, there's a long history of these covert actions. It's a finite planet. There's only so many people interested in this type of thing. Globalism, internationalism, usurping American sovereignty. So,
well, your work, Mr. Gage, it's been invaluable. If nothing else, whether we see actionable change even within our own lifetimes, it's important as a sort of time capsule preservation for later generations to be aware of what can happen with bureaucratic and sort of government systems and how they become tyrannical over time and how much they can abuse people's trust and value. So,
and I think you have enough punches in your repertoire, because it's not just World Trade Center 7. You're like Towers 1 and 2. And then you're like, and then they're all insured by the same guy and they paid him, and you just knock them out right there. It's like, it wasn't insurance fraud par excellence. It was like the guy got paid
on top of the physics.
After he arranged those special policies before the event as different, you know,
right before. Yeah.
Come on, man.
Yeah.
I say we just pull it. All right. Richard Gage, Unleashed. Thank you so much. And
thank you very much.
Anyone who hasn't seen it, go check out my interview with him from last week on his platform. He needs the clicks. He needs the likes. Go ahead and subscribe, click that bell, do all those good things. And also follow him on any other Freedom Outposts you might see him on. He's got a Substack. And Richard, it's been a real pleasure. I'll talk to you again soon. I want to talk about these financial connections and what you've learned by the time next time I talk to you.
Right on. Thanks, Richard. Thanks, Tony.
Yeah, thank you very much. Really appreciate this.
You take care, guys.
All right, LD, do we have that Peter Ketchum? How long is that clip? 3 minutes, maybe?
There's a 1 minute short here on Vimeo.
Okay, that's what it is. A 1 minute short. Okay, so this is the Canon T4i that you're seeing in that thumbnail of his. That had like a Zeiss lens on it. It was a nice close-up lens. And then we got GoPro. There's like 5 cameras we used
the old
for that
one
setup.
We got. Like
I don't know. Yeah, it might have been.
Yeah.
Yeah, John and I both had C100s for that filming. It was a good day for cinematography talk. All right, let's go ahead and watch this Peter Ketchum 1 minute money shot type of scene from that half-hour interview.
I didn't start looking into the investigation because I placed no importance on it. I was living in ignorant and blind world with respect to the World Trade Center collapse. I don't think I'm alone in saying that. I listened to the official story, I believed it, and then started thinking about other things. I never gave it much of a second thought. And as I mentioned before, I'm ashamed of myself for that. It's one thing for someone who never worked at NIST or has never worked in a scientific field. It's one thing for someone like that to say, gee, I didn't think about it, because it's just not something that's part of their daily existence. But I worked there for 14 years. I was there. I was working there when 9/11 happened. I was working there the entire time that investigation went on. I was there when both reports were released, one in 2005, the other in 2008. I was there that entire time. And I ask myself, what's my excuse? And I don't have an excuse. It's inexcusable. And in some sense, one of the reasons I am speaking out now is to atone for that.
I love the zoom in when he says tone for that. That's for good cinematography.
It's a good teaser. Makes you want to see that whole interview. And makes me want to get John Massaria on the show, because I had fun over the years filming various whistleblowers, and we interviewed Ray McGovern and a whole bunch of different people together. And there's a lot of footage that he shot and that I've shot that no one's ever seen. So maybe we should have like a discussion of that, because one of the people we interviewed, Hector Bareas, his story is now on Amazon as The Last Narc. I think that's what that is. And then Netflix made their series Narcos Mexico based on his story after we proposed it to them as a story called Kilos. That's a long story in and of itself. All right, we got to keep on track because we got a lot to do tonight. Can't be going segueing all over the place. All right, you'd be like the guy who read Segway off the cliff. That's how that guy who created that died. All right, so moving forward, do you think it's time for Kiev bio research? No, maybe not. Do we have anything light and funny in the show card tonight?
No, we got later on we got Kyle Dunnigan, Fresh Press, but as far as like funny but informative, yeah, we do. I think somewhere
the Kyle Dunnigan, it's got funny spots, it's a little haha.
Yeah, it's weird. I mean, it's definitely part of his strange personality.
Yeah, he's a character. It's not always ha 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 ha. Sometimes it's just ha ha. So we're gonna keep that away.
Very subtle. Great quick clip of Donald Rumsfeld getting absolutely his mind blown. Check this out.
Out of the CNN library with Saddam Hussein. I think we have some video of that. Of that meeting. Tell me what was going on during this
Where did you get this video? From the Iraqi television?
This is from Iraqi television.
When did they give it to you? Recently or back then?
We've dug this out of the CNN library.
I see. Isn't that interesting? There I am.
There you are.
And then he was over at GD Searle in Switzerland putting aspartame and stuff in your food. Okay, so Rumsfeld, he's another good example of the revolving doors, right? So like Robert McNamara, I think he was tapped for Secretary of Defense by John Kenneth Galbraith, who was one of Klaus Schwab's mentors, right? So McNamara, he runs Ford Motor Car. That qualifies him to be Secretary of Defense so they can start the Vietnam War. Right? Tom Vilsack, revolving door with Monsanto and United States government that just spins like a whirlybird. So there's a lot of these people, like that's how these positions get filled. Someone becomes president. It's like, who do you want to put? I'll put Tony as Secretary of State. Okay. Right. And they make fun of it in Idiocracy with President Camacho's cabinet and how they got their jobs.
Why would they? I mean, it makes sense that they would do that though.
It does. Right? It makes sense.
Okay. Because they have full control over those individuals. Then plus they know they're going to toe the party line, so to speak, So.
Or the other option is the people at the table control the person, right? Like, so in reality, the cabinet controls the president.
That's right.
Yeah. They represent the influencers who put them in office, and they make sure the debts get paid off to the people who paid for the person to get into office. That's kind of the unschoolhouse rock version. That's like late night Sunday night instead of early Saturday morning version of how it works.
Well said. Yeah.
That's pretty much what's going on.
All those advisors of what's running it, and they make sure that the people who funded it get paid for it. And then there's even beyond the advisors, then there's the financial investors that transcend all of it. So as far as anything too funny, I guess it's not a very funny week. I mean, we could go to a quick.
I know it's just
do Kyle Dunnigan. We could do a JP Sears or something just to kind of.
I dropped an icebreaker in the production room.
See, thank you, Joshua, saving us here, because it's like Kyle Dunnigan. Like, I showed Lisa parts of it. There were parts that were funny, but I don't want to like just air that because that's just go watch it on his page. And JP, I haven't seen anything all week out of him. So
yeah,
Joshua's got something. Let's serve it up, and then we're gonna cook up a little chicken Kiev in the bio research area. Chicken that has 3 heads or something come out of this. We're gonna see what happens because it's a crazy story. I was incredulous when I watched it the first 3 times. I was like, I can't believe all these things are in one story. It's like the Rosetta Stones of story for the pandemic and the World War III part. All right, LD, do we have that clip?
Yes, we do. Yeah, it's a 10-year anniversary from Joy Camp. Just put out a couple days ago. Looks like.
Oh yeah, how long is this?
It's 11 minutes long.
Let me frame this up. Our good friends at Joy Camp. This is the 10th anniversary. I first interviewed them in 2013, so there's a history so it doesn't repeat, or a deep end that has Benny and Kevin on there back in the day. And it just started out with people being aware of reality and then kind of making each other laugh with it. And they're like, hey, we bet we can make a video. And then it unfolds, and their series of videos. It's a good catalog for that time right before the pandemic, as surveillance and all these other things are ramping up. They got these social commentaries that make people think a variety of different formats. There's like the conspiracy guy, and there's the group stuff they do, and then there's the black and white skit kind of filmy things they do. So a lot of diversity out of 4 buddies who had their hands on technology and a sense of humor about how messed up the world is. We present to you this Joy Camp video on the 10th anniversary.
Looks innocent enough, doesn't it? Lots of young people play cornhole in the park. Seems like a good place to toss a bag around. But sometimes there are dangers involved that never meet the eye. So no matter where you meet a stranger, be careful if they're too friendly. One never knows when the conspiracy theorist is about. Let's take the case of Ronald Farber. Ronald played cornhole all afternoon, and he didn't feel like throwing bags alone, so he decided to ask another boy. He'd done it 100 times before. He didn't think anything was unusual when the boy struck up a friendly conversation. In fact, he seemed like a real nice guy. What Ronald didn't know was that Ralph was sick. A sickness that was not visible like swine flu, but no less dangerous and contagious. A sickness of the mind. You see, Ralph was a conspiracy theorist, a paranoid person with a desperate need to feel they have a special knowledge that somehow sets them apart from the masses. So no matter where you meet a stranger, be careful. If they are too open-minded, if they question the official versions of the facts, and if they don't trust the United States government. One never knows when the conspiracy theorist is about. He may appear normal.
Hey.
Catch it. Got it. Pass. Oh, thanks. Go. Here you go. One more. Go. Yeah, I got it. Why you guys stuck so bad? I got a winning shot. You don't even know. Okay. Yeah, sure. Good game. All right. Nice job. All right, bye. See you guys later. See you.
Just tell your little brother you couldn't pick him up because you were too busy smoking that brand new kush you just got, having the greatest time of your entire life. He'll understand.
Tooth decay got you down? To maintain the aesthetics and health of your teeth, try Illuminate with fluoride. It strengthens your enamel, defends your teeth against bacteria and plaque, and protects your gums from gingivitis. And unlike non-fluoride toothpaste, it promotes new bone formation, giving you that pearly white smile you've always dreamed of. Exposure to fluoride may cause tooth discoloration, weakened enamel, and dental fluorosis, allergic or hypersensitive skin reactions, gastric distress and headache, as well as sleep disorder, diminished IQ, inability to focus, memory loss, lethargy, and weakness may occur. More serious fluoride side effects include brain cancer, DNA damage, thyroid disruption, Alzheimer's disease, accelerated aging, skeletal fluorosis, pineal gland calcification, and in rare cases may be fatal. Overdose of fluoride symptoms may include nausea, vomiting, stomach pain, diarrhea, drooling, numbness or tingling, loss of feeling anywhere in your body, muscle stiffness or seizure. Fluoride ingestion may also disrupt the synthesis of collagen and lead to a breakdown of collagen in bone, tendon, muscle, skin, cartilage, lungs, kidney, trachea, and arteries. If you experience any of these behaviors, contact your doctor immediately. Say cheese with confidence. Visit any retailer anywhere for Illuminate toothpaste with fluoride.
Hey, you guys want to play some tennis?
Yeah.
All right, cool. All right.
Wow. Yep. Yeah. I got it. Oh. Fuck. Yeah. Whoa, my glasses. Yes. Here we go. Yes! Yes! Yeah! Got it! Ooh, no. No. Ooh, yours, no. I got no. Yo! Yeah!
Hey guys, good game. Well played. Hey, you guys want to smoke some pot?
Yeah.
Get on. Get on.
Yeah. We're all gonna do it.
Come on, man.
Yeah.
Don't give up! No!
Listen, we need to talk. I'm worried about you. I feel like I'm losing you to a fantasy. This little dream of yours, it's becoming an obsession. And I have to tell you, you are setting yourself up for complete and total disappointment. Years of therapy, romantic indifference, inferiority complex, laziness. The truth is the truth. And you're gonna find out one way or another. It may as well be from me. You are not a princess. You're never gonna be a princess. You actually have like a 0% chance of becoming a princess, especially in this country.
Princesses are really nice, though.
I'm not saying they're not nice. They're nice, they're kind, they're beautiful. They talk to animals.
The princess don't talk to serpents.
Well, in Cinderella, she talks to mice.
Nobody does that.
Have you ever fallen asleep for like 20 years at a time?
No.
Do you want to hang out with dwarves?
Mm-mm.
Exactly my point.
Well, I like princesses. You're stupid.
I am not stupid. I'm not.
You're a stupid ass.
I mean, like, how many princesses are there?
A lot.
How many do you know?
I know all of them.
You know all of them?
Mm-hmm.
Where are they?
They're at Disney.
Walt Disney was a Nazi. He supported the Nazis in World War II. Google it.
Well, Disney was not a Nazi.
Most people would agree with you, but if you did the research, you would find information that would alarm you.
Well, one time I went in there in the long line and I got to see him. So.
You got to see Walt Disney?
Mm.
You got to see his Nazi face? Do you remember Princess Diana? Look what happened to her. She was killed. I know they say it was an accident, but look at it. Look at the facts. She was taken out.
Princesses are really nice, too.
Diana was nice too. She was actually a really great woman, and now she's gone.
Well, princesses are still nice.
Maybe it's not. Maybe we're not ready for this conversation.
I'm gonna leave now.
Oh, you're walking away. Would Cinderella walk away?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, she would? Okay, well, good talk.
Fun fact. Oh, is there another one left? I was going to say, fun fact that Joy camps in 1984, the Orwell notes about the book, Joy camps were forced labor camps, which is why they thought it would be funny. And that's what the barbed wire is popping the balloon. Although, and the other thing is, he said, Google it. Googling doesn't actually search anymore. Google hides things. So
that's a montage of clips. Some of those are back from like 10 or 9 years ago when I was up, because I remember I was at your place watching some of them. It's good to see, their 10-year anniversary sort of,
Is the last one Patriots Beware one? Or did we already see that? Was that?
No, that was just restarting the clip.
All right, cool. All right, so
they mentioned Princess Diana. Weren't you at Harrods? I was just going to say.
Yeah, in the basement of Harrods.
I have a picture here.
Okay, so Harrods is in Knightsbridge in London, not the city of London. It's London, the city, not the city of London. Anyway, it's in Knightsbridge. You go downstairs. There's like an escalator goes downstairs, and there's a memorial. There it is. The memorial.
Yeah, nothing ritualistic about this at all.
It's like a black pyramid with a 666 in their pictures. If you get the bigger picture of it, LD, you can see the more occult nature of the whole. There, yeah, old death statue. Yeah. All right. So speaking of princess, in that princess intervention video, which I do believe was the first Joy Camp video I ever saw. So they had me at Walt Disney was a Nazi. In that video, I want you to picture Benny sitting there having the talk with the princess, like what we just saw. That is very much like Richard Gage and most of his audiences. And it ends the same way, for some people, they're just like, they can't make it process or compute. So they go back to Disneyland. It's not for everybody, but for people who can think, people with analytical minds who understand what facts actually relate to reality mean, substance. They embrace his work. They value that work because he's Johnny on the spot. He's the one with all the I's dotted and T's crossed on that particular part of the narrative. And then once you move away from, 3 towers fell that day, they were all insured by the same guy who had special clauses in his insurance. And instead of when he cashed in on it, them saying slap the bracelets on him, they paid him out like incredible amounts of money.
$4.5 billion.
Oh, it's a crazy story. You wouldn't believe it. So they just give you the Zelikow myth of how it all went down. It's much simpler for people. It's like the Walt Disney princess story.
What's simpler, even though the story is much more absurd in regards to the physics behind it. So it's impressive that Richard Gage was able to convince. And I guess your story about his presentation at MIT is very fast. Was it MIT?
Yeah, it was MIT.
First, yeah. Because it's interesting. That's an incredible skill of rhetorical technique. If you're able to go in and analyze your audience, understand that you first have to get them on the same page because they're in support of the official narrative for 9/11. And by the end of that, no one agrees. So that's an incredible sort of.
And they don't have to be
rhetorical.
Convinced of something else. They were just convinced that what they were told about that was not accurate. Yeah. And then it begs the question, then what did happen? Who,
that's a
what,
great
when,
job
where,
by him.
why, and how?
Yeah, it's a great job by him to be able to at least, create a sort of counter narrative with facts and evidence that could at least make them have to second guess it and question and perhaps even stimulate their own curiosity to go do their own research in regards to what actually happened that day potentially.
Yeah, and he also referred to like the infighting and all these movements. And I think that's part of what the intelligence agencies do. They seed that chaos and that sort of thing, right?
Yeah.
But despite all of that, to have a lot of this information percolate up to this point in time is good. And we all just need to take a step back and say the people we're really at odds with are the people who did the event, not each other who are researching it, trying to figure out. We're all subject to, we don't know what happened because of national security and they lied to us a whole lot and they're a bunch of narco terrorists. So, we're all starting there. It's not a great place. So we shouldn't fight with each other. And not everyone's going to agree. Big surprise, right? But we can agree that freedom's better than slavery and that, our tax dollars shouldn't be blowing people up probably here or anywhere else. So let's, find some common ground and move forward.
Yeah, we can find a solidarity, right? In the fact that there's a shared humanity. We can find something in essence that we share in common to each other person and to the whole situation, what it means to be human. I think that's what we got to start with instead of getting sort of polarized and cannibalizing each other with these different narratives around how the towers came down. The how will be answered by the who, what, when, and where. Then we'll get to the why and the how. But and I think Richard Gage is.
That's just crime scene investigation. That's just crime scene investigation. But what I'm pointing to is because of that event, people wanted to go to war with Iraq and Afghanistan.
Sure.
And when we did that, we put sanctions on Saddam Hussein. And did it starve Saddam Hussein out? No. But it starved out 1 million Iraqi children, according to Madeleine Albright, who said it was worth the price.
Yeah, price of
That's what we're doing right now with sanctions to other countries.
People
right?
also,
not just Russia, the other countries. This is going on all the time. It's economic warfare. And when it's like earlier tonight, when they're asking these questions about, Russia, I'm like, did someone declare war on Russia that I'm not aware of? Because it's like, imagine Google and Apple and these places showing up within a military in your country. That's the East India Company model. Yeah. Wait till they get their own armies.
And you also said Iraq and Afghanistan. I mean, that's true. But people sort of have this misconception that 9/11 means we went to Iraq, especially the younger generations, the ones that necessarily weren't old enough to either remember it or were born on that date. They seem to think that the towers falling means we went to Iraq. No, we went to Afghanistan to supposedly chase Osama bin Laden, excuse me. So that was going into Iraq was out of nowhere. Was it a narrative in like 2004?
It's like out of nowhere, and yet you saw Rumsfeld arming
sort of a red herring,
right? So it's like out of nowhere when it happens, but a decade before, because First off, 9/11, the 2003 Iraq War, go back to the 1991 Iraq War, go back to the 1980s when Rumsfeld's shaking his hand and giving him chemical weapons to use against Iran. Go back into the 70s when.
Where'd you get that? Where'd you get that photo?
When Saddam Hussein is like reading up on how to be Stalin. He loved Stalin. He loved him being dictator, right? And he was groomed by MI6, British intelligence, and CIA in the 60s to assume that position conveniently for them so they could build up an enemy that they could later tear down, much like they built up World Trade Centers that they could later tear down.
Just like they did with Hitler, just like they're doing with Putin now. Yeah, there's no commonality at all.
It's like a player piano. It only has a couple songs.
Yeah, they aren't very creative, actually. They just keep doing the same techniques. So they keep doing the same techniques because those techniques work, and why reinvent the wheel 10 times over? So
why have someone other than EcoHealth handling your bio labs around the world? That's the next story. All right, so let's get to it. Can we play a couple of the clips together? Let's play the Greg Reese. I want people to have like some good context, and then we'll get some facts out on the table, and then we can dig in and start to sift. But this is going to be like a bingo game. And if you had a bingo sheet right on you right now, like, you know, Hunter Biden and Jeffrey Epstein and, you know, EcoHealth and Bill Gates, and what do these people all have in common? This is where everyone will be like bingo, right? So let's start to unfold it. I think the Reese report makes the claims, and then we want some clips that provide the substance. And then let's see if it's really, you know, fog of war or if there's something really there. I think that's a good plan of action. Let's see how it unfolds.
So we'll go ahead and play the Reese report. What else did you want to play with it?
I guess we'll just come back. We'll have some commentary, and then we'll.
Yeah, because there's other there's elements of the Reese report that are covered in other clips, but he did a really good job of bringing them all together, and the packaging of it made me go, wow. Because otherwise, I could have missed these facts in 5 different articles hidden in paragraphs. But he's like, look at this, you know, and I'm like, all right, let's check it out.
After the Russians secured Pentagon-run biolabs in Ukraine, the U.S. Embassy was caught deleting proof of this from their website. And when the Russians shared documents showing the Ukrainian Minister of Health ordering employees of these biolabs to destroy all deadly pathogens, U.S. Senator Marco Rubio asked the U.S. State Department if there was any truth to this. Undersecretary Victoria Nuland not only confirmed the presence of the labs, but confirmed that they contain weaponized biological agents that they now fear the Russians will indiscriminately use to start a world war. The Pentagon calls them bio-research labs and containment labs, and claim their clandestine operation is all somehow in self-defense. But they are admittedly creating and storing weaponized biological material. And so these biolabs are in violation of Article 1 of the Prohibition on Biological Weapons. During the past couple years, citizens of the world have been getting an advanced education on bioweapons. And the very same crooks we see foisting the Great Reset medical tyranny are involved in the Ukrainian bioweapons labs. This is all being paid for with tax dollars through the Pentagon's Defense Threat Reduction Agency, the DTRA. U.S. company Black & Veatch has been working closely with the DTRA building bioweapons labs since 2003. Black & Veatch share an office in Kiev with Metabiota, who signed an $18.4 million contract with Black & Veatch in 2014. Metabiota got their start in 2015 with funding from Hunter Biden's Rosemont Seneca Technology Partners, who gave Metabiota $30 million to help protect the world from the spread of epidemics. This is the very same Rosemont Seneca that was mysteriously wired $3.5 million from the wife of the former mayor of Moscow. And the very same Metabiota partnered with Peter Daszak's EcoHealth Alliance, the group that Dr. Fauci used to funnel money to the Wuhan lab for gain-of-function research in 2014. In 2014, Metabiota, EcoHealth Alliance, and the Wuhan Institute of Virology were together researching infectious diseases deriving from Chinese bats. Metabiota is working with known CIA front In-Q-Tel. It is funded by the U.S. Department of Defense, the NIH, the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, Google, and the National Geographic Society. Metabiota's founder, Nathan Wolfe, sits on the board of EcoHealth Alliance and is a member of DARPA's Defense Science Research Council. In 2012, he wrote a book titled The Viral Storm: The Dawn of a New Pandemic Age, wherein he thanked his friends, pedophile Jeffrey Epstein and biotech venture capitalist Boris Nikolic. Boris Nikolic was named Jeffrey Epstein's successor executor upon his death. Wolf has also been seen hanging out with Ghislaine Maxwell on multiple occasions. He is also one of Klaus Schwab's young global leaders, trained on how to enact the Great Reset agenda being directed by the World Economic Forum. Russia claims the Pentagon has over 30 biolabs in the Ukraine alone. China claims they are operating 336 biolabs in 30 different countries. And now, members of our corrupt U.S. government are saying this is all a Russian conspiracy and that we should soon expect a false flag attack from Russia.
If there's a biological or chemical weapon incident or attack inside of Ukraine, is there any doubt in your mind that 100% it would be the Russians that would be behind it?
There is no doubt in my mind, Senator, and it is classic Russian technique to blame on the other guy what they're planning to do themselves.
Reporting for InfoWars, this is Greg Reese.
We are putting the social back into social media. Welcome to Sovereign Circles. Sovereign Circles. All right, so here we go. The Ukraine biolab story. Is it true? Well, now you know it absolutely is true, thanks to Victoria Nuland spilling her guts under oath.
Ukraine has biological research facilities, which, in fact, we are now quite concerned Russian troops, Russian forces may be seeking to gain control of. So we are working with the Ukrainians on how they can prevent any of those research materials from falling into the hands of Russian forces should they approach.
Okay, so now we know that at least 30 Ukraine biolabs existed when the media told us just a few days ago that none existed at all. So what was in those labs? That's what we're looking into today. I'm Ben Swan. This is Truth in Media. Hey guys, welcome to the show. We have so much to get to today. So we had actually begun recording an episode about this biolab story a few days ago, researching it, putting it together, and then the narrative completely flipped. It went from a debunked so-called conspiracy theory, of which there was no truth, to being proven to be completely true. And now what we're watching is the scramble to hide information, delete old web pages, remove information. And of course, those so-called journalists out there who are now working double time to try to cover up what was actually going on in Ukraine. We have so much information to get to in just a minute. Before we do, a shout out to our partner for this episode, finestknown.com. Finest Known offers exquisite rare coins, ancient coinage, shipwrecked treasure, currency, documents, art, and artifacts of historical significance. If you're looking for a place to purchase gold or gold products with real value, you need to check out Finest Known. And if you're looking to purchase gold backs, another of our partners, Finest Known is the best source to purchase them from. Check them out today, finestknown.com. Okay, so back to this story. What an incredible story it is. Just a few days ago, we had already seen all of these so-called fact checkers, USA Today, PolitiFact, and others trying to debunk this theory that Ukraine has US-funded biolabs. It's a lie. It's Russian disinformation, they said. In fact, Twitter had already begun to suspend accounts of those asking questions about these biolabs that the platform deemed incorrect. Not only was it, by the way, media making these claims, but our own Department of Defense and the Pentagon has insisted that this story is not true. Listen to this.
It's classic Russian propaganda. And I wouldn't, if I were you, I wouldn't give it I wouldn't give it a drop of ink worth paying attention to.
So if the Pentagon's saying it's not true, what is true here? Well, the Russian Ministry of Defense claims that it is true. In fact, they claim that they actually have taken some of these labs with pathogens inside of them. I'm going to read to you what the Russian Ministry of Defense has said now that we know that Victoria Nuland admits that these labs are very real. Quote, we have received documentation from employees of Ukrainian biological laboratories regarding the emergency destruction on February 24th of especially dangerous pathogens of plague, anthrax, tularemia, cholera, and other deadly diseases, according to the Russian Ministry of Defense spokesperson. In the course of the special military operation, evidence of the Kyiv regime's hasty measures to conceal any traces of the military biological program financed by the U.S. Department of Defense in Ukraine has been revealed. Now, the latest claim that's being made is, oh yes, what we were actually doing with the BTRP was we were trying to eliminate biological weapons that were in Ukraine, and this is part of the U.S.'s effort to help fund the destruction of pathogens.
Those are Soviet-era biolabs that the U.S. has been engaged since 2005 in trying to help Ukraine convert the research facilities safely. In Uzbekistan, for instance, the United States eliminated nearly 12 tons of weaponized anthrax from an island in the Aral Sea in 2001. Here's a statement from the Pentagon. Quote, on a daily basis, Russia propagates either directly through state-run media outlets or through the use of surrogates, disinformation aimed at BTRPs, the U.S. Biothreat Reduction Program's laboratory, and capacity-building efforts in former Soviet Union countries.
Here's the problem. The problem is because in 2010, there was an article written about the new level 3 biolab being developed under the Obama administration. And take a look at exactly what the pathogens were going to be that were studied at this level 3 biolab. U.S. Senator Dick Lugar applauded the opening of the Interim Central Reference Laboratory in Odessa, Ukraine this week, announcing that it will be instrumental in researching dangerous pathogens used by bioterrorists. The Level 3 Biosafety Lab, which is the first built under the expanded authority of the Nunn-Lugar Cooperative Threat Reduction Program, will be used to study anthrax, tularemia, and Q fever, as well as other dangerous pathogens. That story goes back again to 2010. We also know that as recently as 2019, that the Ukrainian officials have been touting the fact that they have this biological program specifically focused on studying diseases and biological warfare. The U.S. Embassy in Ukraine has published information on the Biological Threat Reduction Program, which has a section called Laboratory Construction. This section states, BTRP has upgraded many laboratories for the Ministry of Health and the State Food Safety and Consumer Protection Service of Ukraine, reaching Biosafety Level 2. In 2019, the BTRP constructed 2 laboratories for the latter, one in Kiev and one in Odessa. Here's the problem with that claim, is that in the last 24 to 48 hours, there has been a mad rush to delete old web pages that show what this program was actually about. In fact, as you can see from these screenshots, a lot of the information about what the U.S. was funding in Ukraine in these biolabs now leads to dead links. These pages have been removed. In the name of transparency, in the name of clarity, why would you do that? Why would you delete and remove this information unless you continue to lie about what was actually being funded in Ukraine? Guys, this is a huge story on so many levels. And the biggest reason for that is because it begins to show evidence of the fact that Ukraine was involved in at least 30 bioweapons labs that were funded by the U.S. Department of Defense, just like we funded in Wuhan. This story doesn't need to be swept under the rug. We need answers right now at this very moment, not to wait 6 months or wait a year for the truth to come out. We need to know exactly what the U.S. was doing, what the U.S. was funding, and why we were funding it, and we need to know it today. And if we don't, not one single lawmaker who is in office right now should be returned to that seat, regardless of party. They should not be returned to their seats if they refuse to demand answers to this question immediately. Guys, thanks for watching. Listen, there's so much to this story. We're going to continue to follow it for you. One of the places where we're going to be posting a lot of information about this is on our new social platform, Sovereign, SOVREN.media. And if you're not getting our reports when they come out because they are so heavily censored, just send me a text to the number on your screen and we will send our reports directly to your mobile device when they come out. I'll see you next time. All right, so
I like the Greg Reese tunes. All right, so Ben Swan, he had a call to action there. Join his email list. You got a text to do that. That's call to action. This is what we were teaching students about in autonomy. And by the way, we just did the meet and greet. So Friday night was graduates talking to the new students. Today, I got to meet a whole bunch of new students. And guess what? A whole bunch of those new students come from you guys listening in the audience that are now over behind me in the other room when I'm teaching students in the autonomy course. So first class is next week. If you think it might be for you, get autonomy.info/ignite. Click the buttons, find your way through, have fun. Maybe I'll see you in class. All right. So what we learned from those two reports, very complimentary. Greg Reese's report, he puts Vicki Newland on screen, but he's telling you what she said. In Ben Swan's report, you get to hear what she said. What you didn't get to hear in either one of those reports is the entire clip. And if you watch the entire clip, which I advise, maybe you could do if you want to, if you're interested, you'd see Victoria Newland spilling the beans and Senator Marco Rubio helping her to clean up the beans. So while she's spilling the beans, who am I talking about? Victoria Newland. She's like deputy ambassador over there for the Ukraine situation. She's been Johnny on the spot working that deal since like 2014 when her and Jeffrey Pyatt worked with Soros and the coup. And then you got this stand-up comedian Zelensky in power over there. That's NATO, U.S., Anglo-American establishment playing with other people's countries.
Yeah,
That's
she's the Undersecretary of State for Political
Undersecretary.
Affairs. She's just a diplomat. She's just a general diplomat for European affairs. That's what it is.
Married to Robert Kagan, a very famous neocon. We featured his book before. It's Of Paradise and Power, America and the New World Order, written in 2003, which is 10 years after George Soros's New World Order, Europe and the Future of NATO. This neocon idea that the Kagan family, his brother Frederick Kagan's also a neocon. So she's right there in the neocon, let's preemptively do these things so we can control the flow of history. That's the same philosophy specifically that brought about 9/11, and specifically the same group of brain trust people that did it. That coterie of neocons was like part of the American side, if you will.
Yeah, I mean, she was under Bill Clinton, Chief of Staff to Deputy Secretary of State Strobe Talbot, which I believe was
and he's a Rhodes Scholar. Pretty sure
he's the roommate of
Bill Clinton.
Yeah.
So she's very close to the power as it trickles down into America from the international establishment.
And then she was ambassador to NATO in Brussels under George Bush. So she went from Democrat to you can see now.
Okay, so she's spilling the beans, and Rubio is like, "Hey, if something happens, it was Russia, right?" Wink, wink. Yeah. Dude, it's so obvious. I don't know who these people think they are. Like they couldn't have been believable on stage in high school, and yet people watch this every day and get gaslit. It's like the gaslighting channels. That's all they do, right? And people watch this podcast so they can have the information inoculation weekly, so they don't get gaslit by mainstream media. Yeah. That's the gist. And by watching Greg Reese and Ben Swan, and then understanding the context and history of the players, you can't be gaslit by there's no labs. We're not doing it. That's Russian conspiracy theory. Like that guy from State Department, the guy who was moving his mouth and we knew he was lying. Who's that guy's name? I should learn his name by now.
Oh, man.
Was that Anthony Blinken?
He likes to call Abe.
Oh, you're talking about Anthony Blinken.
Abe Blinken.
Was that Blinken?
I thought you were talking about the other guy.
The other guy just looks like him. They're like doppelgangers.
Yeah, they do look similar,
right?
Yeah.
They got
one
that.
Did the Petidio Principi, which is
the one where he said
he restates himself.
We declassified it last week.
That
we said we declassified it, and this is proof of that declassification because I'm saying it. That guy is just like Blinken. So they're like,
yeah, he's the DoD spokesperson.
Incorrect.
No, you're good. Let me see if I can find it.
It could have been either one of those. We're just saying they're interchangeable and like they're non-remarkable in that way.
I'll have to find which one that is. But yeah, we showed him a couple weeks ago, and I might actually, when we get to that particular fallacy, I'm probably going to show that video because it's a perfect example of
it's a brilliant example. It's like babies in the incubator. It's like this vial contains the thing that Saddam has, weapons of mass destruction. I mean, it goes down in the top 10.
Actually, another one, like the Marco Rubio, it's a complex question. I can use all the geopolitical analysis, all these clips we play. I can use this in my course to show like this is the fallacy. This is what they're literally doing to you all the time. I mean, that's just insane. From a marking standpoint, it's a leading question. From a logical standpoint, we just call it a complex question, which is just you're sort of leading with your conclusion. So it's like you're sort of leading the witness or the individual to be like, yeah, like it's got to be Russia, right? And it's like, oh yeah, it's Russia, which is interesting.
And
because
I think he knows better. I think he knows better, and like he was doing that because somebody who pays him was going to be like, hey,
yeah.
That was John Kirby, by the way. Thanks to
John Kirby,
Fear and Loafing in the chat. John Kirby, I think. All right.
I was going to say John Kirby was the producer of
My Way Off,
American Ruling Class.
I looked up John Kirby. I don't think that's the admiral. I don't think it was him. It's another spokesperson. I know when you type in DoD spokesperson, that's the first one that comes. I'll find it.
The answer John Kirby was American Ruling Class.
Yeah, that's not. No, he was not the guy at the podium.
That was John
That's a
Kirby.
whole different guy.
I'm looking at.
Oh
him. Yeah. This guy. He was talking.
That's not him.
That's not Kirby.
That's not.
It's not the one I was talking about with Peter Ketchum.
Yeah,
No,
sure.
okay.
That's not.
I had a blue T-shirt on it.
I'll find it. Shorter. I'll find it now.
Dressed up.
But anyways, point is, so here it is. This is who we're talking about real quick. This guy here.
Clarification.
That's on C-SPAN. It's this individual. Which State Department spoke Ned Price.
Ned Price.
That's who we're talking about.
Right.
So he's the one. The fallacy is
declassified because he said it was. Yes.
Yeah, and then he restates.
He's the reference.
Yeah, you got it. Yeah. John. Yeah. So we got that all. But anyways, point is, it wasn't DoD. It was actually State Department spokesperson. Just the general State Department. So okay.
This looks like the Blinken. Looks like Abe Blinken.
But it was talking about the DoD classification. That's why I got it confused.
Oh wait, that does look like that John Kirby admiral. That's different. That's a doppelganger of the other John Kirby. Can we look up the IMDb for John Kirby that I was talking about? Because now that's weird that we got two John Kirbys in this episode. Jeez.
Yeah,
Thought it was hard enough with the Kagans trying to explain Donald, Frederick, and Robert to people for Neocon 101, but now you're going to throw out two John Kirbys. Thank you, Chad. That's not a good picture of him, though.
Yeah, let me see if I can get another one here.
Go to images or something.
You're looking at that already.
Oh, I didn't realize whose browser I was looking at. None of those pictures are looking like the one.
Good. Yeah.
I'm sure it's a common name. Obviously, it's not just the sweeper company that has the name Kirby. It's a couple guys named John out there. One of whom made a film called The American Ruling Class, and it's got the guy from Harper's that John Gatto talks about. I forget his name. And it's got
here's the film.
Yeah, there you go. Instead of me trying to remember from 20 years ago when I saw this film. It was like early 2000s. What year?
Kirby. Oh man, what year? Let's see here.
And I did get his name right, so it is John Kirby.
2005. No picture.
It's like a quiz.
There's no picture on least IMDb of John Kirby, but it's a 2005 film, about an hour and a half.
99.9% of the time, I would say there's no coincidences, but there do happen to be two John Kirbys in this episode, and we didn't plan that.
One's an admiral, the DoD, and the other one's
and the other one's dad's a Rhodes Scholar, so they're not too far apart in the ruling class.
Yeah.
In fact, are we able to before we roll the intermission, can we stuff like the trailer for American Ruling Class? Because it would actually fit with the theme of the intermission, because that's where the families in that ruling power that's described in that movie really come from, but he doesn't show you that.
Okay.
What Kirby did was a very interesting theatrical presentation where he has like two young guys from Yale who graduate and they get introduced to the American Ruling Class. They go to the Council on Foreign Relations. They meet the Skull and Bones people. It's all right there for you. And it's like, you know, a professionally done movie that would have been like in Blockbuster back in the day. You know, people saw it.
Mm-hmm.
It was not well marketed, but it was a solid cinematic effort. Lewis Lapham, who created Harper's, one of the establishment people in there.
Who wrote the Superclass?
David Rothkopf of the Carnegie Endowment and Kissinger Associates and the CFR.
That's another one, I think.
So that's right up there with the plutocrats.
The plutocrats, yeah, exactly.
Christian.
I think the big thing, though, to point out about this Russian situation is the fact that earlier, the mainstream media is going through and trying to do massive debunkings around this, right? They're really going hard at this. And all of a sudden, Victoria Nuland, in a very calculated way, comes out and says, no, there are these bio research labs. They exist. And then, but it's Russia.
She chose her
and
words
Russia
very carefully.
Oh,
it seems,
yeah.
Tony.
Yes, she did. She was
bio research
well
facilities.
Yes.
That won't make the headline. They'll have to call it a lab and we can fact check them.
Yeah. They were building a straw man that, don't worry. Yeah. This is also, there's another issue here too. It's like, in other words, what I'm trying to sort of portray here, if I can bring this back, where did I have this?
And while you're trying
biological
to
threat reduction program. So they're trying to say there was a biological threat reduction program. These labs were part of that because the USSR before the fall were building up these labs. 30 years ago, right?
Are these labs all 30 years old?
Then Ben Swan does a good job
Obama.
of showing 2010, right? Yeah, exactly.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
But the point is, they're building up a straw man with Russia, and we're going to get the straw man in my course in logic. Don't worry, because that's a big one I use all the time. I know, but it's important.
Yeah, there was another aspect. Okay. So you got EcoHealth, Ghislaine Maxwell, Jeffrey Epstein. Like the EcoHealth guy is in pictures with Ghislaine Maxwell. That's where I'm like spitting out my drink in that report because I'd already okay, I got you. What? And then there's pictures of that guy, and he works for DARPA and EcoHealth, and he's involved with these labs.
Dude, the one guy,
Gates Foundation, all the same suspects that just did Plague version 1. They're coming out with Plague version 2, and they had Plague at those labs, even though they said it's
literal plague.
It's research for not lab type of stuff like that.
That's a deadly pathogen, though. That's still a deadly pathogen. They're trying to act like there's no research. What type of research is going on with deadly pathogens? That's what I would like to know. But the other thing is that one guy's, did they say or sort of insinuate he's the executor of his Epstein's will? Boris. I'm like, you got to be fucking kidding me. I mean, come on, man. These people are, it's not like they're just 6 degrees of separation. That's my point. It's like they're not just loose connections. They're intimately associated. Like they're
business
out
deals,
of
money. Federal Reserve notes were exchanged.
Yeah,
I love the part where Gates is like, I went to Jeffrey Epstein to raise money. Like he was going to give money. I'm like, dude, you're the richest dude in the world, according to the lower level thing. Why you got to go to Jeffrey Epstein? What's he got that you don't have access to? And then you should do some research. Who is Jeffrey Epstein? Oh, he got lots of access because of Ghislaine and her network of people.
Yeah,
there's a whole, that's a whole different show, but there's a lot there just in that Reese report. So if any of that doesn't check out, I would be interested in that because I don't want to fall in love with that thing that's not true there.
There might be some apophenia, but so far, I mean, some of the connections are pretty strong. I mean, that's tough. We'll have to do some more research.
Pareidolia, we want to stay away from those things.
Fallacy. Yeah.
I put those in the history blueprint just to fuck with people. Right.
Hey, they're important concepts to understand.
You should know about them.
There's a lot of connections that are meaningless and or don't have the sort of weight that people give them in regards to, that's where the idea of 6 degrees of separation does come in regards to, when you have people networking with one another of a certain economic tier, they're going to come across other individuals that certainly are more nefarious that they may not have any sort of deeper association with. But in this case, the fact that he's
when I tell Gage that, the 9/11, the Pentagon, going up in smoke is on its 60th birthday. And these people don't have a Phoenix rising from the ashes type of ritual. The construction company that rebuilt it wasn't called Phoenix Construction. So if you look at these things, I'm not saying it was some sort of death cult anniversary ritual to revitalize the death cult establishment that they have going on there.
But it was a Saturday death cult.
But it might have been.
Pedophile death cult. We should qualify with that. These people are sick beyond all recognizable belief. And the fact that they love certain dates
might be a signature of the killers.
You got it. Right.
What else happens on September 11th in history that these people might be associated with? Why did they do the groundbreaking of the Pentagon on that date? Are there earlier dates in history? Yes, maybe. I don't know.
My God. I mean, 9/11 recurs how many times?
Well, significant when you can identify a group that likely had the means, motive, opportunity, and the ability to cover it up. And then they also have significant dates in their history where they have done, things that have changed the world.
Individual that oftentimes you cited, I always forget her name. And
Arundhati Roy.
Yeah, Arundhati Roy. was going to say Androidi Roy, but Arundhati
Right. So
Roy,
she's from South Asia, from India. She grew up in the oppressive British kind of post culture after they got independence. And she pointed back to September 11th, 1921, which is when the British mandate over Palestine started,
that's another
and
one.
all the violence and bloodshed that has come from people giving away other people's land. You know, promised it to the Lawrence of Arabia people also, and I think a third group. So that's the British cousins across the ocean that we're in a special relationship with. It's a very special relationship. It's definitely not an equal relationship. Somebody's getting short shrift. Might be us.
Yeah. No, to say the least. And they've only gained more power since then.
But I empathize and sympathize with people of the empire and the Commonwealth, because if you got the queen on your money, we're not thinking that's funny either. You know, 54 Commonwealths. We'll get to that because I'm just foreshadowing intermission again. What else do we have to cover in Biolab? Hunter Biden. Can you believe that guy pops up in that story? Come on, really?
Fact, that
In-Q
$30 million, and it's the
Dude.
same one of 3.5 million of the individual that goes between him and Equal House. I mean, the whole thing is just, that's what I'm saying. These aren't completely meaningless connections. There's money being exchanged between these individuals. They have met together. They have commerce.
It's not accidental, and they're not incompetent. They're highly calculated and well funded.
And it makes you wonder,
protected.
like, they set up this in 2010. There's a coup in 2014 sponsored by us and the Soros Foundation that exists there. And then we install a puppet government, and we also install neo-Nazi propaganda that'll be an allusion to, we'll talk a little bit about in regards to who killed John O'Neill. It'll be part of the intermission. But, you know, you see the whole world seems to be the laboratory. Reminds me of Rebecca Asimov.
I got that book right here, World is Laboratory.
Yeah, World is Laboratory, where it's like everywhere in the world they have, I mean, literally, it's not just a figure. She's sort of mentioning it more in a metaphorical sense there, but it's quite literal. All over the world, we have laboratories. Not only are they using these sophisticated psychological warfare techniques that's been admitted by the Canadian government, the UK government, I'm sure various other governments have employed them during COVID, but then they're literally working with deadly pathogens all over the world. It's not just China. We have it in Eastern Europe and Ukraine, where Ukraine's very poor, especially on like the edges of the Ukraine, and has been since the fall of the USSR. It's sort of like I don't want to say a wasteland, but it's a place where you can get away with doing some shit just like you can in China, is my point. And how many other places are we doing this sort of research? It's just unreal. I mean, of course, then there's the whole situation with a laboratory in the 60s and the emergence of AIDS. You know, I'm not saying that's necessarily how it happened, but, you know, we've been working with deadly pathogens for like well over 70 years, probably since after World War II and probably during World War II, but we didn't actually get to the point where we could weaponize them. But the important thing about that book, yeah, go ahead.
World as Laboratory Experiments with mice, mazes, and men. There is no entry in here for Ukraine, and there's no entry for plague. So we don't need to look at any scary things.
But there are entries of Rockefeller and Ford. Like it's, if anything, it's like a financial.
Dulles,
it's like
you even got Dulles in here.
So you have Dulles for real. That's what I was thinking about with the OSS and CIA as well.
Antioch College.
Cromwell.
Isn't that where Dave Chappelle's mom works? I thought that was.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Yeah. Antioch. We talked about that a couple weeks ago. Yeah. Artificial Pathogenesis, Auschwitz, Francis Bacon, Brainwashing, Brave New World, Brookings Institution, Ewan Cameron. Oh, is she talking about MK Ultra in here? Probably, because that's what you can glean what's in the book from reading the index. It's usually one of the first things. Thomas Carlyle. Yeah. Andrew Carnegie, Carnegie Corporation, Carnegie Institution, Central Intelligence Agency, Ron Chernow, who writes about
she has the Caroline Islands. She has the Caroline Islands. That's interesting because that came up the other day about the monkeys, the monkey experiments going on. I don't know if there's the exact same islands, but Cybernetics,
University of Chicago, John Dewey, Freud, Eisenhower, Dulles, Ford Foundation, James Forrestal, who died mysteriously working with some of these people. G. Stanley Hall, who brought the Prussian PhD education, Gulag Archipelago, Sidney Gottlieb, again, CIA, MK Ultra scientist, Hollerith Codes, Holocaust, Robert Hutchins, Aldous Huxley, Institute for Human Relations at Yale, big entry on that. Yeah. J. Walter Thompson, John Hopkins, Tim Leary, Walter Lippmann,
Wilhelm Leibniz.
Leibniz invented calculus. A different time than the people in India or Newton. Ernst Mach, he's a Prussian Kantian. MIT, Marshall McLuhan, Margaret Mead, OSS, Stanley Milgram, Pavlov. So it's, it's like The Minds of Men by Aaron and Melissa Dykes, or The State of Mind, The Psychology of Control. She's got a book take on a lot of those experiments as they went on, and not so deep of the Anglo-American history behind it, but it's a good read. I recommend it.
Mm-hmm. What she does is she shows the financial connections that people are funding those behaviorist experiments all over the world and attempting what they're trying to manipulate.
They're not studying the mice because they like mice.
Yeah, you got it. That's right. Yeah. And the Caroline Islands, I forgot. I was getting that confused. They are
the little representations of y'all.
Or Pacific Ocean. Yeah. So as far as the rest of the show card, wow, already almost one. Time goes fast when you're exploring the globalists that are taking over the world. We got the financial at this point, anything would be more of a regurgitation and just more evidence of what we explored. So it's whatever, if we want to go over any more clips here, I think we covered the most important aspects, which are the financial, who's profiting, and then the biolabs. So I think those are the two biggest talking points this week in regards to Russia and Ukraine. There's plenty of other smaller talking points. There's Biden kills crypto, blames it on Russia. That's another important one, potentially. No-fly zone equals World War III. I think that's sort of a red herring. Congressman McCarthy smears journalists over Ukraine. So there's a bunch censoring anti-war Ukraine war coverage. We already know about this.
Yeah. All right. So let's move to the Pfizer censored documents and people breaking into them. And there's these huge numbers of people that they knew got hurt in the first couple, like 60 days or whatever, but they don't tell people about that. There's all this stuff. So I want to offer into the time capsule some selections from what's been dug up in the past week, what's been excavated by these anthropologists of economics in the censored realms of NIH and Pfizer. But I don't necessarily want to listen to Dr. John Coleman at 2.5 speed, like I did twice in the Jimmy Dore clip to understand what he was saying. But how can we
I didn't like
represent
that
it?
either. Yeah. So
it works for Jimmy.
Real quick, I want to get something on the record. This comes from, because we were just talking about this, and I thought, Rich, you'll find this interesting. Shout out to Maddie, who's been working with James Jordan, manufacturingreality.org. She did an incredible post, and she sent this to me recently. I said, I'm going to get this on GTW as part of the to preserve it in the time capsule. The COVID collaborators.
Plug Liberty Radio first.
Liberty Radio. Show. That's Monday at 7:00 is when they do the recording, and then it's published the next day. So sometime on Tuesdays, I believe, when he gets it out. And but so he also runs a blog, James Jordan, called Manufacturing Reality. I think there's also an interface or a link on GTW where he posts all his submissions. Maddie has been helping him out. Moniker Space Jelly here, and she goes by, and she did an incredible report that I was very impressed by, where she draws a very interesting parallel between the Rockefeller Foundation funding the 9/11 Commission report, and then also the COVID collaboration with the COVID narrative, the COVID Commission Planning Group. So she did an incredible sort of breakdown of this. And I said, it's very, very much in line with the work of, like us, the other investigative journalists, as, they continue to build up their brand in regards to like Vedmore and Webb, who are obviously extreme experts, but just this was very well done. And I just wanted to give a shout out and tell people, if you get a chance, go check it out. LD, that might be, I'm sure there's some sort of interfacing with the GTW website. I don't know if you can bring that up or not, so people can know where to check that out. It's also manufacturingreality.org is the original blog space for it. And so, yeah, I'll just give a quick introduction just to give a flavor of what this is like. In early 2021, the Rockefeller Foundation granted $417,000 over a period of 4 months to the University of Virginia, quote, towards the cost of the COVID Commission Planning Group, end quote. The aim of this group is purported to be to, quote again, preserve the lessons learned during the COVID-19 pandemic, end quote, and to prepare the way for a national COVID commission that can seize this once-in-a-century opportunity to help America and the world begin to heal and safeguard our common future from new existential threats. After facing, end quote, after facing such monumental, catastrophic event like COVID-19, the United States ought to have a bipartisan group of experts to analyze our response, find out where we went wrong, and determine how to prevent similar events in the future. Is this starting to sound familiar? Following the catastrophic events of 9/11, a commission was formed to do just that. But the 9/11 commission was focused on the foreign threats of terrorism. It is described as, quote, an independent, bipartisan commission chartered to prepare a full and complete account of the circumstances surrounding the September 11, 2001 terrorist attacks, including preparedness for and the immediate response to the attacks. The commission is also mandated to provide recommendations designed to guard against future attacks. Both
Sounds like
secretaries,
plagiarism, but I sniff a same author scenario because the University of Virginia is where Zelikow is, and he did the 9/11 Commission report. He came in with an outline before they even did the investigation. Very suspect. He has a history in creating public myths. Very suspect. He also wrote an article in 1998 titled "Catastrophic Terrorism," and it was in Foreign Affairs, and he co-published it with John Deutsch and Ashton Carter. Ashton Carter was a future Secretary of Defense. John Deutsch was director of CIA, I believe. This is very suspect.
Well, listen to this. This is, I mean, you already know this, but both former Secretary of State Henry Kissinger and former U.S. Senator George Mitchell quickly stepped down from their appointments as chairs of the 9/11 Commission due to conflicts of interest. A new chair was appointed. Former New Jersey Governor Thomas Keene and a vice chair agreed to the position. Former Congressman Lee Hamilton. These men, under the direction of University of Virginia's Professor Philip Zelikow, drafted and issued the final federal narrative known as the 9/11 Commission Report in 2004. So she goes into all the evidence and the parallel crises and the reaction and the solution that they are able to offer in these various commissions. Now, I think one of the important things to point out is
I'm just making sure that none of these people were involved, like in Iran Contra, right? Who is Lee Hamilton? I had to ask that question once upon a time. That's part of my answer. Who is Thomas Keane? Oh, geez. Look at, whoa. When you got that much above you and only one thing below you that's really notable other than governor of New Jersey, tells me you were put there for a job, son. So again, interesting characters, but Zelikow, let me see if did I not put Zelikow and connect them together? Oh geez. What kind of show am I running here? I gotta type in Zelikow. Won't happen again. I'll take care of that. Philip D. Zelikow. Boom. Remember that guy Earl Schultz of AIC?
You mentioned him earlier.
Earl Schultz's kid, George Pratt Schultz of Pratt House Schultz, mentored Philip Zelikow. And so did Brent Scowcroft, who was sitting in an E-4B doomsday plane on the tarmac when the first tower blew up. There's a lot of interesting connections here if you start doing some grammar on any of the characters involved.
And the intimate associations with them. These aren't necessarily 6 degrees of separation.
No, here's an intimate association right here. You could read this article in Foreign Affairs, and this basically turns into the PNAC, the Project for a New American Century, the Neocon document in 1999, comes from this article, Catastrophic Terrorism, Tracking the New Danger. And in that same issue, I have right over here, I'll show it to you in the book cam in a second. The other article of note is Osama bin Laden, License to Kill by Bernard Lewis. And then you ask the question, here he is, Bernard Lewis. Who's Bernard Lewis? What is he all about? He's from the same group of people. And like, there's people from MI6 and the other side that's on like, so it's very interesting. The drug trade that you're going to learn about during intermission tonight and how it continues to this day. But
as a part of this too, I won't get into this, but I've mentioned this many times. Jeremy Farrar also is helping to he stepped down as the sage scientist.
Right.
Jeremy Farrar steps down. This is from, I think, Whitney Webb. Jeremy Farrar, pandemic narrative manager. So he's like the overarching manager, if you will. But I think Philip Zelikow was originally tapped. This is almost a year ago now when I started participating as a co-host on Grand Theft World. I think it was actually the very first show I did with you. Corbett announced that Philip Zelikow was tapped to be the one to do the sort of oversight. Or
that's when I think people were playing jokes on me or something. When it's like, hey, did you hear who's going to be? Oh, Philip Zelikow. I'm like, are you serious? Are you kidding?
I forgot.
Trying to get me
for a long time. Yeah, right. And this obviously Farrar is a part of Welcome Trust. So there's so many connections to go over, but it's all intimately tied to sort of Anglo-American establishment, New World Order, globalists that we continue to rail against, that are taking away people's individual right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of
Yeah, and they're definitely
Happiness,
blocking
however
the
you define
attainment of
that.
happiness for a lot of people too. They're not just blocking the pursuit. It's like even if you pursue, they're
Yeah,
making it
that's a
pretty
good
much
point.
impossible. All right, so we have a Darren McBreen short 3-minute clip here.
Skip that.
to
It's
kick.
sort of
Yeah. Okay. So we don't want to
It's-
kick off this section with that. And
it's
then
very
the next one.
like depressing. It just shows everyone.
All right. We don't need to be depressed. We already got enough facts on the table that show that there's a big picture and the odds are stacked against us. We need like a pep talk, and we need some,
the Jackson report's
facts to
reasonable.
coalesce in the minds of the audience out there that aren't in the choir, but rather in the congregation.
Yeah.
So new media, new things that could be created to bridge that gap, and eventually the princess will realize that Walt Disney was a Nazi and stop giving her money to the Nazi place. That's the gist. It's a callback joke. All right. Not really a joke. It was just a callback. No one answered. All right. So let's go to this. Let's tease into this Jimmy Dore clip. Is that the one with Campbell that I'm talking about?
No, you're thinking of the ivermectin vindicated.
Okay, so let's do these thousands of adverse events from the safe jab thing that they're.
I know this is
people.
Campbell too. He did both. I didn't realize that because the one he's had. Well, he uses Campbell a lot. Okay,
as long as he doesn't play at like 2.5 speed, we're good.
I know he did it for the ivermectin one, which drove me
All right.
nuts because it was too fast. But
Well,
I mean,
let's
it's
see.
just weird. Yeah, we'll see.
I might have to Silverstein him and pull it. We'll see if he gets the shepherd's hook here or not.
And then build the silver towers. Sorry.
Architecture jokes. All right. Thousands of adverse events. Jimmy Dore. Jimmy, shut the front door.
Okay,
He's
so
touring.
this is the follow-up I promised you about when so Pfizer was court ordered to release the adverse events and their data that they had for the first 3 months, just the first 3 months of the rollout of the vaccine. Now, you know that they're still fighting releasing the data on the research they did on the vaccines and the trials. They don't want to release that. In fact, they said 75 years they're going to release it. A court ordered them to release it. They're fighting it. Well, something got released that was ordered by a judge. And now, Dr. John Campbell is going to break it down. And if you think you know what was going on with the vaccines, are you in for a shock? Ready? Now I have it sped up. So this is like a 10-minute video from him. We'll stop it a few times, but I have it sped up. Ready?
This day, the 9th of March, and I've been asked for a long time to look into these Pfizer documents and the Food and Drug Administration documents released as a result of the Freedom of Information request. And it's taken a while to work out what's going on here, but I'm not saying I'm there yet, but I'm going to show you what I've got. And it looks like in the first 3 months, there was 42,000 adverse events reported after the marketing of the Pfizer vaccine and 1,223 deaths. Now,
You can just leave it on normal. It's all good.
Over
It's funny,
40,000
bro.
adverse events and
That's
over
funny.
1,000 deaths.
Not the content that's funny. It was
Okay,
were
here we
playing
go.
with the speed. Sorry about
just
that.
quite alarming, really. So let's
Yeah,
look at this now.
alarming.
Now, this starts off, as far as I can tell here, Public Health and Medical Professionals for Transparency. And this is a group that seem to be wanting just that. They want transparency, and there's a large list of prestigious, highly qualified signatories on that group. Now, what seems to have happened is they put in this information or Freedom of Information Act request using the solicitors. And these documents are now in the public domain, all on this website here. So I'll put the link in so you can see all of these for yourself. And a lot of these have just been released as a result of this Freedom of Information request itself. So that was the request. I'm not quite sure what that is. I think that's an application to the court. But what is fairly clear is this: the United States District Court for the Northern District of Texas, and this is the plaintiff, which I believe is the Public Health and Medicines, Public Health and Medical Professionals for Transparency group against the Food and Drug Administration. And the judge here has ordered the Food and Drug.
So they had to sue the FDA to get this information, and the judge agreed that he ordered it.
Administration rolling productions of each due to the first business day of each month instead of every 30 days. Okay, that's administrative things. But the point is there, the FDA will produce 10,000 pages from the first two productions. The FDA will produce 80,000 pages on or before the 2nd of May, 1st of June, and 1st of July. So it's ordering a huge amount of data release. Now, the immediate question in my mind is why wasn't this data in the public domain already? Surely we want to know this information to make informed healthcare decisions.
It takes a judge to order the pharma company to be transparent about their data. Why are they hiding their data? Why? Because they're liars. That's why.
Well,
And they got
maybe
shit to hide. That's why.
Are you sure they just didn't want Russia to get it?
Maybe they didn't want Russia to get it. I didn't think about that.
Yeah.
Okay, here we go.
Wait, this group, this group here, if you click on their website, go into their website, and you can click on Pfizer's documents there. That takes you through to this, and the one I'm looking at here today is this one here, post-marketing experience, and these are now all fully downloadable, courtesy of this site. They can all now be downloaded, which is great. And this is the one we want to look at particularly. So that's kind of the convoluted story so far. Why has it been so difficult to get this information? Court orders. We're talking about a health issue here. Surely this should have been public domain information from the start, so that we could have been well informed. But let's look at it anyway. So that's the group there. That's their link. Freedom of information. All those things I've just shown you are all there, and that's the court order. So you can actually download these for yourself. And that's the list of downloadable documents, which, as we said, is extensive. So what we're looking at here is this one. This is where most of this information is coming from, and this was originally confidential to Pfizer before it had been released, and it's quite an extensive document, and I must say, it's not a particularly easy read. It's quite difficult to make sense of what. There's a lot of abbreviations and things. They do give you a list of abbreviations that helps. Anyway, cumulative analysis of post-authorization adverse events reporting. So this is putting together the analysis of the post-authorization. This is post-marketing, after the emergency use authorization of the Pfizer vaccine. As I say, check on it for yourself. So this is adverse events reporting, and it's only a very early stage. It's only from the 1st of December. 2020, and of course, the Pfizer wasn't approved. I don't think it was in the States till the 11th of December, through to the 28th of February. So it's 3 months at most. So through to the 28th of February, a total of 42,086 cases reported. Some medically confirmed, others non-medically confirmed. But that's the data set they seem to be working off. 42,086 adverse events. It would have been good to know about this at the time.
So they knew about this 3 months in to the vaccine rollout. They knew about all these adverse events. They knew about the deaths, and they didn't report it. And you had to sue them to get them to release it. That sounds like the opposite of science. I don't think they're following the good science practices.
Containing 158,000 different events, so obviously some people having more than one event. Most cases were received from the United States, 13,739, but also from the United Kingdom, also from Italy, also from Germany, also from France, also from Portugal, also from Spain, and from 53 other countries as well. So quite an impressive piece of post-marketing data gathering, really. So obviously we want to take these, what we should do now really is take these numbers, the 1,223 associated fatalities and the 42,000 and a few associated adverse events, and relate that to the number of vaccines given. But this is the part that deals with the vaccines given, and it seems to me that this is redacted. Now, if that is redacted, why on earth would they want to redact that information? Because that means we could work out the percentages of people getting adverse reactions and the percentage of people dying due to vaccination, but we can't because we don't actually know how many vaccines were given out. Why would they want to redact that information? Why wouldn't we
pause it real quick here?
So they're withholding the information that would allow you to do the calculation to know what percentage of people are reporting adverse events. They don't want you to know that.
I was going to state, okay, so that is a very good point there. There are websites. There's one in particular. I'll bring it up while we play the rest of the clip, that claims that they have tracked the number of vaccines that have been given out. And they claim that in that 3-month period, 100 million vaccines have been given out. That's the claim, but we also know it was rolled out in phases, with the oldest first getting it and then going down the list. And so that denominator number seems very dubious. And it's probably it could be anywhere from 20 million to 70 million, 80 million. No one knows. So the fact that they redacted that information is really curious. And the fact that there's this database that's been set up to suggest that 100 million doses in 3 months had been given out, and that all of those 100 million doses are assumed in that report is a little dubious. But I'm going to look that up and see if I can find that information for everyone. But continue forward, LD. The denominator is very important. Let me just state that, because that will give us an indication of the percentage of adverse reactions. And there's also a sort of equivocation around what an adverse reaction is versus a side effect, but that's a little pedantic and I think overstated. Go. Anyways, go for it. Sorry about that.
Redacted it. But you keep pushing for mandates and trusting Big Pharma. You morons.
Access those percentages. Unless I'm wrong and that means something else, but I think it means redacted. Do let me know. Since the 11th of December 2020, Pfizer-BioNTech vaccine has been available under emergency use authorization in the United States, which we're looking at as today's example. Now, the final approval wasn't given until the 21st of August. And at that point, Dr. Janet Woodcock, acting FDA commissioner, said this, and this is on that site there. Check it out. This is as reference-based as I can make it. While millions of people have already safely received COVID-19 vaccine, we recognise that for some time the FDA approval of a vaccine may now install additional confidence to get vaccinated. So, in other words, this is the move from emergency use approval to formal approval. Now, she's saying safely here, but at this time, my understanding is she would have had access to this document. So, how would you say it's safe when this document is indicating there's been 1,223 associated deaths? That's that bit there with the redacted bit in. You can download this. You can get your own PDF version of this, packed full of very, very useful information. But as I say, not that easy to access. Personally, for me, it took quite a bit of effort to get into it. Today's milestone. This is talking on the 21st of August. Put us one step closer to altering the course of this pandemic in the United States, according to Janet Woodcock. So, 21st of August, and remember that this data that we're looking at here. This data here only goes through to the end of February, wasn't it? 28th of February. So, did she have access to this data then? If so, how can she say it's safely? Let me know if you understand that, because it doesn't make too much sense to me. So, moving on from this statement here from Dr. Woodcock about the safety of the vaccines that have been received by millions of people, let's move on to the adverse events reported as of the 28th of February. So that's March, April, May, June, July, or basically 6 months before. And of course, the data in between times, I don't think that's been released yet. It's going to be released, as we saw, on this rolling basis. So information that was presumably available. This is the information that was available to those who were allowed to see it at the end of February, we believe. That contains the greatest number. So these are greater than equal or greater than 2% of events. Where general disorders and administrative site conditions, they accumulated 51,000 adverse events there. I think that's adverse events. Nervous system disorders. So these vaccines that have been safely administered were associated with 25,957 nervous system disorders. These vaccines that have been safely administered, according to the FDA statement there, were associated with 17,283 musculoskeletal events. These vaccines that have been safely administered were associated with 14,096 gastrointestinal disorders. These vaccines that have been safely administered, I could go on, couldn't I? You can read the numbers there. Skin, 8,400. Respiratory thoracic, mediastinal. The mediastinal is the bit in the middle there, between the lungs. 8,884. Infections and infestations, 4,610. Sometimes I read these numbers wrong. So if I read the numbers wrong, the number that's written down is the correct one. So I just have difficulty reading numbers sometimes while making videos. So it's the number that's written down is accurate. I do check those. Injury, poisoning, and procedural complications as well. Cardiovascular. This is adverse events of special interest. AESI is adverse events of special interest. Number of cases, because of course we talked to Kyle and Adam and people about adverse cardiac events or presumed or associated adverse cardiac events. Number of cases 1,403. 3.3% of the total post-marketing adverse events data set. Not 3.3% of people that had the vaccine, 3.3% of the adverse events dating set. And that is all available there. Obviously, you can't see it on your phone or your screen, but if you download it, all the information's there, all broken down really quite nicely about the adverse events of special interest that have been noted during the safe administration of this vaccine. I think you can tell I'm not a happy man. Summary. So just before, there we go. Oh, yeah, that's just the ones that are medically confirmed and not medically confirmed, right? Summary and conclusion. Now, this is the summary and conclusion of this report. So, long report, lots of information there. I just want to check, actually, because the summary and conclusion here on my notes says that review of the available data for this cumulative post-marketing experience confirms a favourable benefit-risk balance for the Pfizer vaccine. That seems to be the conclusion of this report. I'm just struggling to see if it really says that.
So the conclusion is that there's a favorable benefit-risk balance for the vaccine. And he's perplexed. He seems to be chagrined. He's like, hey, right? That's let's flag it up.
Yeah, I know. This report. I'm just struggling to see if it really says that. I know it does say that because I cut and pasted this.
He can't. He's beside himself. I can't believe it says that. It does say it. I pasted it there.
Having said all this, is that their conclusion? There we go. No, I got it right. There it is. You won't be able to see it very well, but that's what it says there.
That's their conclusion.
They conclude there's a good risk-benefit analysis. Now, in addition to this, it also covers additional events, adverse events of special interest. And here's the list here. Now, again, you won't be able to see it, but this is I can't remember how many is listed here. It looks like hundreds. I think they do.
Now, this is not being reported in mainstream news. This is not being reported. Have you seen it reported anywhere? Have you seen it reported anywhere, Kurt?
No.
No.
I don't really watch authoritative sources. So.
I don't watch authoritative sources either. All right, ready?
Somewhere, but all these are syndromes or conditions of special interest associated with the period of time after.
So that's what I covered. The 8 pages, single spaced, of adverse events of special interest. That's what I covered before, and I said, well, this doesn't look good, but I don't know what I'm talking about. I'm a comedian. Let's go look at someone who knows what they're talking about, Dr. John Campbell, and he seems to be pretty upset. He's having a hard time getting through this video. It's sped up, so it's harder to tell his emotional distress, but he's distressed.
The vaccine. Now, to be fair, some of these probably only occurred once or twice. We don't know, but that is one heck of a long list of medical conditions. And again, I certainly wasn't aware of all these until I read this, and even then, I still don't know what a lot of them means. The list is long, quite incredible, really. Why weren't we made aware of these at the time? Because if we were aware of them at the time, we could have had an index of suspicion for them and kept an eye out for them. Peter Marks, MD, PhD, Director of the FDA Center for Biological Evaluation and Research, says this, and I think this is from that FDA site I showed you the reference for before. So this, if I'm right, this will be writing on the 21st of August, or published on the 21st of August, and as we say, this data set is 6 months before. Our scientific and medical experts conducted an incredibly thorough and thoughtful evaluation of this vaccine. We evaluated scientific data and information, including in hundreds of thousands of pages. So it looks like they looked through it all. Hundreds of thousands of pages. Conducted through our own analysis of the Pfizer vaccine safety and effectiveness. And performed detailed assessment of the manufacturing processes. Okay. He says this: the public is counting on a safe and effective vaccine, which it now transpires it wasn't as safe as we've been led to, as had been intimated. The public and medical community can be confident, can we? Confident that although we approved this vaccine expeditiously, it was fully in keeping with existing high standards for vaccines in the United States. So they are saying that the vaccines between the 11th of December, when it was first given emergency use authorization, and this report on the 21st of August from the FDA was saying that millions of doses have been safely administered. I'll let you decide whether the information that's now been released indicates safe administration, as we just look at some of those potential associated conditions. I'm just really quite bemused. And also, you know, we had our politicians and medical leaders telling us that this vaccine is safe and effective all this time. But I can only assume, well, I simply don't know. This data was available to the FDA. Was this data available to the regulatory authorities in the UK, in Germany, in Canada, in Australia? I would assume so. Finally, has this changed the risk-benefit analysis of giving vaccines compared to the condition? Well, Austria, this is the relevant minister, senior politician in Austria. The law passed in January for mandatory vaccinations, in force since early February for a mandatory vaccination in Austria, which I remember we covered at the time. She now says it's not proportionate because the relatively mild symptoms experienced by most people who contract Omicron. So
they're saying that they're not going to mandate the vaccine. Is that so? That's how I read that. And because it's not proportionate, there's relatively mild symptoms from Omicron now. So what's the big to do? That's what they're saying.
It looks like Pfizer and the FDA concluded that the risk-benefit analysis was favourable way back in the early part of 2021. We could argue about that, given that there seems to be 1,223 associated deaths from an unknown number of Pfizer vaccinations in the first 3 months. I would question that now.
So he's saying that you could make an argument that it wasn't safe. That's what he just said, right? Hey, I just heard him say that. You could make an argument that it wasn't safe. Now, I'm not saying that. I'm saying he's saying that. Of course, I can't say that. It'll take down my channel. And I'm not saying that. I'm saying he's saying that. According to YouTube, vaccines are safe and effective. 100%. So here we go.
But now, with Omicron, because it's so much less, people are getting so much less sick, so much lower hospitalization rates and lower death rates from Omicron. Not gone away, but much less. Surely that's complete. Well, that has, I think we can state as a fact, that has changed the risk-benefit analysis. So really, governments like Austria need to be reviewing the situation against the increased risks of vaccination, in this case, the Pfizer vaccination. We don't have the full details on the other one. We need to compare that now, risk that we are now learning about due to this freedom of information activity, and compare that to the known risk from Omicron. It's maybe time for the risk-benefit analysis has changed. Maybe that needs to change through into policy. But I must say, I just feel so, why on earth does it take the signature from a judge? Really, what is that about? So there you go. We've learned things here that we didn't know at the time. At the time, we were taking the word of these senior people. The other thing about this is why hasn't the mainstream media doesn't seem to have taken this up at all? I would have thought this is a complete scandal, perhaps on a par with Watergate. Or
why hasn't the mainstream media covered this? As they shovel their bank accounts full of big pharma money, why don't they cover this?
Because it hasn't been brought to them by Pfizer. Is that...
yeah, because Pfizer didn't tell him to go cover it, and he is comparing it to Watergate. Listen, did you hear him say that?
This is a complete scandal, perhaps on a par with Watergate or the Perfumo crisis or whatever scandal you have in your country. It doesn't seem to be taken up. Of course, everyone's, to some extent, rightly preoccupied with the war now, but there's still plenty of mental capacity in these countries to ask sensible questions, I would have thought. And the mainstream media just don't seem to be taking this up as far as I can see. So there we are. That's the situations I've worked it out so far. I mean, you could argue, of course, there's a lot of people dying with coronavirus, of course, but there's been times in 40. I've been practicing for about 40 years, but there's well, I was teaching, but I've done a lot of clinical. I've been a clinical nurse for a long time, and was again recently. But there's times where you don't manage to save someone's life, of course, and that's kind of acceptable in a sense, because men and women are mortal. Of course we are. Even children die sometimes. So that happens. But if it's something that I've caused, then that's a bit of a different thing. And there has been times where I've reflected on interventions that I have carried out and come to consider that perhaps accelerated someone's death. Now, I was probably doing that for the absolutely right reasons, I would hope. And there are times where it's acceptable. So sometimes we give terminal patients analgesia, painkillers, knowing that may well accelerate their death, and that can be acceptable for quality of life. But to actually do something that does harm to people that are otherwise healthy, you could argue it is a fundamental breach of the Hippocrates idea that first do no harm. And it appears we've done some harm. As far as we know, all of our current regulatory bodies are still saying the risk-benefit analysis is favourable. But in terms of we could argue about the past, we could argue about Delta, but in terms of Omicron, the risk-benefit analysis has changed, and let's hope that starts feeding through into policies. And I think maybe the other thing that this has done is just destroyed, in my view, it's just destroyed trust in authority. So you'll get senior people saying this is safe and effective, and it turns out that their understanding of the word safe and my understanding of the word safe are really quite different. So are we going to trust these people in future? It's a completely separate matter. I'm probably waffling on a bit now, but the reason that most governments didn't believe that the Russians were going to invade Ukraine was not because there was poor intelligence there. It was because Colin Powell and his mates had said Saddam Hussein and Tony Blair and all these other people at the time said Saddam Hussein could be raining weapons of mass destruction down on us in 45 minutes due to fraudulent intelligence. So the trust had been lost. The trust had been lost as a pretext, as I see it, as a pretext for the Iraq invasion, and now, when there was genuine intelligence, people didn't believe it. So is the situation analogous here? Is there going to be something coming along in future where we really, really, really need to trust our healthcare leaders? And as a result of this, maybe some of us won't. So just float that idea. Okay, thank you for watching.
Kurt,
I mean, if it cheers up John Campbell, I lost my trust in authority quite some time ago before any of this. You don't want to blame this for
Go ahead and pull it. So right at the end there, Dr. Campbell alluded to, like, what's the next problem? If people have lost trust in these authorities, and then the next thing happens, what happens if the authorities tell us the truth and no one believes them? How do we know the difference? Well, the same way we know they're lying right now, we compare what they're saying to the evidence and reality, it's going to be fine. So there's no fog of war there. Tony, did I hear during that in order to make a ratio happen, you need two parts, and they hid one of the parts using like a B5 kind of redaction?
B4. And I actually brought that up here so we can review this once again for people who might have missed this.
Yeah, that was That was
So exemption B4, the Freedom of Information Act. Exemption B4, FOIA permits agencies, as a matter of discretion, to withhold trade secrets and commercial or financial information obtained from a person which is privileged or confidential. Basically means they can just withhold whatever they want to.
It's like a
translation. It's a
trade
generic
secret,
yes.
throwaway, apply to whatever. It's like a B5 as Chris Martinism. That would be. All right. So, we were playing all this stuff telling you Pfizer's bad, but I got a text while the video was playing and Pfizer's offering me like $1 kajillion. So I wrote down what they want me to say. They said, Pfizer's so safe, they have to lie to you about how safe it is because you wouldn't believe it, how safe it is.
I'll say that's a bit of an equivocation.
The transcript, that was all satire. I did not get an email or text from Pfizer. Let it stop there. It was funny. Let's move on with the not funny stuff.
That'd be a great, I could use that during my course and see this is the different ways in which you can use a term.
So safe, they have to lie about how safe it is because you wouldn't believe how safe it is.
You certainly wouldn't. This is the website that,
they had the same web designer as Soros's IRFs or IRC foundation in Ukraine. They're
it's
black
interesting.
and yellow like
the black.
Give
now.
now.
When they give a bumblebee, in the yellow jacket style. It's interesting. I sort of watched a debunking of this. It's to gain a dialectic to see like what's the other side say in regards to what John Campbell presented there. And supposedly, I can't find it on this website, but individuals say they claim they use this website, airfinity.com, COVID-19. This is the market revenue portion of it, but it has a whole couple sections on it. Let's go to general COVID-19. That supposedly has metrics that show you can isolate it by a certain frame of time, how many vaccines were rolled out across the world. So people say, well, there's 42,000 adverse reactions. First, you need to define what an adverse reaction is in contrast to a side effect. Apparently, there's a different definition there, so I won't get into that necessarily. But more importantly, what's the denominator? Out of how many? And so this is what this website is supposed to give you the denominator. Yet while that video is going on, I'm trying to search to find like where
it's like a math problem. We have to solve for the unknown, right?
Well, I can't find it. Like, I don't know where these individuals that were quoting on that debunking, like where I'm sure maybe it's on here.
They don't need that part, Tony. They don't need that part.
But anyways, they claim it's 100 million, which is quite extensive. They say 100 million.
But it would also favor nothing to see here. So that's convenient, because if it was 20 million, there'd be something to see there. And I know they didn't roll it out to everybody that fast. So what are they studying? And
well, that's what a lot of other people brought up. Yeah. It's like, well, they brought it out in a tier style, meaning like 80, 90-year-olds, 60, 70-year-olds. And then it wasn't until, different countries had different rollouts, in the form of that tier structure. They tested a new
product on the people with the weakest immune systems whose condition age-wise was already at an advanced range where if they did pass away, they could easily hide it.
You got it.
And then they went to the harder to kill people later, because we're going to see evidence of that at some point, probably during this episode, if not next week.
It's a mess, like as far as understanding, the qualifications of the individuals, meaning sort of like their age, attrition, their health history, so forth and so on. How many were actually fully vaccinated, meaning after 2 doses? And one thing they did state is I think they had to take documented reports from healthcare clinicians.
Part of it, I saw a breakdown. So there was like part of it was this and part of it was not. But the point is, they have a key piece of information that they chose to redact so that you don't get the point. And
that's
going to protect them and their story.
And it allows people to build a straw man like those debunkers to say, well, the denominator is probably huge and there's nothing to see here, nothing to worry about. And then they also sort of equivocate.
Okay, so this is the other problem with debunking. Like you could debunk, let's say Campbell's wrong. Let's say that this is a wrong interpretation. Does that undo the fact that Pfizer is one of the largest find criminal cartels in history, right above like HSBC that we talked about earlier?
Right.
And they're both in the drug trade. Is there, it doesn't undo their history just because someone like claims to debunk a John Campbell analysis of some of the data that they're redacting and making him guess at in the first place.
And when these debunkings are very, I call them they're very sophisticated. They're like done by sophists, in other words, where they build these, they seem to argue from evidence, but they omit key pieces of evidence or misdirect from key pieces of evidence that build a very sophisticated straw man that they then tear down. And it seems so logical. It seems like they argued from evidence, but in the fact, what they've done is they omitted pieces of evidence that would change the entire argument. And that's sort of like, as I was going through that, I realized that, John Campbell is not making extremely sort of grandiose or what's the word I'm looking for, generalized statements. He's just saying, like, based on what I can read here, this is very disturbing. They redacted the information. I need to know how many people have been vaccinated. And then there's a list of adverse reactions. We know there's 42,000 adverse events, which is, I know there's some questions about the definition of that. But in regards to the number of deaths,
it was actually a much larger number because
yeah,
for each one of those cases, there was like an average of 5 adverse events associated with that causality.
Right. That's another good point. That's another fair point. So it gets messy. The way in which they hide or massage the data in order to make it sort of state what they want, and then they also, it's a messy.
Now, when were we taught in school how to defend ourselves against this data that they throw at us every day?
They did the opposite in school.
Right. They just told us to believe.
But if people want to undo what they've done, join the GTW community. And I'm going to segue and just give a plug for my course. I'm starting the first presentation. It starts this Thursday, March 17th, 7:00 p.m. It's a logic course. We're going to go over the fallacies and definition. Should be a lot of fun. And, it's a free course for those who have signed up for GTW or are already members of Autonomy. So for anyone that wants to come and unlearn the propaganda that you've been taught and learn how to actually employ intellectual self-defense, I call it a primer. The subtitle is called A Primer in Intellectual Self-Defense. So the idea is, we learn martial arts, we learn, how to use firearms, we know how to defend our physical person, but we don't really have the arts and techniques and ability to defend our mental capacity and our conceptual capacity. So that's what I'm planning to teach, and hopefully we'll be able to instantiate in the actions of individuals that participate in the course. So that's it.
Now you got 2 choices. You can't take both. You can't take Tony's course and Autonomy. You'd be way overwhelmed. So pick one or the other, but do some cognitive development. At least consider it. Because you made it this far in the episode. You're one of the few who can use your brain. Let's use our quantum computers together and make more freedom. And we do that by sharing methods, strategies, principles, tactics that are evergreen and you can use in your everyday life. So whether it's logic or whether it's the overall Swiss Army knife for life, skeleton key for opportunity, Autonomy, either way, you're going to be well set up. And
next time we'll run a course when you're doing that's a little bit of that time.
No, it's good because there's a lot of graduates from Autonomy that are in Tony's logic course. So they can sharpen up on the basics that I teach in the course, and that he can make it more specific and applicable in their everyday life. So that's good. Symbiotic, not competitive.
Good.
Let's look at these. So we did squeeze in the Jimmy door with the fast playing Campbell. All right, so we got that. And then what are the other bricks that we want to put in this this on wall?
So we're
tearing down the wall with these bricks.
There's one of 2 options. I would suggest the Jeffrey Jackson report is actually reasonable length. It's only like 20 or 25 minutes this week. Either that will give an overview, or there's one talking about, I think, Bex. But that's Brett and Heather, and I love them to death, but it can be a little boring. They talk about that. Actually, I have a bunch of stuff talking about vaccine passports. I have Russell Brand. They planned it all along. Brand discussing World Economic Forum's plan for digital IDs 4 years ago, back in 2016. Global Central Bank had announced a social credit score system. That's Alex Jones. Global social credit industry, social credit infrastructure represents 16.1 billion opportunity by 2026. So we can either do that or the Jackson report would be the 2 other topics to cover before we go to intermission.
Let's do the Jackson report. And what else happened on the High Wire this week? I think I caught part of it, and I was like,
they had Peter McCullough in studio this week.
Right.
And they also he had a really good, his monologues to open the show have been really good, but I actually can't remember. Del Bigtree's opening monologue.
Well, we can do Jackson Report because that's concise, condensed, multi-useful. It's like Swiss Army knife itself.
Yeah.
And then we just encourage people to either watch Highwire live Thursdays, 2 p.m. Eastern, or go to the highwire.com, watch last week's replay. They got a nice little player. And what I like about their player is when you watch it, the chat no longer pops up and annoys you and does that thing. You could just watch the video. It's they've been making improvements over there.
They've actually been making a lot of improvements, and shout out to their team because they've been able to clip out more and more clips from each episode within a day or two. So a lot of times before in the past, I'm having to go through and essentially clip out the meaningful sections. But lately I've been noticing that if you go there now, you'll be able to see the Peter McCullough interview. It's its own clip underneath the main episode. It also has Del Bigtree's opening monologues, sections of the Jackson reports. They've been doing a really good job. Shout out to their team there.
All right, so we'll do Jackson Report. We'll come back. We'll summarize that. Then we'll kick off intermission because I have to give you little instructions for the intermission for it to fit together properly. I got to provide some mortar for those bricks. And then we'll work crescendo before like the sun comes up. So we're doing pretty good. We're doing pretty good.
You did a Q&A today.
I almost invited Johnny Vedmore on for tonight. I was like, oh, we'll have him late in the episode after Richard Gage, and we'll go through his article. And,
he's from Wales, right? I think.
Yeah, so that's the other issue. Yeah. So
I'll have to do a late night one. Love to do that. I'm actually
that was my brain before it integrated all the facts of the situation. I had this hot idea. And I was like, stay down, brain. Come on. All right. So let's go to the clip and then we'll come back and we'll set up the intermission. Jackson Report, highwire.com.
All right, Jeffrey Jackson. It just keeps getting better and better. I mean, it's just like the I told you so's are flowing like free beer here in the Highwire.
Free beer or free advertising. This is an exclusive from the Blaze. A lot of companies, a lot of media companies now are starting to push FOIA requests, Freedom of Information Act requests. So check out this headline. This is huge. Exclusive. The federal government paid hundreds of media companies to advertise the COVID-19 vaccine while those same outlets provided positive coverage of the vaccines. Gigantic. This says here in the article, in response to a FOIA request filed by the Blaze, HHS revealed that it purchased advertising for major news networks, including, get your notebooks out and put a check by this if you're watching these organizations, ABC, CBS, NBC, as well as cable TV news stations, Fox News, CNN, MSNBC, legacy media publications, including the New York Post, the Los Angeles Times, and the Washington Post, digital media companies like BuzzFeed News and Newsmax, and hundreds of local newspapers and TV stations. Goes on to say these outlets were collectively responsible for publishing countless articles and video segments regarding the vaccine that were nearly uniformly positive about the vaccine in terms of both its efficacy and safety. Problem is, they didn't put a disclaimer on any of that reporting that it was paid for by HHS. And here we are. We're literally in an inverse universe here, Del, like you mentioned. HHS, as we know, the 1986 Act tasked HHS with vaccine safety. This is the organization, Health and Human Services, should be looking after vaccine safety. That's one of their primary
They're supposed
goals.
to be the skeptical ones in the room, not the pom-pom cheerleaders, ad-buying pushers of the next drug made by a pharmaceutical company.
Right, not literally selling it. So let's go to how much money did they have to deal with this? This is from the American Rescue Plan Act of 2021. I mean, all of these things were passed so fast, we probably forgot about this. This is HR 1319. And it says here in section 2302, funding for vaccine confidence activities. This is where this money came from. And it says, here's the number, $1 billion with a B to goes on to carry out activities acting through the director of the Center for Disease Control and Prevention for, number one, to strengthen vaccine confidence in the United States, including its territories and possessions.
Wow, $1 billion, folks. That's what we're up against there. Rochelle Walensky is waiting for someone to tell her that vaccines may not stop variants, and they're using $1 billion to push everybody to get it. Meanwhile, we're telling the truth here. Can I just take this moment, Jeffrey? Just excuse me a second. Folks, do you realize that your life and the reality and the truth around the science that's happening here is literally hanging, like, I think, in our hands here at the Highwire? I mean, it's a scary thought. I get it. How is it that some, news agency on the internet is getting all of these things right when the CDC is getting it wrong and having to change the science on a constant basis because it's not black and white? I mean, I just want to take this moment. Do you realize how important those of you that have been donating to us, do you realize what we are achieving here? And believe me, it's not easy. We are not just, this isn't just a room full of news people. We have international scientists on our team all around the world, the best in the world. Some of them you know, some of them are remaining anonymous, but they are helping contribute to this along with the great reporting by Jeffrey Jackson and, interworking with these people and using lawyers, not just ours here, Aaron Siri in America, but speaking with lawyers all around the world to have lawsuits going. All of this is taking place. It's a huge network and it's getting bigger every day. And that's only possible through your help. So please, if you're not one of those people that has become a recurring donor, then hopefully this moment when you realize, you mean we are spending $1 billion, every news agency I'm watching is simply a propaganda machine. Yes, even Fox, folks, even Fox, propaganda machine for the government that's locking me down, giving me a defunct product that doesn't work. That's the case. We want to continue this work, and believe me, we got big lawsuits ahead. We are not going to just let this just disappear. They want to walk off in the sunset and forget this ever happened. We will never let that be. So please, if you haven't already, just go to thehighwire.com, right where you're watching this. Click on that Donate to ICANN. It's really simple. In just 2 minutes, you'll have this all done. Throw in your email, phone number. All of that is being kept confidential. And then just become a recurring donor. We're asking for $22 for 2022. If you only want to give a couple bucks a month, then like a cup of coffee, fine. If you want a cable bill, then it's more. Or if you want to just pitch in maybe one dinner a week, say, you know what, instead of going out to dinner, why don't we support those that are the only ones actually giving accurate science that is holding up, is standing through the test of time. Name another news agency that has the track record we have. You're making that possible, and thank you to all of you that are supporting the High Wire through these incredible times. We are not going away. This has only just begun. All right, Jeffrey, back to you.
Absolutely. So Health and Human Services was not shy about this campaign. In fact, they put it right on their website. This is what it looked like, and it's still up there. COVID-19 public education campaign is called We Can Do This. That's what they labeled it. And it says here in there, the campaign uses products for paid and earned traditional digital and social media platforms. It also says the campaign uses both paid advertising and media interviews, presentations, radio, TV tours, and other public events to educate people about the importance of vaccination. So remember all those times Dr. Fauci was on with those low information celebrities or those podcasters there's nobody heard about, when everyone was lining up to ask some hard questions, he would dodge their shows and never go on them and go on this media tour of all of these people just to get some clicks and likes. This is what was being paid. This is where the money was coming from to give to those influencers to push this message, to push the message of quote unquote science that he claimed to represent.
Yeah. Remember that famous video where like everybody ends up saying the same script? Take a look at this.
Hi, I'm Fox San Antonio's Jessica Headley.
And I'm Ryan Wolf.
Our greatest responsibility is to serve our
Treasure Valley communities,
the El Paso, Las Cruces communities, Eastern Iowa communities,
Mid-Michigan communities.
We are extremely proud of the quality, balanced journalism that CBS 4 News produces.
But we are concerned about the trouble and trend of irresponsible, one-sided news stories plaguing our country.
The sharing of biased and false news has become all too common on social media. More alarming, some media outlets publish these same fake stories without checking facts first.
The sharing of biased and
false news has become all too common on social media.
More alarming, some media outlets publish these same fake stories without checking facts first.
Unfortunately, some members of the media use their platforms to push their own personal bias and agenda to control exactly what people think. And this is extremely dangerous to our democracy.
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 I mean, folks, that's how this whole thing works, right? I worked in television. There's a script being written. It's being written by your government health agencies. And you know who's writing it for them? Because actually, they're not that smart. Pfizer, Moderna, they're writing the script. They're handing it to HHS and Tony Fauci and Walensky, who's really good at waiting for someone to tell her what's actually going on. And then she hands it off to CNN, MSNBC, Fox, and the rest. That is America, the beautiful, and free speech and free media as we know it today.
And speaking of CNN, check out this headline. We heard through the UK, we've reported on so many times that they use fear. Well, this is the HHS vaccination ads use a new tactic to increase COVID-19 vaccination rates. Fear. These are the headlines coming out when the HHS received all its money. So they were using the same tactics that the UK was using, that the people that actually, they're called Spy B, that they talked about using, and they said they were worried that this is going to have a long-lasting effect on the population. We never should have did this. HHS is doing the same thing. So that's what's happening in the US. It was a coordinated response or a coordinated push to market these vaccines across the line and the COVID measures in general.
Right. I mean, on the one hand, you're advertising. On the other hand, you're paying God knows what to social media platforms to censor, just like we were this week. Censor great scientists like Dr. Robert Malone, Dr. Peter McCullough. I mean, it was a multi-pronged effort. But let's remember, that failed miserably.
Del, I want to switch gears here in a big way, not only for our conversation right now, but really for some of the direction of the high wire in general. As everyone knows, you know, we're not reporting in a vacuum here. There is situations happening right now in Europe and Ukraine, probably some of the most serious since World War II. And there is ripple effects coming out from this. And we're going to report on some of that right now as we will continue our reporting going forward. So here's a headline of the New York Post. Skyrocketing food prices. It's talking about food prices reach record highs, skyrocket by 20.7% across the globe. Now, this was compiled by the United Nations Food and Agricultural Organization. It tracks food staples. And they were blaming this rise on crop conditions, reduced export availability. Here's the kicker. This was put together before the war in Ukraine started. Really? Let that sink in for a second. Okay. This was just really from the last couple of years of the lockdowns. So now we go to the next headline here. Remember, Ukraine is really called the breadbasket of Europe. So Putin's energy shock is broadening into a world food crisis. So brace for rationing. It says here roughly 33% of world exports of barley come from Russia and Ukraine combined, 29% of wheat, 19% of maize, as well as 80% of sunflower oil. It goes on to say, quote, everything is going up vertically. The whole production chain for food is under pressure from every side, says Abdulraza Abasan, the ex-head of agro markets at the UN's Food and Agriculture Organization. He says, I've never seen anything like this in 30 years, and I fear that prices are going to go much higher in the 2022-2023 season. The situation is just awful, and at some point, people are going to realize what may be coming. So we're going through this, we're unpacking this, but you know, it's really important for people to be realistic about what possibly might be happening here. So I pulled some more, you know, data points on this story as it's moving forward and developing. So this is out of Bloomberg talking about Russian fertilizer. So Russia jolts global fertilizer market by seeking end to exports. So the Ministry of Industry and Trade in Russia is urged their Russian fertilizer producers to cut volumes to farmers due to the delivery issues because of what's happening there. And let's look at one of the images from this article here, just to give you an idea. So here we have Russia is 9 million metric tons. Belarus is 8 million metric tons. Together, it's about 17 metric tons of potash. It's the fertilizer that they are exporting. Interestingly enough, at the bottom there, Brazil is the world's largest importer of fertilizer. And so they lead the globe in exports of soybeans, coffee, sugar. So that's on the docket too, as they do not get these fertilizers coming in. The exports of soybeans, coffee, and sugar are, you know, people are keeping an eye on that, as expected to go up as well, because this is all interconnected in this food chain as we the global food chain, if you will. And it's interesting at this point. that governments, especially in the United States, across Europe as well, and Germany, they're not talking about victory gardens. They're not talking about maybe start planting gardens. You may, just in case there are some food shortages here. So spring's coming. This is something I really do think everyone should consider. But let's talk about what these food prices could do to countries that are a little poorer. Okay. In 2011, we had the Arab Spring uprising. That was because of wheat prices. And headlines are looking like this again. Soaring wheat prices leave these countries susceptible to uprisings. And there's an image here just to really bang this home. We have Egypt at the top of the list as a wheat importer affected by Russia. That's 610.5 million. Indonesia, 543.2 million, in Bangladesh, rounding out the top at 294.8 million as an importer of wheat. And these are susceptible if these wheat imports aren't coming in. There's a very fast burn rate for unrest within the society. So this is what we're looking at here is a very serious times. And we're going to keep reporting on this as these stories develop.
Well, and it's shocking because we've talked about even through COVID, we're all seeing empty shelves in grocery stores. Someone said, recently, if you look up at Costco, where's the top shelves that used to be filled? And we always, I think we think in the United States of America that we're just buffered against any sort of crisis like this. But I think, it is time to think. I've got my gardens going, continue to talk about other ways as we move forward in our conversations of how we live post-COVID in this post-COVID world, if such a thing actually exists. And really what I keep thinking about is the different bankers and people that have come on the show and telling us that Europe is already bankrupt, that all of this, that COVID and the Great Reset is just to try and hide the fact that you're all going to be renters because you're about to lose your homes, that the finances are going bust. I would imagine that under those circumstances, there's going to be huge food shortages and problems. And so I'm not going to venture into any sort of conspiracy theory space that anyone's like wagging the dog or trying to make these things happen. But boy, they sure are convenient, right? It would be very convenient to say, well, the reason there's no food on the shelves is because Russia invaded the Ukraine. The reason that, gas prices are so high is COVID. These types of excuses, there's certainly opportunistic moments especially we're not being told about a crisis that already existed inside of the stability of our banking and our infrastructure that they were never honest about. So I think we should be very concerned as we look at these headlines, whether or not they're actually tied to what they're saying they're tied to. I think we know that there are some tough times ahead around the world, and, God help all of us. That we get through this and find our way through and how to take care of our families in these, crazy times.
Yeah, amen to that. And ahead of Peter McCullough, there's some policy changes that parents should really know about as it pertains to their schools, their student athletes at school. And we're seeing this here. Let's look first at Orange County Public Schools. This is their sports physicals page. And the sports physicals must be completed each year. So this is what they're seeing now on these pages, and this is what they're seeing from their schools. New in capital letters for the 2021-2022 school year. Electrocardiogram ECG screenings are required for high school students wishing to participate in athletic programs. ECG screenings help identify athletes who are at risk of sudden cardiac arrest, which is the leading cause of death in athletes.
Oh my God.
Now let's go.
I mean, what other, again, folks, do you ever remember I got my physical every year for all the sports that I played, and EKG, who ever heard that children have heart issues prior to this vaccination? I mean, the timing is outrageous. I mean, they're obviously not saying it there, right? They're not telling you why. We just suddenly feel it's really important for all of our students to get an EKG before you decide to run across a lawn, which could be detrimental to your health.
Right. And so there's more to this story here. So let's go to Virginia. This is allegedly Jackson River Pediatrics. And this was on Facebook. This was posted here. It says, student athletes, sports physicals are done primarily to make sure you are not at high risk for sudden cardiac death on playing fields. COVID vaccination affects your risks. Notice that's highlighted in yellow. In response to worldwide experience in vaccine adverse event monitoring, we are adopting a more precautionary sports physical science sign-off policy. And this is also highlighted in yellow. If you have received doses of any COVID shot, we will not be able to clear you to compete in sports without performing lab work and possibly an echocardiogram to rule out potential heart damage.
That is outrageous. I mean, that is, it's almost hard to believe somebody would post that. I mean, it's phenomenal. If we're reaching that place where at least they're admitting it, right? Orange County is not. Here they're saying, we know why we are going to check the heart on your athlete, and we're really going to be focused on those that received the vaccine. Welcome to the new normal.
Well, you have to wonder if these doctors' offices are going to be liable if something does happen, and then the parents come back and say, "Why didn't you do these ECGs on my child if you knew these were risks from the vaccine?" So it's interesting to see individual doctors' offices stepping up. But something also just happened in Florida. This is the headline coming out of Florida. Florida recommends healthy kids do not get COVID-19 vaccines. This is, again, Dr. Joseph Ladapo, the Florida Surgeon General. He says the Florida Department of Health is going to be the first state to officially recommend against the COVID-19 vaccines for healthy children, Ladapo said, shortly before the roundtable ended. He and Governor DeSantis did a roundtable. And it's interesting, right after that, White House Press Secretary Jen Psaki was asked about it. Listen to this.
And then last, Florida Surgeon General says that healthy children shouldn't get the COVID vaccine. Is that a good policy?
Absolutely not. Let me just note that we know the science, we know the data, and what works, and what the most effective steps are in protecting people of a range of ages from hospitalization and even death. The FDA and CDC have already weighed in on the safety and efficacy of COVID-19 vaccines for those 5 and older. The recommendations are vetted transparently through a process with a purpose, so that parents can have confidence after consulting with their pediatricians or doctors if they would like about the safety. But we also know through the data that unvaccinated teenagers are 3 times as likely to be hospitalized if they get COVID than vaccinated teenagers. So it's deeply disturbing that there are politicians peddling conspiracy theories out there and casting doubt on vaccinations when it is our best tool against the virus and the best tool to prevent even teenagers from being hospitalized.
And we didn't spend $1 billion on propaganda to push this product to walk away now. Wait a minute, did I just say that with my outside voice?
And the majority, so we're talking about a harm benefit analysis here. And unfortunately, as we've covered so much on this show, the majority of the studies are unable to find healthy children who have died of COVID. They're unable to confirm that. And the small minority of children who have died of COVID have several comorbidities. So this is really a science-based call by Dr. Ladapo in Florida there.
I think the history will shine on him as it looks back at this, and there'll be so much shame upon this administration, upon our health agencies, and upon every doctor that pushed it, and those that are even turning around now and saying, after I recommended it, now we're actually recommending EKG because we might have hurt your heart. Jeffrey, brilliant reporting as always. Keep up the good work. And thank you for being part of it.
Thank you, Dale.
All right.
You bet.
If you like what Jeffrey had to say, you definitely want to check out the Jackson Report on the High Wire, where he gets into more details on the topics we cover here on the High Wire. Just fantastic stuff and reporting by Jeffrey Jackson. All right.
This is dangerous to our democracy. This is dangerous to our democracy.
Children are 3 times more likely that are unvaccinated. I want to see the way they did that relative risk assessment. That's such a joke. That is.
I'm just talking about that montage of the clowns looking clownish, trying to say it like they're original, like they're like trying out for, stardom or something like that, pushing $1 billion. How are we going to get the Americans to take it? Well, we're going to take some of that stolen taxpayer money. We're going to take $1 billion of that, recycle it back down through the propaganda, megaphone.
Propagandizing. Yeah.
There was this quote in the report before the war started, like before the pandemic even broke out, they had this thing in place, right? And I was thinking about this trend I've seen over the past week of before the war started, right? So as an example, before the United States got into World War II, there were British like concentration camps being built for the Japanese. who hadn't attacked us yet.
They call them internment camps. Wink, wink.
That's going to be part of the intermission. Aaron and Melissa Dykes did a fantastic piece on that internment. I mean, I knew a little bit about it, but when I realized the full scope and realized like the British fingerprints all over it, because it's just like what Cecil Rhodes had designed, and it's just like what they did in Palestine afterwards. It's like based on that whole prototype of the camps. It's a very similar thing. They had just invented it in the late 1800s, early 1900s. The British did in South Africa. So the bringing of that, think about it. They had to be like, do you think we can get the Americans to put their own people in camps? They're like, yeah, we bet we could do it. Right now, at the same time, Pearl Harbor hasn't happened yet. You got this camp being built. It's almost ready for people to be occupying it. At the same time, the British are running Camp X, an assassin training camp right here in the history blueprint. And that is ready to train American soldiers by December 6th, 1941. So the night before Pearl Harbor, they're open for business just in case the Americans need to train some special forces people and go fight the Germans or something. You know, two-front war. That might even be more challenging for America. Get us closer with our special relationship cousins, the British. Now, the last part was food scarcity. That was like the last part of the report. We might hear something during the intermission about the multiple famines in Bengal, two of which I believe occurred under British rule. The first one in the 1700s was awful and atrocious, and the one that happened during Churchill's time was also awful and atrocious. To summarize, I think the estimate was 1/3 of the people in India were killed during these famines. At least one of them, maybe both of them together. I'd have to check. We'll hear it in the intermission. The point is, the philosophy that drove that is the same philosophy of the people driving the thing today that they inherited from like great-great-great-grandpa back, in that lineage. There's a multi-generational aspect of this, and the people who are closest to power have family connections and intermarried family connections. And if you want to know about that, just look into the Georgetown set of vipers that were hanging out at the JFK assassination, everything.
Oh,
dude.
yeah.
And how they
Aristotle
have connections back to the mother
and
country.
Jackie.
Yeah. It's so Bengal famine. It's not just the Holodomor, it's that the establishment has chosen to starve people out. So
let's not forget about the ideological persuasions that by which they rationalize. And when I say rationalize, I mean rationalize a contradiction. That's how Gino Denning defined it for me. Because they remember the World Economic Forum and Agenda 2030. They gotta speed it up. They want to kill off pretty much most of the planet according to their own documentation. So,
man,
very
the thing
terrifying.
Is, like,
it's very
Klaus Schwab's
terrifying.
pretty old. He's going to kick the bucket anytime.
That's right.
Like, what's he messing with everybody else for? Why is it? Because that's his identity. He's made himself into that.
Or Elizabeth or Charles. I mean, you would think, not to say, I mean, they're older too, but let's not, I'm just saying. Now, real quick, we're talking about wheat. They were talking about wheat, right? And they brought up the Ukraine production of wheat, sunflower oil, and maize, which would be corn. I promise this will make sense. Senna, myself, and James were sort of going through this. It started with me and Senna having a conversation. I posted in the GTW production chat. I want to get this on the record because I thought this was kind of interesting. And then James
Cyber
followed
Polygon
up.
Was an exercise by the World Economic Forum.
They're the ones who sort of host it, but it was actually sponsored by the Kremlin. So it was a mixture of Kazakhstan and Russia. And one of the big narratives this week has been there's going to be a Russian cyber attack. Now, for the past 2 years, it's been mostly Russia supporting Russian or the stands, Kazakhstan and other stands, or Kazakhstan, Kazakhstan, and all these other stands that have been supporting this endeavor. But nonetheless, for the past 2 years, the Kremlin has been one of the major sponsors, and it's run out of the Russian sort of government is running the entire event, essentially, for the most part. It's just that the hosts happen to be the one that came up with the idea is the World Economic Forum. So that's an interesting angle. But one of their partners, I think if we go up here, partners, you have IBM, all these.
IBM, nothing to see there. Hollerith numbers in the Holocaust.
Deutsche Bank. Yeah. Barilla. The fuck are they doing there? So you have like all these IBM,
people.
Deutsche, you have Bank, but then you have Barilla. Right. It's like, and we're like, what the fuck is Barilla? An Italian multinational food company.
Oh, yeah. They're like Nestle.
Right.
Yeah.
So yeah, you have like the Russian prime minister, the SVER bank sponsor, NTV State Bank of Russia. All of them are sponsorships for this event. Past 2 years, by the way. They've been the main sponsors. But then James asked, like, why Barilla? And so I inquired as to this, and we've had someone on the show before. And it was interesting because what we found is like they are one of the world's largest wheat purchasers. And the UK just happens to be where most of the wheat, as they acknowledged there, I think it was like 33 or 39%, something like that. It's coming from there. And then as we continue to go through, so in other words, they need their support. That Ukraine just happens to be where most of the wheat is produced. But
are you saying that the exercise could be cover for the people who are doing the thing to actually meet? Like if the counter terrorists were really in charge of being the terrorists, that sort of thing?
So if you go to Barilla, yes, I am saying that actually, or I'm certainly insinuating or implying that tacitly. Let's just say it that way. Barilla Foundation, fixing the business of food, private sector alignment with the SDGs and accountability to achieve food systems transformation. Yeah, it's fingerprint. Yeah, that's right. And look down here, resetting the food system from farm to fork.
Klaus's marketing people have been all over this site.
I mean, are you serious? It's like in 2030. 2030 is the deadline to achieve all 17 sustainable development goals. Don't worry, they got it all figured out. So one may think they're just a very low brand mass market pasta company, but
hey, I'm thinking I'm going to ban Barilla pasta in my house, but I might not have to because there's going to be a worldwide food shortage. Sponsored by Barilla.
I thought that was just a
Do you think they'd take that product placement? Could I get some of those Tim Dillon dollars for ads from those companies if I do product placements like that? We got one for Pfizer and one from Barilla. Who's LD? Send those off to their PR department. See if we can get paid.
So shout out to Senna and James for that entertaining deep dive we did together earlier this week. And then look, they got Chronicles sustainability. Look, they chronicled all of this. Youth COP 26.
I mean, we do talk about the World Economic Forum all the time. Do they have some marketing money they can throw us so we can insult them?
No, if anything, we could be that nice counter dialectic from like the 50,000 credits episode of Black Mirror.
Black Mirror.
You like that? Yeah, there we go. So
break the Black Mirror, man. Mm-hmm. Break it. Just break the narratives. Inconvenient truths.
Break the narratives by playing the dialectic and then getting paid to play the dialectic. That would be pretty evil. That'd be pretty messed up.
Inconvenient for the globalists. Inconvenient for the oppressors. Convenient for you. Grand Theft World. See? I got marketing in the brain now. Been thinking, teaching students all day and whatnot.
Yeah, I can tell. I can tell quite a bit. And it's also like 2 a.m. So all
right, so let's set up this intermission. Mm-hmm. We've already talked about starvation, famines, Holodomor. So East India Company. There's going to be a clip in there. And this is coming from, I believe it's an on-stage discussion. So we're going to have the source links in there. But, I mean, the real setup is I did this presentation a couple weeks ago for Foster Gamble's audience, is for his paid audience. So we haven't released that publicly. I do have a couple approved marketing clips. I could get those at some point and we could play those. But the point is this. I had some stuff in there about the East India Company, but as far as all the other information I had in my presentation, East India Company is where I was thinnest. So I have some books and stuff like that. So I started watching like interviews with the authors of the books that I have to learn more of this stuff. And then I heard debates and I heard all this interesting stuff. And we cannot appreciate today. There is nothing really that we can see and compare to what the East India Company was back then, other than imagine if Apple stores came with, militaries attached to them and everything was just,
You'd have to combine a couple of different massive multinational corporations together.
But none of them have ever had like this rule over the people by the sword.
I agree.
So it's just like this unique circumstance where it's like one of the first private stock share company international deals. And it's trying to compete with the Dutch East India Company, but they can't because the Dutch have the Spice Islands on lockdown. So they're like, what else can we do? And we could trade with these people over here in India. Oh, look, we'll set up a trading post and subjugate into opium and get into China. And they got the gold and silver back that they had been putting over there for a long time. So there's these aspects of it that show not just like the fact that it went on, but the mentality with which it was conducted and carried out, which I think that mentality was still reflected by Churchill, centuries later, in some case, from depending, because the East India Company had a long time.
Churchill,
the way he talked about Indians and Palestinians and all these other things, He's a very racist dude.
Churchill
You can say a lot
is
of people were
dubious
racist.
motherfucker. I mean, don't even get started with him, but so many
So
people, including
glamorized
my
in America,
family.
though, Tony.
Oh, dude,
So
my
hero
dad
worshipped
thinks
here, dude.
my
Dude,
dad and
guys,
my
get
uncle,
wood
they
for
think
Churchill.
I'm sorry. They think he's a miracle. He's one of the great sort of purveyors of truth and freedom, and
He was there in room 40 when the Lusitania was like, they knew it was going on.
Yeah,
and like there was meetings with King George and Colonel
what he
House
did to
that
the people
day.
of Wales.
Yeah, that's how they got
Welsh, I
America
should
into
say.
the war. But it took 2 years and a little skullduggery from the Federal Reserve type peoples, and some loans and some things like that. Anyway, America got into the war, and then we got into another war, and it was very much the same situation. So why do we assume 9/11 is anything different than World War I, World War II, where there might have been a proxy group groomed by our special relationship friends? There's total evidence of all this.
Yes,
and
there is a ton of evidence.
They used it to get even closer and to have America further their agenda.
And they use false
noticing
flags.
it.
They use false flags in order to get us into war. Yeah, I mean, the whole 20th century has been nothing but a recapitulation of what the 19th happened with the British State Department in the 19th century, but in a different sort of.
So the idea
fashion.
is we set up this East India theme in the beginning of the intermission. We carry that into 9/11 with Who Killed John O'Neill at the part where they're zeroing in on the opium being a major thing, and Afghanistan and the British history behind that should play in at that point. And then we're going to go to Whitney Webb with Matthew Arrett talking about Fabian socialism, again, around the turn of the century, pre-World War I, that era, English socialism, INGSOC from
That's
Orwell's
Beatrice Webb, right?
1984, right? These are also not just people of Britain or the United Kingdom. They're Fabian socialists, they're leftists. So there's a whole group like left coterie, Balfour,
Sidney Webb.
Webbs. I have a list of them someplace, and it's not just limited to that, because I think Churchill was a conservative, if I remember correctly. But the idea is there is a leftist, progressivist, English socialist agenda. This is what Orwell's writing about years later in 1984. This is when it's going on live back then. Parallel to that, I listened to a debate between Matthew Arrett and some other learned person who had a very similar view, and I could see what each other was saying. Anyway, he handled himself very well in that debate. And the gent who was trying to argue that America took over Britain, I got the question: when did you guys outsource the Bank of England to us? Like our bank went over there, and that's how money, intelligence, people do what the empire says. That's the order of operations. So I want to have Matthew Arrett on the show. I think he's got really good evidence and argumentation from his side. Anyway, you're going to hear a little bit of him in the intermission, and then I think there's 2 slices of Truth Stream Media. It would be from their episode 4 of the Trust
Dr.
Game.
Jekyll delivers Mr. Fed. Yeah,
That episode was so
4.
kick-ass. Like the first
Yeah.
3 were good, and I'm so
Actually
glad
really
they're
enjoyed the
releasing it
first 3.
week by week.
Yeah.
Because when I had like the preview months ago of like, here's 12 hours, I was like, I only made it a couple hours into it. So now I'm seeing it, and I've had a week to think and analyze in between. So I really like this. And so we want to show a little snippet of that. But their other one on the Japanese concentration camps,
Yeah,
I
the
would
story
like to
of an American
play that
internment camp.
before, because that's like a real downer. And they'll bring us up by saying, hey, look, we're finally catching on to what's going on with this trust game and how it the octopus got into America.
So for this, just let us know timestamps for obviously Matthew Arrett. I have 28 minutes. You just will let us know when to pull it. And then for the True Stream Media, should we just play a little bit from the beginning of each just to give a flavor? Or
did
is
I
there
not timestamp those? All right, so
I can go into your playlist and double check to see if you maybe
I gave you a timestamp for Who Killed John O'Neill, and just so
I
you
have
guys
all
know,
the timestamps. Yeah, for those.
the most enigmatic clip in the intermission that you might be like, what is this and why are we watching? This is from a film that came out in 2006 called WKJO, or Who Killed John O'Neill. 2 independent filmmakers from Boston who I came to meet after they made the trailer, because I was like, if you guys think that's hot, like look at us other information. And they're like, we're already writing a movie about it. And so we really got to like talk on the level of like, dude, what the heck's going on with this? So what you're seeing is one camera, one filmmaker, one actor, one room. So they like play. So the one guy, Ryan Thurston, the actor, he plays 6 different roles throughout the film, playing the different ways
personalities
personalities you could think about the topic from. right? So there's a conspiracy theorist, there's an analyst guy, there's a guy who's like Kevin Costner and JFK,
the
there's
skeptic
another
guy.
guy who's like looking
Yeah.
stuff up, keyboard nerd. So it's really good and it's aged really well. And the information, more importantly, if you took notes on everything in that movie and went and looked it all up, you would see a lot of veracity behind this theatrical artistic representation for a film project, right? That was continued into a full feature. There's Tony's notes right there on screen.
Yeah, I took this 10 years ago. I made an outline just to give people an indication of how long this outline is of all the facts. And I don't even know if I finished the whole thing. I remember having to go, I think I got towards the, I think I did finish this. And then I Project Constellation, Richard Grove. I started doing outlines of your work. I didn't quite finish that, but if you can see, it's makes up 8 or 9, 10 page, 11 pages, 12 pages, 13, 12 and a half pages, or 12 and a quarter pages of outline just from, I'm not even sure I finished all of Who Killed John O'Neill. It's by far, when you show that to me, Rich, the most important documentary I still think to this day on the events of 9/11.
But it's not a documentary, which is why it flies under the radar.
It's a general film. It's like what was a film project, right? For film school?
Yeah, the trailer was, and Ty Rober, who's the filmmaker, he made it on a crank up spring powered Bolex camera from 1940s or whatever, and that's shot on real film. And then they liked that trailer so much and had fun and already were doing it that they continued and made out the whole hour and 40-minute script. And when that released, it was burning up the servers. It was so popular that it crashed Internet Archive's links to it and stuff, and that we were trying to get it to InfoWars because we're like, hey, can you make sure that this gets out there? Because it's the places, there was no YouTube then. I think there was Google video version of it too, but it was the Internet Archive. There was problems with getting it out there because
back then the streaming platforms didn't really. Not only was it controversial, but the streaming platforms really weren't there.
Yeah, tech was very early.
Yes, it was very early. So
if you go to, I think it might be WKJO.com or WhoKilledJohnO'Neill.com, you could still get the original MP4 high fidelity type of output, the digital official, everything, the explanation, the title, the about credits, all that good stuff still there. So if you like what you hear or you find it interesting what you hear in the intermission, I highly advise maybe click the link in the show notes for this episode. Familiarize yourself with that particular element and this whole stack of 9/11 research that was generated early on by people that didn't have they weren't professional researchers. They were just some people who had noticed, and one of them was reading a Jim Marrs book and the other one's like, hey, there's this other guy and we should look,
Yeah.
So
it's interesting. I would argue it's still better than most that are produced. I mean, it is so jam-packed full of information and shows a causal connection between drug running, insurance, banking, counterterrorism.
Very edgy too.
It's edgy. It's a little melodramatic.
Because they have there's a guy who calls in who's like a CIA type of agent, and and so they know that by publishing this stuff that the people who just did this big terrorist event are probably
it was still hot back then too, and I think they exuded that as part of their character. I mean, you told me some stories when you met them. They were certainly cautious. They were cautious individuals with who they met and how they went about talking about their film and their projects and so forth and so on. And rightfully so. I can understand why. They draw very interesting connections, very powerful connections to the CIA, the ISI, Pakistani intelligence, to AIG,
to the CFR, and what's above the CFR,
the Sandinista,
so
and the Nicaragua situation. You also have BCCI.
If they had only known
Iran-Contra, oh my God!
If they had only known that the empire had a Cecil Rhodes plan to take over America, that would have been at the top of the diagram. But that might have got them, too fast,
especially that early on. That was too early.
Yeah. So East India Company, then Who Killed John O'Neill? Because there's a ominous continuity of narco-terrorism.
Yes.
And then learn a little bit about the pragmatic philosophy of these Fabian socialists who might have gotten some Americans once upon a time to kind of adopt all these not so American ways. And I think that'll bring us through to the Aaron and Melissa Dykes True Stream news clips. And that'll be the intermission. But that's a whole education. This is like a mini college class, just an intermission. So let's take it step by step. And if I need to give you some prompter cues, we can yell it out.
The only thing we need are the True Stream media, which we'll go through as the other clips play. I'll try to find some timestamps, or we'll talk in the production chat or something.
Yeah, right on. I'll try to do it here. Let's roll.
Everything's in order, by the way, LD. from the intermission. I should have it in order. Yep.
I got it pulled up. I'm ready to go.
Awesome. Way ahead of us. Awesome. Okay, cool. On to intermission.
The flag of the company, a familiar arrangement, and the inspiration for the flag of a later entity, which follows a little bit after this. According to the Mughal historian Fakir Khairuddin, disorder and corruption no longer sought to hide themselves, and the once peaceful realm of India became the abode of anarchy. In time, there was no real substance for the Mughal monarchy. It had faded to a mere name or shadow. The same year that Nadir Shah the Persian returned home, the French company Dazan began minting its own coins. And without anyone to stop them, both the English and the French began drilling their own sepoys, militarizing their operations. And it was the fall of the Mughals that facilitated the rise of these two companies. And then the British company defeats the French one. As the Count of Modaif, who had fought for the Mughal Emperor Shah Alam, noted, the empire held together while Aurangzeb reigned, and even for some years after he died in the years of the following century. For generally beneficial laws have a certain inner strength which allows them for a time to resist the assaults of anarchy. But at last, a horrible chaos overtook the Mughal Empire. Any spark of good that Aurangzeb had done to promote commerce was snuffed out. Ruthlessly ambitious Europeans were no less deadly in these parts, as if Europe and America were too small a theatre of war for them to devour each other, pursuing chimeras of self-interest, undertaking violent and unjust resolutions. They insisted on Asia too as the stage on which to act out their restless injustices. Before long, the East India Company, under this flag, was straddling the globe. Almost single-handedly, it reversed the balance of trade, which from Roman times had led to a continual drain of wealth and bullion eastwards. The East India Company ferried opium to China, and in due course fought the Opium Wars in order to seize an offshore base in Hong Kong and safeguard the profitable monopoly in narcotics.
Can you pause him for a second? I was going to try to hold this thought for like the next 45 minutes, but so I'll just show it to you now. Here we go. Let me see. Yeah, I don't need to do it full screen. You guys can see it. All right, so this is a presentation that I did a couple weeks ago. The reason I'm going to show you this, because he just said there was this large wealth transfer from the Mughal Empire to the British East India Company. And you could read on this slide about how it's about opium, but I want you to see the graph, because the graph is really what you need to see. All right, the top yellow line is the Qing dynasty in China. The green line is the Mughal Empire. The year is 1753. Watch what happens in a couple years. Boom. British East India Company just took out the Mughal Empire. Now it's the second top GDP in the world, and it's two spaces above the United Kingdom itself. This is a private company that has giant amounts of wealth that they just gangster took down from that Mughal Empire just in this 5 years.
They subsumed all of it.
Right.
All of the GDP, every amount of production that India had to offer, they took over complete control of it. I mean, look at the numbers. The numbers are pretty much exactly the same.
There's 1753 and there's 1758. Now watch this, dude. Let's jump 100 years into the future. Boom. 1857, East India Company is still up there, getting a lot of that money back over into Europe. And when you go forward, it turns into the British Raj a couple years later. It's still above the US and UK, by the way. The amount of wealth they're getting from that operation. Because the Mughals, if we go back to these the green Mughal Empire, these dudes had tax collectors and all sorts of stuff already in place. So when you take over that operation, you got this recurring revenue. It's like corporate takeover of a non-corporate area, but they are kind of like set up enough to be taken over, right? So by 1857, East India Company, they're having the opium wars and stuff over there, second opium war. They got a lot of conflict. So then the British government says, okay, India, you're not going to be ruled by the honorable East India Company. You're going to be taken care of by the British Raj. This is the British government over there taking care of you.
It's a
rebranding.
It's a PR technique.
Oh my goodness, dude. And so then it disappears after like 1881. It kind of just like, it's there, and UK is catching up, and now it kind of just slides back. Oh, it disappeared.
Huh.
Now it's the United States. Soviet Union, United Kingdom by 1944. So that's after 2 world wars, kind of. This is almost to the end of the Second World War. Interesting. I just wanted to point out that chain of wealth that had built up in those years. So now I think we're listening to William Dalrymple. He's the author of like a 4-book set on the East India Company. And I think he's the presenter on that stage. Now, LD, if you would mind playing that clip with that context already provided, that's a deep dive courtesy of that Foster Gamble presentation that I'll give at some point.
Fantastic. Good job.
West, it shipped Chinese tea to Massachusetts, where its dumping in Boston Harbor triggered the American War of Independence. Indeed, one of the principal fears of the American patriots in the run-up to the war was that Parliament would unleash the East India Company in the Americas to loot there as it had done in India. In November 1773, the patriot John Dickinson described East India Company tea as accursed trash and compared the future regime of the East India Company in America as being devoured by rats. This almost bankrupt company, he says, having been occupied in corrupting their country, Britain, and wreaking the most unparalleled barbarities, extortions, and monopolies in Bengal, has now cast their eyes on America as a new theatre whereon to exercise their talents of rapine, oppression, and cruelty. And this is one of the main complaints you hear at the beginning of the American Revolution, is this fear that the East India Company will be let loose on America. By 1803, the East India Company had conquered the Mughal Emperor Shah Alam sitting blinded in his palace in Delhi. And with the private security force of 260,000, marshaled more firepower than any nation state in the world. A mere handful of businessmen from a distant island on the rim of Europe now ruled dominions that stretched continually across North India from Delhi, in the west to Assam, and the entire coast was in the company's hands, together with strategic points between Gujarat and Cape Comorin. In just 40 years, they made themselves masters of almost all the subcontinent, whose inhabitants numbered 50 to 60 millions, succeeding an empire where even minor nawabs and governors ruled over vast areas larger in both size and population than the biggest countries in Europe. It was, as one of its directors admitted, an empire within an empire, with the power to make war or peace anywhere in the East. It had also by this stage created a vast and sophisticated administration and civil service, built much of London's docklands, and come close to generating nearly half of British trade. No wonder that the East India Company now referred to itself as the grandest society of merchants in the universe. Yet, like more recent mega corporations, the East India Company proved at once both hugely powerful and oddly vulnerable to economic uncertainty. Only 7 years after the granting of the Diwani, when the company's share price had doubled overnight after it acquired the wealth of Bengal and all its treasury, the East India Company bubble burst after plunder and famine in Bengal led to massive shortfalls in revenues. The East India Company was left with debts of £1.5 million and a bill of £11 million in unpaid tax to the Crown. When the knowledge of this became public, 30 banks clapped across Europe, bringing trade to a standstill. It was like the no-deal Brexit of 1772. In a scene that seems horribly familiar to us today, this hyper-aggressive corporation had to come clean and, like the Royal Bank of Scotland, ask for a massive government bailout. In July the 15th, 1772, the directors of the East India Company applied to the Bank of England for a loan of £400,000. A fortnight later, they returned, asking for an additional £300,000. The bank was able to raise only £200,000. By August, the directors were whispering to the government that they would actually need an unprecedented sum of a further £1 million. The official report written by Edmund Burke foresaw that the East India Company's financial problems could potentially, like a millstone, drag the government down to an unfathomable abyss. This accursed company would, like a viper, be the destruction of the country which fostered it in its bosom. But unlike Lehman Brothers, the East India Company really was too big to fall. So it was in the following year, 1773, that the world's first aggressive multinational corporation was saved by history's first mega bailout, the first example of a nation-state extracting, as a price for saving a failing corporation, the right to regulate it and severely rein it in. When I visited Allahabad, I hired a small dinghy and sailed below the false walls up the Ganges, asking the boatman to row me upstream. It was a beautiful moment. That moment, anyone that's ever been to India will know well, what they call Goduli Bella, cow dust time. And the Yamuna and the Ganges glittered in the evening light as brightly as any of the gems of Powys. Egrets picked their way along the banks, past pilgrims taking a dip at the auspicious point of confluence where the Yamuna meets the Ganges. Ranks of little boys with fishing lines stood among the holy men and the pilgrims. Historians propose many reasons for the fracturing of the Mughal Empire. And looking out on this enormous fort, by far the largest in India, you wonder how such a magnificent and powerful empire could collapse before a bunch of traders. But perhaps the biggest factor that allowed the company to take over was the support it enjoyed from Parliament. The relationship between the company and Parliament grew more symbiotic throughout the 18th century. Returned nabobs like Clive used their steadily growing power to buy MPs and parliamentary seats, the famous rotten boroughs. In turn, the Parliament backed the company with state power, ships and soldiers which were needed to take on the French and other powers. As I drifted past the walls of Allahabad, I thought about the nexus between the corporations and politicians in India today, a nexus which has delivered many individual fortunes to rival those amassed by Clive. The country today has only 6.9% of world GDP. The total wealth of India's billionaires, however, is equivalent to 10% of the nation's GDP, while the comparable ratio for Chinese billionaires is less than 3%. More importantly, many of these fortunes have been created by manipulating state power, using political influence, just like the company did, to secure rights to land and minerals, and flexibility in regulation. The modern Indian situation has remarkable analogies to the situation of 18th century London. What is England now, fumed the Whig litterateur Horace Walpole, but a sink of Indian wealth? In 1767, the company bought off Parliament from investigating it by donating £400,000 to the Crown in return for its continual right to continue governing Bengal. But the anger finally reached ignition point in February 1788, when Warren Hastings was impeached in Parliament. It was the nearest the British ever got to putting the East India Company on trial, and they did so with one of their greatest orators at the helm, Edmund Burke. Burke, leading the prosecution, railed against the way returned company nabobs were buying parliamentary influence, not just by bribing MPs to vote for their interests, but by corruptly using their Indian plunder to bribe their way into parliamentary office. Today, the Commons of Great Britain prosecutes the delinquents of India, thundered Burke. Tomorrow, these delinquents may be the Commons of Great Britain. Burke thus correctly identified what remains one of the great anxieties of modern liberal democracies, the ability of a ruthless corporation corruptly to buy a legislature. Just as corporations now recruit retired politicians in order to exploit their establishment contacts, the way that all the successive presidents of America have joined various of the large corporations like the Bushes, so for example, the Lord Cornwallis, the man who oversaw the loss of the American companies, was recruited by the East India Company to oversee its Indian territories when he retired from public life. As one observer wrote, of all the conditions, perhaps the most brilliant, at the same time most anomalous, is that of the Governor-General of British India. A private English gentleman, the subject of a joint stock company, During the brief period of his government, he is the deputed sovereign of the greatest empire in the world, the ruler of 100 million men, while dependent kings and princes bow down before him with deferential awe and submission. There is nothing in history analogous to this. Hastings survived his impeachment, but Parliament did finally remove the East India Company from power following the Great Indian Uprising of 1857, some 60 years after Hastings' trial. On the 10th of May, 1857, the East India Company's own security force rose up against their employers, the sepoys, and on successfully crushing the insurgency after 9 uncertain months, the company distinguished itself for the final time by hanging and murdering tens of thousands of its own sepoys and other rebels in bazaar towns that line the Ganges, probably the single bloodiest episode in the entire history of British colonialism. Enough was enough. The same Parliament that had done so much to enable the East India Company to rise to unprecedented power finally gobbled up its own baby. The British state, alerted to the dangers posed by corporate greed and incompetence, successfully tamed history's most voracious corporation. In 1859, it was again in the walls of Allahabad Fort that the Governor-General, Lord Canning, formally announced that the company's Indian possessions would be nationalised and passed to the control of the British Crown. Queen Victoria, rather than the directors of the East India Company, would henceforth be the ruler of India. The East India Company limped on in its amputated form for another 15 years, finally shutting down in 1874. Today, its brand name is owned by a Gujarati businessman who uses it to sell, quote, condiments and fine foods from showrooms in London's West End. Meanwhile, in a nice piece of historical and karmic symmetry, the current occupant of Powys Castle is married to a Bengali woman, and photographs of a very Indian wedding were proudly hung in the Powys National Trust tea room. Clive's future descendants will now be half Indian. Today, we are back in a world that will be very familiar to Sir Thomas Roe, where the wealth of the West has begun again to drain east, in the same way as it did from Roman times up until the birth of the company. When a British Prime Minister visits India, he no longer comes like Clive to dictate terms. In fact, negotiation of any kind has passed from the agenda. Like Roe, he comes as a supplicant, begging for contracts and business, and with him come the CEO of Britain's biggest corporations. For the corporation, the idea of a single integrated business organization stretching out across the seas was one of the most revolutionary of European inventions, and it is contemporary with the beginnings of European colonialism that upended the trading world of Asia and Europe and helped give Europe its competitive edge.
What do you know about the global drug trade?
Only what I read in the papers.
Then you know nothing. This is covered with even less honesty in the mainstream press than 9/11 is.
I've always assumed intelligence was involved.
As usual, your assumption would be correct. The war between the Soviets and the Afghans ended in 1979. Meanwhile, the drug trade from Latin America was heating up, with significant assistance from the CIA. It started big time with the formation of the Medellin drug cartel in Colombia in 1978. Founded by Carlos Leader, the Ochoa brothers, and Pablo Escobar, the Medellin cartel operated by manufacturing the coca plant into cocaine and shipping it to the U.S.
The collaboration began when Leader purchased an island in the Bahamas,
where corporate tax and banking laws are extremely lenient,
and used that land as a jumping-off point to launder the money taken in by the drug sales.
The Bahamas is home to thousands of tax-exempt corporations, including companies owned and managed by American International Group, AIG.
The largest insurance company in the world and the 6th largest corporation in the world.
One of AIG's companies in the Bahamas is named after a woman called Coral Talavera.
And who is she?
She's Carlos Leader's wife. She is the head of an AIG branch in San Francisco.
I don't understand. Isn't Carlos Leader in prison?
Not anymore. Carlos Leader was extradited from Colombia to the United States for trial in 1987 A year later, he was convicted and sentenced to life plus 135 years for drug trafficking and murder.
While he was in prison, Carlos Lita struck a deal with the United States. Take down the cartel, and he would be granted freedom. Along the way, he implicated and then testified against Manuel Noriega, Panamanian dictator and middleman for the Medellin cartel. Noriega was captured through an invasion of Panama in 1989 under the first President Bush.
He was convicted of drug running, racketeering, and money laundering in 1992.
And Leader?
According to the official U.S. record, whereabouts unknown. See, there's one thing that ties all these points together. The cartel, AIG, the CIA, the Contras, Noriega. One thing connects them all. The BCCI. The Bank of Credit and Commerce International, or for our discussion today, the granddaddy of all money laundering scams. The BCCI was and remains the largest instance of fraud and bankruptcy in global history. Located out of Abu Dhabi, the BCCI operated without fail throughout the 70s and 80s as a money laundering and investment finance bank.
This is documented in the investigation by Morgenthau and Cherkasky in New York, but also by the investigation in the United States Senate, which was headed by Senator John Kerry. Financial ties can be made between the BCCI and Manuel Noriega through his facilitation of the drug trade. By 1992, the BCCI was broke and busted up by U.S. authorities.
However, one point about this rarely mentioned case is that a principal shareholder of the BCCI, right, is a guy named Khalid bin Mahfouz. Khalid bin Mahfouz, a Saudi financier and investment banker, whose other claim to fame is his dubious investment in a company called Harkin in the late 80s.
Harkin? Isn't that one of George W. Bush's companies?
The man with a 20% stake in the largest money laundering operation the world has ever seen saved our president's business career.
Khalid bin Mahfouz has also been implicated as one of many very prominent Saudis who has funneled money to Osama bin Laden.
That would make President Bush someone who has done business with a known terrorist. Bin Mahfouz. Regardless, the drug trade is going to escalate in the 1980s. And why wouldn't it? Reagan is your president, and Bush is your VP. Okay, the greatest drug smuggler in the history of drug smuggling was a guy named Barry Seal. Barry Seal, okay? He was an admitted CIA agent, okay? He was contracted at least as back as like the early 60s. In the early 60s, Barry Seal is living in New Orleans, where he joins a Civil Air Patrol unit, whose captain is an eccentric fellow by the name of David Ferry.
Joe Pesci from JFK?
Ferry was, by all indications, a conspirator in the JFK assassination. And another member of the Civil Air Patrol unit is
Lee Harvey Oswald.
So the drug trade is somehow tied to the JFK assassination?
Seemingly. But the connections don't stop there. The Barry Seal was a pilot, a great pilot by all accounts. Now everyone assumes that David Ferry was a getaway pilot for the assassins in Dallas, so it's possible to presume that Barry Seal was one as well.
In late 1963, Seal is seen in a picture with Frank Sturgis and Felix Rodriguez.
Sturgis was indicted and convicted as one of the 5 Watergate burglars. He testified in court that his handler on that assignment was E. Howard Hunt. Hunt, you remember, worked in the Nixon White House. Now, the Rockefeller Commission, investigating illegal acts by the CIA in the 70s, regarded both Hunt and Frank Sturgis as possible conspirators in the JFK assassination.
What is Barry Seal doing in a photograph of the possible JFK assassin?
But it's the other man in the Seal photograph who has a more ominous distinction. Felix Rodriguez was a Cuban refugee. In the late 50s, he began working with the CIA to recruit more refugees for an invasion of Cuba. This was done under the direction of the CIA agent Ted Shackley. Incidentally, Ted Shackley also worked the Far East drug trade with Richard Secord in the early 50s. Felix Rodriguez also figures into the assassination of Bolivian President Che Guevara in 1967. So where is Barry Seal in all of this?
He's in New Orleans until at least 1968, when he takes over for the late David Ferry as captain of the Civil Air Patrol. Now, in the early 70s, Barry Seal is running cocaine through New Orleans. He's running it on planes later identified to be former Air America planes.
Planes used by the CIA in the 50s and 60s to ship heroin from the Far East.
When the Medellin cartel is founded, Seal immediately hooks up with their operation. By 1981, he is trafficking in more drugs than anyone in the history of this country.
And it is around this time that Barry Seal moves his operation from New Orleans to Mena, Arkansas.
And where is that?
About 180 miles from Little Rock. A small little out-of-the-way mountain town. A small little out-of-the-way mountain town that just so happens to have a major U.S. airport.
The Mena Intermountain Municipal Airport. From at least 1981 to 1986, this airport is ground zero for all illegal narcotics activity in the United States.
You see, Barry Seal, he began flying his drugs into this airport, most likely with the knowledge of then-President Reagan and the next two presidents, Bush and Clinton.
How does he get away with it?
He only gets away with it for a little while.
It is suspected that Seal traffics in nearly $5 billion worth of cocaine in this 5-year period. The U.S. Attorney in Arkansas at this time, Asa Hutchinson, never opens an investigation, even though FBI informants, MENA employees, and the Arkansas State Police have all told him that this illegal drug trafficking has been occurring.
Ironically, Hutchinson went on to head the DEA and is now the Undersecretary for Border Transportation and Security in the Department of Homeland Security.
So Seal is virtually untouchable for this period. Even though the FBI and the DEA have all opened up investigations into his operation, he remains a contract agent with the CIA. But with overwhelming evidence of drug trafficking mounting against him, he finally turned states in 1985. He testifies in several trials against Medellin traffickers.
And this compromises the entire CIA operation. I mean, Barry Seal isn't only running drugs for the cartel, he's also involved in the drugs for arms trade in Nicaragua.
The DEA even places him in a sting to photograph Contras loading cocaine onto an airplane in Nicaragua. And this pisses the CIA off for good!
Seal's next mission is to trick Pablo Escobar and the Ochoa brothers into coming to a neutral third-party country where they will be extradited. I mean, he's about to take down the entire Medellin cartel.
But then news of Seal's cooperation with the DEA became leaked in the national media. He has to be called back in midair from his task to meet with the Ochoa brothers and Pablo Escobar.
And who is responsible for this press leak? Admittedly, it is none other than Oliver North, the primary figurehead in the Iran-Contra scandal.
Barry Seal is later gunned down in Baton Rouge, assassinated by the Medellin cartel. It is rumored that on his dead body is the personal private phone number of George H.W. Bush.
Technique, as you just mentioned, what was dubbed permeation theory. To understand the Fabian Society, though, I think it's important to get at what is it and where did it come from. It is something which had really shaped and distorted, along with several other key top-down think tanks run out of London, the entire 20th century. And it was created at the end of the 19th century, which is a very important period. Now, utilizing this method of permeation theory that had been developed by people like Lord Bertrand Russell, a leading Fabian Society member, George Bernard Shaw, who's known as a literary figure, but really was a radical, devout eugenicist. As all of these members, it's almost like a precondition for the most part. You had to have been a radical, devout eugenicist in order to be a true Fabian. There are many, many others. H.G. Wells, Lord Halford Mackinder, many people whose ideas went on to shape the paradigm of war and division and brutalization of the entire 20th century, including the push for a scientific dictatorship. These were all groups that organized themselves around the Fabian Society. There were different branches to it in terms of an educational processing factory that was set up in the 1890s called the London School of Economics, which was sort of a zone created by Fabians with Rothschild funding to find talent around the world and process them in the halls of the Fabian, social engineers, and then send them back either to do work in Britain itself or in other parts of the world. The political party that was created in 1900 by the Fabians was known as the Labor Party. And the idea was to just simply do nothing less than completely transform the entire foundation of society under a mass behavioral modification scheme and create a new type of humanity, founded on certain ideas located in the writings of Karl Marx, which themselves repackaged a lot of the core poisonous ideas in the Darwinian system of natural selection. That particular model, and there were many models. It's not like you have to be a Darwinian or a creationist that believes literally in the Bible.
Okay, so this is in Marx's writings that this comes from? Because I've never really heard, I mean, I haven't like read all this stuff myself, just kind of familiar with the general stuff, but I don't really hear people refer to, Marx's writings as sort of having that Darwinian flavor to it. So which can you be a little more specific about which bits you're talking about?
Yeah, sure. Like Marx described on Darwinism, he said that Darwin's work is most important and suits my purpose in that it provides a basis in natural science for the historical class struggle. He also devoted his first German edition of Das Kapital to Darwin. Engels, who was sort of Marx's handler, I don't think Marx fully understood. Kind of like Engels was to Marx what Thomas Huxley was to Darwin, as Darwin's bulldog, right? His handler. Engels had written that Marx was, quote, simply striving to establish the same gradual process of transformation demonstrated by Darwin in natural history as a law in the social field. Now, whether that's true or not, since the Marxist view does postulate that there are these bursts, these periodic bursts of revolution between the proletariat and the rich, holders of productive enterprises. I don't know if Engels was being all that honest, but the fact that these guys were all basically trying to repackage some core ideas. And the idea of the Fabians was, rather than do things the old-fashioned way, which the British Empire had been doing for, it became really an empire in earnest in the early 1700s. Maybe I'd say even maybe with the advent of the Bank of England after the Glorious Revolution, which involved sort of the deep state of Britain taking full control, and whatever legitimate humanists and nationalists were in Britain formerly were completely destroyed at the end of that process with the death of Queen Anne in 1710 or 1714. But at that point, Britain really became the center control, the hive of this global empire, where it began a process of increasing colonization, the utilization of usury and speculation to undermine its victims. And that process was destructive oftentimes because it necessitated periodic wars, heavy-handed suppression when you had things like, for example, Indians in the crown jewel of the empire periodically uprising for their rights and freedoms, and then you had to have the British go down and crush them and kill millions periodically just to put them back in their place. It got very messy, and it was risky for the empire itself too, because by having these wars, sometimes it risked the empire losing control of the system that they were trying to manipulate, or themselves getting blown up. So the Fabian Society method, which grew out of a group that was associated with a group called the Fellowship of the New Life, basically another group of British elites trying to create a new religion, a new type of, it sounds kind of innocuous on the surface, like they want a world where our spirits and bodies live in harmony, and a new world that could supersede the Judeo-Christian sort of matrix, utilizing a lot of theosophical Eastern, like a certain version of Eastern mysticism that they're fascinated by, which I don't even think is legitimately Eastern. I think that they're perverting a lot of it. But anyway, that was sort of what people like Alfred Wallace, who co-wrote or was given writing credits for with Darwin, writing the Origin of Species in 1859. So he was a leading member of that group. And so out of that group came the more practical political aspect, which was the Fabian Society, just 2 years after the Fellowship of the New Life was created. And Beatrice and Sidney Webb were two among the many, as I mentioned a few of them already, eugenicists and social engineers who were like, okay, let's get rid of this old school heavy-handed approach of overt violence to keep control of the empire, and instead let's use something a little bit longer term. Let's have a longer wave approach to history as we permeate slowly and we'll adapt ourselves and infuse ourselves into everything that has influence everywhere in the world possible, and we'll think increasingly transgenerationally. So we need to have more patience. So the term Fabian that they chose, and again, it was created in 1884, was based on the name of a Roman general named Fabius Maximus, who had developed a technique of attrition, basically destroy your enemy, not avoid head-on assaults at all costs, and just simply use attrition. So avoid war, use intrigue and subterfuge as much as possible, cause confusion within your enemy's ranks as possible, but slowly by attrition, when they're weak and they've used up all their supplies, then you can go and attack. You could lay it down. Part of one of the symbols that were crafted by George Bernard Shaw, who I mentioned earlier, was a disgusting rabid eugenicist who called for periodically forcing everybody in the world to justify their existence under a panel of population control, like a population control panel of experts.
Oh my God. Yeah. I can think of some people today who would love to institute that kind of system.
Unfortunately, yeah, it's a little bit too real. When you listen to the writings of, well, I mean, there's this one guy who was, I think, the first person, they call him Dr. Death, because he was the first person to do
nice.
I think he actually takes pride in it, but I forget his real name. But he was the first doctor to do a legal euthanasia in Europe in 1996.
It begins with a K, doesn't it? I can't remember it.
Yeah, it's escaping me
it's right
too.
there.
But he called for this horrific idea of like implanting everybody with some poisonous chip, like that has a fluid that would kill you pretty quickly if you cannot press a button at the same time every day. So that way, if your neurological faculties ever like
start becoming senile, then you just die. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
But yeah, so these guys had this slower idea, but it didn't take off immediately. So that was one sort of, you can consider it an early think tank. And the thing, and another think tank that was created soon thereafter was, and this is 1884, right? The one that was created soon thereafter, 1902, with the death of Cecil Rhodes, was the Round Table movement. Otherwise, it was funded by the ill-begotten gains of Cecil Rhodes, who had exploited Africa, Rhodesia, Zimbabwe, for a long time, and was a real radical race patriot. Again, like all of these Rhodesians of the Cecil Rhodes ilk who became controllers of his Round Table movement, like Lord Milner, Leo Amory, and there's so many other names. I'm not going to throw a bunch of names to your audience here, but they were all people who learned to be what they were as almost like a religious order of race patriots. They were all taught their work under the Boer War uprising, the Transvaal uprising that created the Boer War in the Second Boer War, where the innovation of concentration camps were created that focused on targeting women and children to suppress the Transvaal Republic uprising of the Dutch and the Zulus. So these people were really cold-hearted, and there were a lot of these young sociopathic men all conglomerated around Lord Milner, who they were called Milner's Kindergarten. I'm saying both of these things because this think tank, which then created soon a scholarship program that basically looked for young talent all over the world to be brainwashed in the halls of Oxford. So they were centered in Oxford, whereas the Fabian Society, their school was the London School of Economics. Both schools had a niche, but they worked together. There's a lot of overlap. And the idea was, again, focus on the young, focus on the next generation, and try to create a civil service that was a little bit more manageable, because the old school, before these organizations were created, the British Empire had a problem where they'd overextended themselves. It was a one world government in a sense, right? The sun never sets on the British Empire. And so this tiny little island was able to innovate a technique for many generations of controlling much of the world through very disgusting means. Malthusian population control, induced famines, divide and conquer, like all of these things were techniques of empire, and it required a huge bureaucracy. And so in the 1830s, 1840s, 1850s, you see a lot of examples of civil servants who were appointed to be governors of regions in India, even in Canada and in other places, who they don't have a stomach for the type of bloodletting that they're expected to induce in the victim target population. A lot of them tend to, they believe the Bible. They believe that they have consciences. So the inner elite, the inner oligarchy, the upper level echelons didn't have the type of controls that they wanted to have over their civil servants, who they, again, would do things like call for the emancipation of slavery. There were actual fights in the British House of Lords in the 1830s and 40s, just simply saying, we should just get rid of the British Empire. We should just, it's not viable, and this is unacceptable to the elite. So they needed to tighten things up a lot more. So the Fabian Society had this longer term, slow penetration approach. The British elite around Lord Milner, which was, again, a Rothschild funded operation. The Rothschilds put a lot of money into the creation of the Rhodes Trust and the Round Table movement. They tended to take on a little bit more of a old school burn the savages approach early on. Still, they didn't have the patience to do the type of evil that was needed. So what you tended to see was, on occasion, overlap. So there were organizations like the Coefficients Club that was, again, created by Beatrice and Sidney Webb, the two founders of the Fabian Society. They created the Coefficients Club that featured a lot of people like Lord Milner was a member. Lord Leo Amory, a roundtabler, was a member, even though so was Bertrand Russell, the so-called pacifist. H.G. Wells was a member. Lord Balfour, the guy who created the Balfour Accords.
Declaration. Yeah. For the
Uh,
creation of the State of Israel, for people that aren't familiar.
Yeah, and the theft of just all the lands of Palestine and the division up of Palestine by French and British imperialists. All of these guys were all part of the inner sanctum of the Fabian Society, as well as this other thing. So like I said, there's a lot of overlap. And at one point, even I'm Canadian, and Canada was, and still is, I think, an important player right now at the moment in global affairs. So I'll just say this. One thing that's of interest here is that Lord Mackinder quit his job in 1908 at the London School of Economics, where he was the director under Beatrice Webb appointed him. And he's the founder of modern geopolitics, as it is known today, and as it is taught in Harvard and Yale and Oxford and other places, and as it is practiced since the Cold War, especially as this science of geography, which that's at the heart of many of our problems, is this quasi-science, which is not really a science. That's Lord Mackinder. That the great game. I'll just say a word on this because people might not appreciate this. The great game of politics is organized around the assumption that hegemon must always come out as the dominant singular force, and the world is run by diminishing returns of resources and a fight for those ownership of diminishing returns of space on a finite area of the globe, right? And whoever can monopolize those resources can better induce the weaker to fight each other and stay subservient, enslaved to the master Hobbesian sort of dominant class. And there is a genetic racist tinge under the surface that I think you only are allowed to discover later on after you rise in the ranks. And a lot of Fabians, and I'll just say this now as well, a lot of Fabians are good people. They're not upper level. They don't know what the hell they're a part of. And people within the British Labour Party and a lot of the Labour parties that were created by Fabians themselves are just people who care about the justice of, the rights of labor against exploitative enterprises. They're not bad. I got to say that as a disclaimer because I don't want to paint the whole thing as like one blob. But when you get to the Jesuits, when you get to the upper level of the Jesuit order, there's lower level Jesuits who are really good people. They do a lot of good things. And then something happens along the way where you're periodically tested by your superiors. And no matter what your answers are at a certain point, as it gets weirder and weirder, whether you choose to drink the baby blood or not, you think you've passed the test.
Oh my God.
I chose something horrific, but you think that you've passed the test, but you get two different sets of experiences at that point. It's a very Masonic sort of structuring. So I think something sort of happens there too.
It seems like something that's common in any of these secret societies that people like to discuss in the context of their influence on the world today. That there's, the lower, I guess, to use Masonic terminology, like these degrees of initiation, these different these lower levels, and it's a lot of the nasty stuff that comes out from that researchers like you are able to sort of pull out, aren't really apparent to these lower level members until they rise up in the ranks. That seems like something that's relatively common among these organizations, and is probably a structure that ensures their success, I would assume.
I think so too. Yeah. I mean, secrecy is part of the game.
Well, you also have members where people can be like, well, they can't all be bad, right? So like people that look at, I guess, the Fabian Society and are like, oh, so you're saying everyone in the Labor Party is a eugenicist? You can use sort of reductionist arguments to sort of give yourself an additional layer of cover, maybe. And the same with, Masons and,
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, people oversimplify to the point of stupidity, and they miss the nuance. They miss the richness of actually how history happens by doing that. Yep. On both extremes, right? The whole I don't believe in any conspiracy side of things, or everything is a conspiracy side of things, like Fight Club version. Both sides, you miss all the drama. Like these guys, and I'll get back to Lord Milner quitting his job, but like the thing about these guys, they profess themselves to be like socialists, and they utilize certain Marxist terminology and stuff, but they're really just they disdain the masses. They disdain labor. They actually are just using it as sort of like an attractive honey to attract people who are being abused in unjust economic systems, to conglomerate and weaponize thus a groupthink, right? And utilize the masses in ways that really just justify a restructuring of the society with no benefit to the masses whatsoever. They ultimately want to create a system where there is a destruction of the means of supporting our population. That's why what we see occurring right now, just as a quick side note to Europe, there is an intentional destruction of the means of accessing viable energy sources today, which are needed to support life. So-called dirty fossil fuels, because we have to decarbonize, or shutting down all of the nuclear power in Europe, which they're obsessed around. This has been a fight for like 40 years to shut down all nuclear science and get everybody reliant on windmills and solar panels, because if you can get people dumb enough to think that windmills and solar panels can support 8 billion lives, then you've created a bunch of sheep that will willingly walk into the slaughterhouse. Like, you cannot support industrial civilization in its current form in any way that way. So what they're doing by like everything that they're doing right now, including also the destruction of means of producing food, it's calculated to get effect. It's not like an accident. It's like that's the intention is, and we're just so cut off mentally from understanding what is the science of. There's a science of supporting human life. It's accessible to everybody, but we're not taught that. We're taught instead these reductionist mathematical theories of thinking that you can measure quality of energy by calories or wattage, because like mathematically 1 gigawatt of windmill energy in a giant wind farm is mathematically equivalent to 1 gigawatt of energy from like a third or fourth generation nuclear power plant, occupying like a square block radius. But the quality of the energy is in no way the same. It's just the mathematical quantitative similarity. But qualitatively, you cannot melt industrial steel. You cannot make a windmill with windmill power.
Well, I was liking that part though. Yeah, it's all good.
I know it's nerdy, but people can find it in the source
side.
material.
I know.
We got to get intermission over at some point, so we got some truth stream to stream.
Should we start at the beginning? Show pieces of it. I didn't actually. I've checked your feed, but you didn't have timestamps in it, so I wasn't sure.
Let's do it live. Let's see. Okay. I'll tell you to scrub ahead if we need to. The truth stream is trickling down right now.
Back when I was an American public school student, and even when I went to college here, we had our requisite lessons on World War II.
Mussolini had to be. His people were growing restless. Fascism hadn't produced the heaven on earth that he had promised them. So he pulled the old trick of launching a foreign war to divert attention from troubles at home.
We were taught about the evils of tyrants and concentration camps, and the deadly consequences of an authoritarian personality when taken to its most dangerous extremes. And how that power and the fear it generated could turn ordinary human beings subjected to it into monsters who would turn on one another, allowing abominable atrocities to happen to their fellow human beings simply by turning a blind eye to each other's suffering. But as a Midwestern girl growing up in the 80s, I don't recall ever learning about what happened to Japanese Americans during World War II. 80 years ago, right here in America, known widely throughout the world as the land of the free. That's when the U.S. government ordered between 110,000 and 120,000 Japanese American citizens, men, women, and children, from their homes and businesses and schools to be forcibly detained in military-style camps in remote areas of the West. Based not upon crimes committed, but solely upon their ancestry. And the pretense of suspicion.
Evacuation. More than 100,000 men, women, and children, all of Japanese ancestry, removed from their homes in the Pacific Coast states to wartime communities established in out-of-the-way places. Their evacuation did not imply individual disloyalty, but was ordered to reduce a military hazard at a time when danger of invasion was great.
As a continuance of the Chinese Exclusion Act of 1882, which was the first law to restrict U.S. immigration and specifically a prohibition on Chinese laborers, the Asian Exclusion Act was passed as part of the Immigration Act of 1924, a race-specific legislation which barred additional immigration from Asian countries, including Japan, and also declared Asians ineligible for naturalization, leaving Asian immigrants in America unable to become citizens and therefore unable to own land. It was considered the most stringent U.S. immigration policy in the nation's history up until that time.
You are about to see the second of 3 films which have been made to help us size up our enemy, Japan. To beat the Japanese and to do the job thoroughly, we have got to understand them thoroughly. The Japanese are not easy to know. I've lived among them for 10 years. And I can testify that they are as different from ourselves as any people on this planet.
By World War II, some 127,000 Japanese people were living on the U.S. mainland, but more than 112,000 specifically lived along the West Coast. Of that, more than half were at that point second or third generation, and so had been born in America. Stoked in no small part by some pretty nasty propaganda in the newspapers, the fire of the American public's anti-Japanese sentiment and fears that Japanese Americans were a, quote, fifth column loyal to Imperial Japan grew during the war. and were only stoked further by the attack on Pearl Harbor. On December 7th, 1941.
Here is the motion picture record released by the United States Navy of the havoc wrought by the Japs' sneak sky and sea raid on Pearl Harbor, America's mid-Pacific naval bastion. On December 7th, 1941, Japan, like its infamous Axis partners, struck first and declared war afterwards. Costly to our Navy was the loss of war vessels, airplanes, and equipment, but more costly to Japan was the effectiveness of its foul attack in immediately unifying America in its determination to fight and win the war thrust upon it, and to win the peace that will follow.
This is a Life magazine from September 24th, 1945. For a long time, the official explanation of Pearl Harbor was that we were slugged without warning when we were innocently going about our business. But to say that we were slugged without warning is a radical distortion of the truth. Roosevelt, the chief executive of the nation and the commander-in-chief of its Army and Navy, knew in advance that the Japanese were going to attack us. And it goes on further in the article to point this out, that they may not have known the precise location of the attack, but the Japanese code had been solved for some time, and they knew that they were launching an attack against us, and we were not preparing our Army and Navy and Air Force to withstand that attack. In fact, in many cases, what we were doing was even making sure that we could be attacked.
It wasn't long afterward, on January 14, 1942, that President Franklin D. Roosevelt issued Presidential Proclamation No. 2537, requiring all non-U.S. citizens from the World War II enemy countries of Germany, Italy, and Japan to register with the U.S. Department of Justice. Each person who registered was issued a certificate of identification for aliens of enemy nationality. Just a month later, on February 19, 1942, FDR issued Executive Order 9066, paving the way for the eventual forced removal and incarceration of Japanese Americans. It read in part, "By virtue of the authority vested in me as President of the United States and Commander-in-Chief of the Army and Navy, I hereby authorize and direct the Secretary of War and the military commanders whom he may from time to time designate to prescribe military areas in such places and of such extent as he or the appropriate military commander may determine, from which any or all persons may be excluded, and with respect to which the right of any person to enter, remain in, or leave shall be subject to whatever restrictions the Secretary of War or the appropriate military commander may impose in his discretion." Order 9066 claimed to be out of, quote, military necessity. The West Coast was promptly divided into military zones, and Japanese Americans were to be militarily excluded and removed from these zones. Commander Lieutenant General John DeWitt signed 108 civilian exclusion orders at the Western Defense Command headquarters in the Presidio, San Francisco. The West was placed under what newspapers at the time referred to as limited martial law. Not long after, on March 21, 1942, FDR signed Public Law 77-503 in order to enforce his executive order. It had been approved by both the Senate and House after less than 2 hours of discussion total. It wouldn't come out until years later that not one but two reports commissioned by President Roosevelt would inform him that Japanese Americans were loyal to the country and posed no security threat. The first one, titled The Report on Japanese on the West Coast of the United States, came to be known as the Munson
pause
Report.
it for a second.
After Chicago business.
Let me give you some quarterbacking for this. All right, so Melissa Dykes is going through the history. This is all very well laid out. It's sad and tragic what happened to the Japanese Americans, who are really just American citizens like the rest of us, and things like that happened then can really happen today. If you've watched Australia or New Zealand, this is the type of thing. But the real point, and I don't want to have them not get clicks for you watching the documentary because we showed too much here, but you got the gist there. But the next part that you need to know why you want to go watch it, either on their website or wherever, videos such as this are found. The camps that they're going to send these Japanese people to, when do they have time to build these camps? So they got to build them ahead of time before the Japanese even attacked. And I think laying out that story of the land grab is where we'll end it. And then we want to go to their other trust game clip. So let's scrub forward a little bit. There's a story, because when I was watching it, I was like, this is kind of out of place. What's this story about this dry lake bed in California? What's it called? Oh, they're going to put the camp there. And they had this stuff right before, like it was all set to be renovated right before this event happened. It was just like they didn't have to go looking around too far. They knew exactly where the perfect site was. And then this Cecil Rhodes style British concentration camp is created in America. And I think it's being built maybe before the camps in Germany. So they got us on the Cecil Rhodes concentration camp system. And the book would be Concentration Camps of the Anglo-Boer War, if you want to know more. But we don't have time to look at this right now. So let's go ahead and see the story behind where they're going to put this prison camp. I mean, they called it for their protection, but the machine guns, as the 5-year-old pointed out, are pointed at the American citizens.
Yeah,
so they're prisoners. They're not being protected.
So. Yeah, 300,000. I think it was Texas, wasn't it? I think it was southern Texas, if I remember correctly, because at least one of them was located in Texas, called Crystal City.
Well, this one's in California, the one that it's outside of LA, I think, up in the mountains, like in a place it's impossible to escape.
One in California. Wow, they had more than I thought they did. Okay.
Right on. All right. So let's did we find that queue up spot, LD?
I'm getting close. And yeah, it's pretty interesting. It made me think of the movie Chinatown. It's all about the
Chinatown,
water
yeah, for sure. Because that's all about cutting off the water and grabbing the land. And
yeah.
Actually, and there's an underlying theme in Chinatown of what? Like sex trafficking, pedophilia, incest, these sort of things. And they just brought up the Presidio. There's some interesting history about the Presidio and
there's
Anglo-American
also
activities there.
Being a nerd,
that variety,
a geek. There's a Japanese anime. I'm an anime nerd for people who aren't aware. And the Japanese document what happened after the bombings, Hiroshima and Nagasaki, and the camps that were set up for the children of the deceased parents afterwards. And there's this one called, I forget the Japanese name, but it was retitled Rainbow something, but it was about the struggle of these children that went through these camps. And a lot of those same themes you just alluded to, Rich, are recapitulated in their struggle for survival. Because some of the worst elements, a lot of sort of scientific experiments on the children, pedophilia, abuse. I mean, it was just because there's no parents. There's these large camps. Now it's different from the internment camps, obviously, insofar as but it shares a similarity though.
And quickly on screen, you will see the double cross system. It's a book by the director of MI6 at the time, John Cecil Masterman. So the guy who was in charge of running the spies, one of the spies was called Tricycle, and that spy had the questionnaire about Pearl Harbor specifically. So they said they didn't know where they were going to attack. MI6, our good cousins across the pond, knew as of August 1941 precisely where the Axis powers known as Japan and its cohort, the Nazis, were going to attack America and get us into the war. And oh, by the way, it would have also given time to put maybe the older ships that you don't want anymore, and that way you can get new ships and you don't ruin your good ships. There's this whole reorganization of the British fleet, or I'm sorry, the American fleet at that point. It's soon to be British. We're it's just so silly, dude. It's
Yeah,
so
no,
silly.
the whole
But
thing,
it's
you
tragic
actually-
because these people that you're seeing in this video, they're being persecuted. They're being persecuted by the people that helped to set up the thing to get America into the war in the first place. It's really twisted that they're the special ally of America.
Yeah,
And they're
I
listening
know.
to this right now. Five Eyes, how you doing?
We sort of alluded to that
GCHQ
too.
New Zealand, how you doing?
Yeah, with British intelligence involvement with the FDR. I mean, the double cross system is a perfect example. They set that whole situation.
We welcome
up.
the New Guinea listening station.
So,
I kid the British.
New Guinea is late.
I only bring up New Guinea because my grandfather's brother died in World War II. And when I saw the Purple Heart in the obituary, he died in New Guinea. And so I was like, what was he doing in New Guinea? And then you learn a little bit about American excursions over there in the Pacific and who's New Guinea's listening station. That's GCHQ. There's, so it's an Anglophile base over there used by
They're in the island hopping campaign.
Oh yeah, they got
Pacific
big
Theater.
English speaking population, I'm sure, over there. Anyway, that's just history. All right, so let's get back to this clip so we can close it out and you can understand the mentality of the opponent we're all playing against, apparently, because they've been kicking ass all over the globe for a while. Let's figure it out. And by the way, the LSE London School Economics Rothschild connection that he mentions with the Fabian Socialists, Sir Evelyn de Rothschild and Lynn Forrester de Rothschild are still the economists, London School Economics Rothschild connections today. So what he's talking about has not gone anywhere and is certainly still involved in inclusive capitalism and the Great
Isn't the
Reset.
Unsaid?
And Klaus
Didn't we
Schwab.
talk about Unsaid having connection
man.
there with what's his name? Momo. Maurice Strong. Sorry. Anyways.
Instead of Hank Momo Greenberg. All right, let's go. Let's get back to
Momo Greenberg.
get back to the dry lake bed and what they're going to repurpose it as for the United States government.
Arizona, Idaho, Wyoming, Utah, Colorado, and Arkansas. One such camp, the first and one of the largest, was Camp Manzanar in the remote Owens Valley, California. Manzanar was once a town in Inyo County in eastern California. Situated along the Southern Pacific Railroad 9 miles north of a small town called Lone Pine.
So it's near a railroad.
The area was first
saying.
inhabited by Native Americans dating back to 10,000 years ago. It was Paiute land for 1,500 years leading up to European settlement. A sign placed outside the camp by the National Park Service tells it like this. The Paiute way of life was forever changed in the 1860s when miners, ranchers, and homesteaders entered Owens Valley. Their concepts of land ownership altered the Paiutes' freedom to move between their camps and seasonal hunting areas. Cattle and other domestic animals grazed and trampled the native crops that Paiutes depended on for food. After violence between the two cultures came to a head in 1863, the U.S. Army forcibly marched 1,000 local Paiutes 225 miles south to Fort Tejon. It was apparently a big enough issue that the U.S. Army took time out to settle it right in the middle of the American Civil War. Many escaped and returned to the Owens Valley. The sign also notes that some Paiute descendants would actually end up working at the internment camp that would later be built there during World War II. The town of Manzanar, Spanish for apple orchard after the fruit trees that were planted there, didn't become official until 1910. But it was doomed almost from the start. By 1913, the Los Angeles Aqueduct was completed. And by 1920, the city began to purchase up more and more of the water rights of the people living in Owens Valley. The orchards began to die off. Manzanar was basically abandoned by 1929. By 1933, the city of Los Angeles owned 95% of all ranch and farmland in the Owens Valley. Los Angeles then drained the area of all surface water and pumped the groundwater out, diverting it all to the aqueduct. And Owens Valley ranchers were left with no water to ranch with. This practice eventually led to massive dust storms in the area. In fact, studies done in recent decades by the U.S. Geological Survey have concluded that the artificial desiccation of Owens Lake has created the single largest source of PM10 dust in the United States. Dust storms from the dry lake bed are a significant health hazard to residents of Owens Valley and nearby areas. According to the sign, the last resident of the town of Manzanar, a poultry farmer, moved away in 1935. Without further explanation, the city of Los Angeles suddenly requested that the town be officially declared abandoned on October 6, 1941, just 2 months before the attack on Pearl Harbor. Just a few months later, the U.S. Army would then lease the newly declared officially abandoned town from the city of Los Angeles in order to turn it into the Manzanar War Relocation Center. Manzanar was one of 10 confinement camps known as War Relocation Centers used to forcibly house some 120,000 Japanese Americans during World War II without charge or trial. Sites surrounded by barbed wire fences and towers with armed military guards standing watch. Searchlights were also turned on each night.
If the Japanese citizens did not report to the internment camps, they could be charged with federal charges. And there were a number of cases where Japanese conscientious objectors stood up and said, "I'm not going to the camp," and they were prosecuted in federal court, and many of them served prison time. So the alternative was to go to an actual jail or go to this military barracks behind barbed wire with guard towers, with machine guns. You were not allowed to enter or leave without permission or a pass. At night, searchlights passed back and forth across your barracks.
The relocation centers are supervised by the War Relocation Authority, which assumed responsibility for the people after they had been evacuated and cared for temporarily by the Army. A relocation center, housing from 7,000 to 18,000 people. Barrack-type buildings.
All right, go ahead, pause it.
Divided into compartments.
So that looks like an updated version of Lord Kitchener's camps from South Africa. If you want to learn more, what's that new movie out? Not The King's Men, it's The King's Man with Ralph Fiennes. It's one of the first scenes in the movie. They're like bragging about it. The Empire puts Dutch people in camps. Same Dutch people they competed with at the Dutch East India Company and lost. They won down in South Africa. They were putting those women and children in those camps. All right, so that takes care of the concentration camp part of the intermission, thankfully. And now let's move on to like the brighter, shinier things of these trust lords in the early 20th century. So the clip from this episode of the Trust Game, let's pick something around Woodrow Wilson-y time in there. You know, I mean, I don't know. That could be too general. What do we got, LD? You show me some screenshots. I can tell you where we could dip into it. Again, you can find it on True Stream Media's YouTube page. You can find it at their website.
They've been doing
find it on
such
their Patreon.
work
They've been
lately.
kick-ass work.
Yeah, holy shit. I mean, it's just outstanding.
Level
of
I'm on the
research.
Odyssey channel.
Odyssey.
Do you remember
There
about
you
how
go.
far in? I haven't checked this out yet. So
All right, let me see it on
I'll help
screen.
you guys through it as well.
Yeah. See, I got so many screenshots from watching this.
Oh, my cat's like, stop that.
It's like filling up my phone. All these juicy screenshots they've got because
You want to get on the camera?
they got some really good articles. Yeah, either show your kitty or the Rothschild articles
show
that they're
cat.
showing.
There
Either
we
way,
go.
high
The
click
bad,
value.
okay? See,
bad
no,
kitty.
Not the bad though. Okay. Cat tax. Hey, you want to get on my? There you go.
Hey, while we're finding that and getting it queued up, because Matthew Arrett and Whitney Webb, they're talking about the Fabian socialists, right?
Yeah, Shaw and the Webb.
And the Fabian
he did a good
socialists.
job. I like the way he described that.
What's
he has
their
a very
symbol?
nuanced way of thinking.
Not only is Fabius
Wolves
Maximus
in
like
sheep's
in there,
clothing.
wolves in sheep's clothing, which is an Aesop fable.
Aesop,
So that's
that is
twice
correct.
in this episode. We got Aesop's fable showing up too. So we got 2 John Kirby's and 2 Aesop fables. If you had that on your bingo card, cash in right to support at grandtheftworld.com.
I used to love those when I was a kid. When I was a kid, I'd get my mom to read them to me.
Wonka bars, golden tickets, because that was another one. That's another callback. There was the golden ticket.
The golden ticket. Some of them are actually pretty intense. To be
a lot of movie references in this Grand Theft World. It might be rough for people that have never seen TV.
What era were we looking for again? I'm at the
Woodrow
sinking of
Wilson.
Lusitania.
Or
right before that, because Lusitania sinks, I think, 1915. The United States doesn't get into the war till April 6, 1917. In between times, yes, this is exactly the part I want. Kind of like the Federal Reserve to us getting into the war, because between the bankers getting outsourced, there's also a bunch of like loans and financial skullduggery that they nailed down right there. And I was like, please, more, because it fits in with Colonel House, Lord Grey, the King of England, all this kind of skullduggery.
The first time I'd ever heard about it actually was from, I don't even know where I'll mention it, but Eustace Mullins' Secrets of the Federal Reserve. He has a whole section talking about some of the first loans.
He got canceled early.
I know. Oh, he said some things, I understand, but it's
still, I don't agree with every book I read.
Right. But there's still some very pertinent facts that he pointed out. That was 10 years ago when I first came across that. And so, anyways, without further ado, sorry, I just wanted to mention that.
The Trust Game by Aaron and Melissa Dykes. That's the next clip coming up.
Blockade targeting British ships, and the Bank of England simultaneously began to officially support the American exchange. I just want to point this out now, that later, the 1934-36 Nye Committee investigation on the causes of World War I revealed that between 1915 and January 1917, the U.S., while still officially a neutral and isolationist country, not only lent some $27 million to Germany, but lent over $2.3 billion to Britain and France during that same period. With such a disproportionate investment, nearly 100 times more betting on the Allies, it shouldn't come as a shock that many began to blame motives for entering World War I on the greed of, quote, merchants of death, more intent on recovering their loans than the narrative sold through propaganda promoting the idea of making democracy safe in the world. I mean, it's obviously not a logic stretch to point out that a German victory in the war would have made collection on those loans a lot harder. On May 7, 1915, the ocean liner RMS Lusitania was torpedoed by German U-boats during the British blockade of Germany, killing more than 1,200 civilian passengers, including 128 Americans, which eventually justified the U.S. entry into the war. Germany's World War I policy of unrestricted submarine warfare, which ignored civilian casualties rather than evacuating targeted ships, was designed as if specifically to induce public outrage, but wouldn't draw the U.S. into war just yet.
On page 432 of the Intimate Papers of Colonel House, Volume 1, written by historian and later president of Yale Charles Seymour, is an astonishing account related to the sinking of the Lusitania, which provocated American entry into World War I, and the diplomatic role of President Wilson's chief advisor, Colonel Edward House. Apparently, House met with Sir Edward Grey, the Secretary of State for Foreign Affairs, quote, main force behind British foreign policy during World War I, on the morning of May 7th, the day the Lusitania was sunk. House recorded in his notes that, quote, we spoke of the probability of an ocean liner being sunk, and I told him, if this were done, a flame of indignation would sweep across America, which would itself probably carry us into the war, end quote. Later that same day, House was meeting with King.
I don't believe that. I think if that was true, I would have been taught in school about this, and they would have shown me stuff like that. So what did he say? He said like page 430 something or other. What did he say? He had some like alleged reference. No, I'm just kidding. I got it right here. All right, here's the book. This is The Intimate Papers of Colonel House by Charles Seymour. 1 star is book 1, 2 stars, book 2. That's how it's coded. This is by Yale University. This is a first edition. There's the Intimate Papers. Read all about it. Oh, look, Lord Grey. House longed to get good and accomplished, and was content that others should have the credit. Meaning he was a string puller from behind, and here's the guy who works for the king and helped do all this fun stuff. Let me just show you. Here's Colonel House and Woody Wilson, who he handled, right? And then House was handled by another guy too, Untermeyer. Anyway, let's get to this page 432 claim. 432 Intimate Papers, Colonel House to the president. Let's see. We spoke of the possibility of ocean liner being sunk. I'm told if it were done, indignation. Oh, actually, Aaron Dykes is that's verbatim what it says in the book. That's a real thing. Look at that.
You know, I'm trying to remember.
Go to the next chapter, submarine versus blockade. We'll let you know how that works out. Anyway, these are the people that are writing the story that killed millions and millions and millions and millions and millions and millions of people. And maybe we should be familiar with their works before they kill a lot more, because now there's billions of people in the world. Oh, I gotta put this back in the book case here. All right, please continue the screening. I just wanted to show that Aaron's references are on point, and I have painstakingly tried to figure that out for myself, and I appreciate someone who has the attention to detail to not just copy it from the internet. He's like, here's the book, here's the page, here's the volume. You can check it yourself. That's what it's all about. Excellent. Let's get back to the clip.
Later that same day, House was meeting with King George at Buckingham Palace and also discussed, quote, the probability of Germany sinking a transatlantic liner, end quote. Reportedly then remarking that suppose they should sink the Lusitania with American passengers on board, wherein he actually specified the Lusitania itself as the catalyst. Author Seymour then claims that later this same evening, May 7th, while House was dining at the American Embassy, a dispatch brought news that, in a remarkable coincidence of no further significance, that indeed a German submarine took the incendiary action of torpedoing and sinking the Lusitania. Go figure. The very event that carried the United States into the Great War.
I pause it one more time. I promise there's a good reason. I promise I'm not interrupting greatness for no reason. This is Colonel House's British counterpart that he was meeting with. This is Lord Grey.
Lord Grey.
This is from his 25 years, 1892 to 1916. This is volume 2. I have volume 1 also up there. Notice how he has his signature on the cover, much like the Colonel House book. If you get in here, America and the War, correspondent with Roosevelt, correspondence with Colonel House. So you can read the other side of these communications. What was he prepared to do? Communication, these sort of things.
So, prime minister at that time. Why am I forgetting?
David Lloyd George.
George.
Pretty sure.
Oh my God. Yeah. Yeah.
I'm pretty sure.
Yeah. Sorry.
All right. And those books beside it up there, that's just the round table volumes of their meetings. So, you know, for those who think that this is just like some made up internet conspiracy theory, it's like these are the private papers of the people who shaped the history of the 20th century, during which they killed 300 million people.
Lusitania. Yeah, right. Lusitania, Pearl Harbor, McNamara, Gulf of Tonkin, that he
9/11.
even admitted. 9/11, correct? Yeah, we also have the USS Liberty, which failed, but they certainly tried.
And you got who's that guy? Farrar.
Yeah, Jeremy
Dazak.
Farrar,
I mean, you got
Trust,
the pandemic
Trust.
fingerprints go back there too. So I'm not saying everything's a conspiracy, and I'm not saying nothing's
but
a conspiracy.
There is an ominous
The
continuity.
truth's in the middle, and there's a whole lot of facts in the middle. If we just stick in the middle of the road right here, we're gonna be fine and understand the story much quicker.
Yep.
Yeah. Aesop's Fables. Let's roll it.
And the rest, as they say, is history. I mean, come on.
Modern-day researchers have now uncovered a folder titled Publication of Gold Imports and Exports by the Bank of England, which contained a letter from the country's then senior economic advisor to the Chancellor of the Exchequer, pointing out specifically that not once but twice, a Bank of England foreign sale in gold was announced on the same day that a passenger line bound for the U.S. was torpedoed and sunk. Thus, the news of the gold sales were jeopardizing the lives of passengers. So the Bank of England stopped broadcasting news of these gold sales, which also removed a layer of transparency in financial dealings. On August 6, 1915, a Treasury notice in Britain requested that the public use currency notes and not gold. Meanwhile, on August 22nd, the Bank of England agreed on gold shipments to France. In October, after spotting another country in Europe at peace, the game resumed again, as Russia declared war on Bulgaria. Belgrade was occupied by Germans and Austrians, and Bulgaria declared war on Serbia, and shortly afterwards, Great Britain, France, and Italy declared war on Bulgaria, completing the round. On Wednesday, October 13, 1915, Zeppelin raids flew over the Bank of England and dropped bombs in the city of London, just blocks away from the bank on Moorgate Street. 2 days later, a $500 million Anglo-French loan was issued in New York. Oh, it should also be pointed out that on Christmas 1915, the El Paso Herald ran a story about how the entire gold output of the world was scheduled to come to the United States during the year 1916, and that the gold would be loaned to war-impoverished countries later. It goes on to talk about how during 1915, the United States had taken in $400 million worth of gold from foreign sources, but that in the course of the year 1916, the U.S. shall absorb an amount of gold at least equal to the total output of all the gold mines of the world during the year. Which, wouldn't happen to make a neutral country a target in, say, I don't know, like a world war or something. Just saying. I mean, not only does this article flaunt the idea that America is going to be absorbing a massive amount of gold equal to the output of the entire world in the year 1916, but it also goes into extremely minute detail of what happens when the gold coins are shipped abroad. How treasure rooms are built into many of the big commercial steamships. What those look like, what they're made out of, that it's a big steel box in the hold with a square opening in the top. How access is granted to those rooms. How many keys are used to unlock such a room. Who has those keys. Then they go on to talk about how the gold is packed into casks. How many sacks of coins each cask holds, what that's worth, how many pounds of gold is filled into each one of those sacks, how many of those sacks are put into the hold. This article isn't just the equivalent of, like, say, leaving the keys in the ignition of your car and leaving your car unlocked in the bad part of town, but also putting a giant neon blinking sign on top of the car that says the keys are in the ignition in case anyone wants to come steal it. That's basically what this article. And keep in mind, too, the Lusitania just got sunk a few months back. Okay, so why are they doing this? This is either an incredible bluff or the dumbest thing I've ever read. I don't know. I'm just showing you what was there. I don't know what else to say. By March 1916, more looking at the map was done, and Germany, and then Austria-Hungary, declared war on Portugal. Because I guess they forgot to earlier or something. On March 16th, the American Dollar Securities Committee decided on the acceptance of securities on loan. And then Easter Monday of 1916 marked the proclamation that Ireland was a republic, backed by a military council known as the Provisional Government of the Irish Republic. Just like what happened with the Rothschilds during the Civil War, on May 31st, 1916, a plot to assassinate John D. Rockefeller was foiled when the would-be killer, an Italian immigrant who worked as a woodcarver and sculptor and said he blamed elite capitalists for the poverty spreading across America, threw a brick through the window of the wrong house, hitting the Vanderbilt mansion instead and destroying an $800 mirror. That same year, Rockefeller officially became America's first billionaire. And it's interesting how you can make fun and related anagrams out of the attempted assassins' names in these cases. On July 28, 1916, Britain's Defense of the Realm Act forbade the melting down of gold coins. And then, August 1916 saw Romania declare war on Austria-Hungary. And inversely, Germany and Turkey then declared war on Romania. Italy was then at war with Germany, and a moment later, Bulgaria declared war on Romania. Somebody somewhere kept all this stuff straight, but at the time, people were just like, it's a world war. We can't, this is too many things. Just call it the world, we're done. On September 1st, 1916, the British government issued $250 million worth of 2-year collateral notes in New York. Shortly thereafter, Her Majesty's Treasury guaranteed backing to the Bank of England for credits issued to France. Added to this, on November 1st, 1916, were $300 million worth of collateral notes issued in New York via British government 3 to 5 year terms, while a team began preparing an interim report for Britain's Committee on Commercial and Industrial Policy, with an eye towards policy after the war. They were obviously a little ahead of themselves there. On November 27, 1916, Treasury bills from Britain and France were authorized in New York. The next day, the Federal Reserve Board cautioned banks against funds locked up in long-term obligations with foreign governments.
The move to relocate the world's gold to the United States was so monumental and capricious an investment opportunity during the war bonanza that the Federal Reserve felt the need to issue a warning memo on November 28, 1916, still ahead of U.S. entry into the war, cautioning American investors not to overdo it on foreign loans at the expense of domestic financing, writing, quote, "The board does not appreciate the view freely expressed of late that further importations of large amounts of gold must of necessity prove a source of danger or disturbance to this country. That danger will arise only in the case the inflowing gold should remain uncontrolled and be permitted to be the basis of undesirable loan expansion and of inflation." Thus, the Fed warned that in spite of the huge influx of gold, the quote, "liquid funds of our banks were in danger of being absorbed, as the need for war materials corresponded with huge foreign loan demands and eager investors looking to capitalize on it all." And thus, to tame this, the Fed Board instructed its network of member banks to hold back funds and finally, quote, "be placed on the permanent basis of their reserve requirements," end quote, thus urging them to leave behind their reliance on, quote, "fictitious reserves." That's their term. They actually write, and fictitious reserves would then disappear. The implication then is that while hundreds of millions of 1916 dollars were being loaned overseas, that the banks would, quote, "appear to be solvent and in proportion to their actual reserves." Again, those are the words the Fed put down on paper, and the Bank of England chose to include in their archives of the war. Quote, "It will then appear that while a large increase in the country's gold holdings has taken place, the expansion of loans and deposits has been such that there will not remain any excess of reserves apart from the important reserve loaning power of the Federal Reserve banks," end quote. Whether appearances were square with the reality remains unclear, but the indication is that, quote, "fictitious reserves" were to be sorta kinda phased out. Well, except by the Federal Reserve banks themselves, I suppose, since a, quote, "reserve loan" would mean a promise to pay back, reserves which is supposed to be like a stockpile of something important already in place. At any rate, the Fed cautioned investors and banks alike that foreign treasury bills could soak up liquidity needed domestically for something big, something then unknown but imminent, what they termed, quote, home requirements, the nature and scope of which none can foresee, end quote. Which in hindsight looks a bit like foreknowledge leading into war production at an unprecedented scale. Heeding this warning would apparently pay off big though, as the Fed board in 1916 directly stated that, quote, the United States has now attained a position of wealth and international financial power which, in the natural course of events, it could not have reached for generations, and we must be careful not to impair this position of strength and independence, end quote. Independent,
pause that.
Of course.
Pause that, because there's excellence to follow. You guys can watch it on your own. I would love to play the whole thing. We don't have time. But that critical part right there, that
That's
the
huge.
United States had
That's
grown in a way that naturally it could not have done, and they wanted to maintain that. Now let me just cut to this PowerPoint presentation, because it just occurred to me a couple seconds ago. Let me jump you into World War I, this time frame in my presentation from a couple weeks ago. Let's go to let me click it so I can actually move the slide. Boom. All right, this is from the Rothschild Archive. You can go there right now, rothschildarchive.org. Click at the top, there's exhibitions, click down, it says timeline, jump into, or you can just search Balfour Declaration. I'm going to put it bigger on screen so I can read the quote, because I tried to do it live during the presentation, then I realized I had this slide. Origins of the First World War. This is not my opinion. This is from the Rothschild Family Archive. Beginning in 1916, the British hoped that in exchange for their support of Zionism, quote, the Jews, end quote, would help to finance the growing expenses of the First World War, which was becoming increasingly burdensome. More importantly, policymakers in the Foreign Office believed that the Jews could be prevailed upon to persuade the United States to join the war. At this time, there were very strong pro-Zionist feelings by many of the political elite and establishment. Many of Britain's leaders, including Prime Minister David Lloyd George and Balfour himself, felt for the Jews in their history. These men were deeply religious Christian Zionists. They had grown up on the Bible. The Holy Land was their spiritual home. They believed that modern Zionism would fulfill a divine purpose and resettle the Jews in the homeland of their ancient fathers. So the premise is a group of people wanted Israel as their homeland. Another group of people wanted America back in the empire. And some dealing was done, the receipt of which is Balfour Declaration.
Yeah.
Which is also in their timeline. You can read about that. But America getting into the war happens after this huge transfer of gold to America. And
at the same time, they say don't loan out or don't issue loans for foreign securities coming in. They
just
say
like JP
wait
Morgan
for
shouldn't be
just
funding Russia right now. It's no different. That's what I'm trying to show people. Like, this is what was this? This is World War I. What are we talking about now? World War III? It's like they don't even have to make up new scripts. They just wait for people not to remember what happened last time, man.
Yeah, exactly. No, you're exactly right.
All right, so I got to wrap up that intermission with a couple things. First off, if it wasn't for the East India Company, Americans would still be speaking the Queen's English. Would still be part of the empire. The only reason the rebellion kicked off is because of the East India Tea Company, prices. All right. The other part is during the Who Killed John O'Neill clip. Now, I've seen that movie like, I don't know, dozens of times.
Yeah, me too.
Today, I noticed that Michael Cherkasky, he was on the BCCI case. I missed that like the first 40 times I watched that movie. So Cherkasky is, long story short, when Elliot Spitzer goes after Kroll and AIG and he's digging in, they bring in Cherkasky as the CEO of Kroll.
Yes,
they're like the
Kroll
guy who gave
right,
and Cherkasky gave Elliot Spitzer his start in like the Morgenthau offices of SDNY down there, right? So they brought in the guy that would like just block him, and he also had helped to cover up BCCI, which is like the narco terrorism before 9/11 that they were up to. So there's another continuity history I wasn't. And then there was that part about the Rockefeller Commission? And
just real quick, if people aren't
CIA?
aware, the Kroll Associates, they were supposedly like a security firm or like a counterterrorism sort of organization.
They
or
helped in
think tank.
apartheid South Africa,
Mhm.
according to Alex Thompson in his GCHQ testimony
missed
during
that
the grand
one.
jury.
That's
About
fascinating.
45 minutes into his testimony for
Oh.
Reiner Fulmick, he talks about Kroll in South Africa. And I was like, oh, yeah, I hadn't put that together because when I
my
learned about
God.
Kroll back in the day doing research, I didn't know about the Cecil Rhodes angle yet.
I didn't
just
know they
knew
would
AIG,
extend that
Marshall
far
McLennan,
back.
Kroll. Yeah.
I mean, because the way it's described is they're a global securities and intelligence firm. That's the way they are.
Well, I'm talking like the 70s, 80s, like when you're
Yeah.
doing the stuff to Steve Biko and stuff.
Yeah,
That's what I was thinking it was.
Even then, I didn't realize they were that far. But yep. Okay.
Also in Who Killed John O'Neill, LD, can you bring up the Felix Rodriguez Mexico City picture where they're all in the picture? You know, the famous picture that's on like Daniel Hopsicker's book, or it's the one they're showing there, and it's got Porter. I'm sorry, I blew it. Felix Rodriguez, Barry Seal, a whole bunch of other Operation 40, Operation Mongoose, CIA goons and ghouls. But most importantly, that no one ever points out in that picture is Porter Goss, who he and John Negroponte went to Yale. They weren't in Skull and Bones. They were in a different secret society. Let me take you to the history blueprint real quick and show you.
Is this sitting at a table?
Yes.
Oh yeah,
That is the
Operation
photo.
40.
Can you make that full screen while I fix the history blueprint?
Let me
here?
find another one.
Goss. Porter Goss, Operation 40, Mexico City. It's January 22nd, 1963, that photo. Right before Kennedy's killed. You got a bunch of people who are paid assassins for the CIA, including someone who rose to fame recently, like after 9/11-ish type thing. Porter Goss. Who's Porter Goss? Here he is.
Yeah. Assassination of Barry
Okay.
Seal and JFK.
Director of Central Intelligence he became recently. He was in the Book and Snake Society at Yale. He was mentored by A.B. Buzzy Krongard. Oh, that's the guy that did the insider trading for 9/11.
Yeah.
A.B. Buzzy Krongard. Oh, this is interesting. So this Porter Goss guy has a rise to fame after 9/11, and his boss was linked to the insider trading. Like I said, I got really pissed because they're like, these Islamic hijackers did it. Not that they couldn't do it. It's just that all the evidence leads back to these other people who created those proxy forces in the first place.
Right. That they pinned it on those proxy forces. That's
He
the
handled
narrative
General
they used.
Mahmoud Ahmed.
Yeah.
So, general grammar on these characters: Negroponte, Sturgis, David Atlee Phillips, Barry Seal, Felix Rodriguez, and William H.T. Bucky Bush.
Yep.
Just that
Anyway.
image a little bit bigger.
Yeah, make that image bigger now that I'm done with the history blueprint.
Well, I mean, is that big enough?
Yeah, so I don't remember there's one that has the names on it because I don't want to try to remember all their names right now. But in that photo, you've got CIA hitmen, assassins from Operation 40, Operation Mongoose. You've got notorious narco traffickers. It's all right at that table. And that's 10 months before Kennedy's whacked. So who's that group of people? Why are they so happy? Why are they in Mexico City? And where's Oswald? He was in Mexico City at one point, allegedly. The next point was
That's right.
in
There's also
Who Killed John O'Neill, they're talking about Mena, Arkansas, drug running, right? That ends up being Bill Clinton Rhodes Scholar territory.
Yes,
and at that
it
time,
is.
it was Winthrop Rockefeller's territory. And so it sounds like crazy conspiracy theory in 2006. But when they make a multi-million-dollar movie with Tom Cruise playing a 300-pound drug dealer, Barry Seal, and instead of calling it Mena, like they were going to, they had to call it American Made, because too many people might link it to reality and understand there's a continuity of history, and those people are still in power, so you can't call it that. So that was the Mena part of it. We got the Karl Marx London School of Economics.
Yeah,
part.
here just
We got Aesop's Fables. Good. We touched all the bases from the intermission that we needed to touch. We're out of intermission.
Yeah. Moves his operation from 81 to New Orleans to Mena, Arkansas, 1981 86, Mena, Intermountain Municipal Airport is ground zero, estimated to be $5 billion of cocaine over the 5-year period.
And if you want to know more, listen to Peace Revolution episode with Mina in the title. There's like a American-made type of situation. I put it out at the time, so if people were looking for that movie, they might find the podcast with the juicy stuff in it. So it has some of the best evidence and artifacts on that whole Mina drug running situation that went down and is going on other places now.
Yeah, I mean, you can just, our last little thing. U.S. Attorney of Arkansas at the time was Asa Hutchinson. Never opened an investigation, even though FBI informants and main employees in the Arkansas State Police all told illegal drug trafficking was taking place.
That's because they can't do anything about it. It's
went
untouchable.
On to the head of the DEA, though. Like, you could see, it's like he kept shut. He didn't do anything, and then he ends up being promoted to the head of the DEA.
It comes from the crown to the American Eastern establishment, and then it trickles down from there. And that's how it works. And that's why people attacked LaRouche for all those years and made fun of him on Saturday Night Live. And yet the skit where they make fun of Lyndon LaRouche is more reflective of reality than anything you're going to see on mainstream media.
It's just that, like, LaRouche says some very, and especially later in his life, would say some very grandiose statements. We'll just say it like this. So it's like it was easy to paint him in a certain, paint a certain picture of him, I guess.
Now, what they did
him in a certain way. I'm sorry.
Yeah, and
the first time, like back when I was dating this girl back in 2014, my ex-girlfriend, we sat down. You were just getting into this research. We sat down and watched some Lyndon LaRouche stuff, and he was talking about how Obama was going to start some sort of thermonuclear war, and this was when LaRouche was still alive, and we turned it off and we're like, he's a little crazy. And that's the problem. Like, he was a little off his rocker towards the end.
For sure.
But
I didn't like his railroad idea. Like this whole thing. I'm like, that's communism. Forget it.
And that was the problem. Like, he was easy to sort of paint him as this sort of like really sort of strange conspiracy theorist. But at the same time, his researchers behind the scenes that are supporting the LaRouche Institute are brilliant. I mean, so brilliant that I've given some of the, like, Anton Schleichen, but there's others.
They got good white papers. Very professional.
Hell, they yes, they did. Even William Tarpley, who I know is a dubious figure, some of his history is
Webby.
I'm sorry,
he's a Fulbright scholar. That's an American Rhodes Scholar.
So Webster Tarpley, not William. I'm sorry, it's late, but you get my point. Yeah, still, is he Fulbright? I don't know. Fulbright. Sure, that's hilarious. Yeah, but either way, I mean, even some of his history is pretty damn good. He's obviously a contributor to that organization. So I mean, they it's framed within an understanding of German idealism. I remember LD a couple months ago, it was probably like 6 or 8 months ago. They paint free market capitalism in a very sort of bad light. I don't know if they want to bring in some sort of German
Schiller Institute.
The Schiller Institute, yeah.
No, we don't have to go down that road. Okay. I was just making the observation that their information on the British and East India Company, they have HSBC, and Kissinger Associates.
That's all I'm saying.
Continues to be resonant 30 years after they wrote the book. That's all.
It's just sad that they have those other considerations.
Can't get it all right.
I know, but they got. It's easy to attack. I guess that's my point.
Separate the wheat from the chaff.
I know. I'm just saying that's one of the reasons why it's easy for them to be dismissed in many ways, or like other individuals to dismiss them or not look there. Unfortunately, I think over time.
Yeah. So the intermission, the drugs, the continuity of narco-terrorism, events like 9/11 that play into like taking over the poppy fields and things like this, and U.S. soldiers guarding the poppy fields, and Poppy Bush. The dude's name's Poppy Bush. Come on, man.
We should actually relate that.
George W. Bush is a pilot too. He went AWOL. What's he doing on the AWOL with James R. Bath, the Bin Laden money manager? Where are they flying heroin in from at that point? Like, it's not even just H.W. Bush and the Air Patrol from JFK days. It's like W. Bush, too, was AWOL.
Yes, that's right.
And when they leaked that document that had James R. Bath's name right next to Bush at the same time, that's when Dan Rather lost his career. And that guy covered Kennedy's assassination for these people.
That's right.
Right? So there's a whole bunch of stuff that's all tied into that Iran-Contra, BCCI. Like, it's a continuity. And here's how it works. Starts with Kennedy's assassination, and the people who did that, Watergate, Iran-Contra, all these other things. Then they had kids and had, like, you know, mentees that stepped up, like Condoleezza, I'm out of rice. Food shortage. All right. Not to be confused with Susan Rice, the Rhodes Scholar.
Should also be noted, I mean, even 1979 hostage crisis, there's all these different situations that manifested that they have sort of like a hand in the geopolitics of. I should also mention that this is obviously you're relating it up to today, but it's literally happening right now insofar as like the pull out of Afghanistan and the way it was done was definitely 100%. And insofar as we don't need the poppy anymore, most of the heroin is synthetically made. Now it's a synthetic.
They got fentanyl.
It's fentanyl.
You got it.
And that's why
hold down the mountains from the jihadis anymore.
It's called the Belt and Road Initiative, like the Belt and Road Initiative, like China. And we're training a bunch of like Kazakhstan and the other stands. We're training. I was talking to Sen about this week, actually. She was bringing this up. Our CIA and other military contractors over there training like these paramilitary forces in order to like, because everyone wants a piece of the new Silk Road that's being developed. And they're going through the flatlands instead of Afghanistan, which is much more mountain. Afghanistan, although it has Stan in the name, is a very different territory, very different people than like,
it's like the adopted Stan.
Yes,
the other,
like
stands are kind of more
alike. But Russia wants a piece of this, which also plays into what's going on with the Ukraine.
They have
right
no
now.
history there, man. They're not going to do anything.
So there's a lot. It all ties into, and so the new Silk Road and wanting to make sure everyone has a sort of a say in it, or getting a cut, if you will, of what's going on in the development over there. So it's that's a very important key feature that we haven't really commented on.
Cutting the product, is that like when they add like the asbestos to the baby powder talc to like lower the costs? Is that how they cut the product? Or are you talking about like heroin and stuff? They cut that fentanyl and stuff. Okay. Yeah, sorry.
Excuse me.
You got it.
Squeaky Mike arm.
Hey, I was going to mention real quick, just South Africa. Maybe next week we'll get to the Johnny Vedmore article you were going through, but you saw that about Klaus being involved with trying to help South Africa get the nuke, right?
Yeah, that was Eugen Schwab's family company, Edelweiss. I thought, yeah, that was the South Africa joint that they were trying to light it up down there. But yeah, more to learn on that. I read through the Vedmore article a couple times. I put it in the History Blueprint. So if you have a link to the History Blueprint because you're a Grand Theft World member, you can search Vedmore, only one D. I used to spell it with two Ds, but now I know more accurately. And you would find that article in there, or you could just search anything he talks about in the article and you should find it on the left as something that would tell you more about that topic.
Before we sign off for the night, I just want to get this on the record. I want to thank whoever sent this Twitter feed to LD, just so I can correct myself.
What do we got?
I think this is it. Let me see. I'm bringing it up.
Oh, from Rich People Weekly.
Is that who sent it to me? Yeah, that's
I think so.
Yeah, so I'm bringing it up right now. So I just want to correct myself. I appreciate these genomic researchers for pointing out to me, one, giving a shout out to GTW and paying attention to that and frequenting the show or patronizing the show. Greatly appreciate it. At the same time, I was unaware that the information I had researched, I had assumed improperly that integrase was the only pathway by which it could be the DNA or the transcribed RNA to DNA could then be incorporated into cellular genomic structure. So you
discovered that your information on the MiG was inaccurate?
You got it. Well, it wasn't inaccurate. It was just incomplete.
I'm just kidding. Just throwing Tom Cruise movie lines out there at this point.
The Ming. Well,
Mina.
They're making
Mina,
a new
American
one.
made. It's all American made, everybody.
But the point
is British
is
made. It's American made.
So I really appreciate these individuals pointing this out to me. And I will obviously I've incorporated this new knowledge that there are other pathways by which it could become incorporated into cellular genomic structure. And I greatly appreciate that. And at the same time, that's very ominous, because what that means is if we get later on a situation whereby which we have in vivo studies or population studies within actual human beings, and we understand that we know now it's staying in the body for over 60 days. We know it's accumulating in the liver, in many different places, but there's a large accumulation.
It's like Brondo. It's what your liver needs.
Yeah, Brondo, sure. Yeah, that green liquid. Yum, yum. But at the same time, this is very sort of pretentious, because if this is true, then it's the possibility. One could postulate that the possibility of severe autoimmune reactions and or very strange cancers emerging from those who have taken this shot is definitely a possibility and would be a theory that can be turned into a hypothesis over time in regards to these different mutations that could take place within the cells that have incorporated this new sort of genetic sequence, if you will, from the mRNA shots. So, I mean, telling the body and having it become sort of permanent to stay to always produce a spike protein in your cells, liver cells or otherwise, the type of autoimmunity that can arise from that, I'm just sort of postulating and thinking about it and theorizing, could be very severe.
Pushing a button
as well
and
as
creating
mutations.
something your body doesn't need over and over and over again.
Exactly. And then if those mutations take place, we know it's suppressing P53, which is sort of like a protein or amino acid structure that targets, it's like targets cancer cells essentially. The weird mutations could take place and weird cancers could metastasize. So I'm not saying that's what's going to happen. I'm not saying that is happening. We don't have the direct evidence for that yet. I'm just saying these are potential theories that certainly could become hypotheses later on that I hope is not the case. But
worthy of consideration, and we'll look more into it. That's
so I appreciate that for them pointing it out.
Because you're not an ignoramus, Tony. That's why you appreciate it. Normal people, we appreciate.
That's how logic works.
Refinement, gentle refinements. If you got better information on the MiG, let me know. All right. See, Top Gun.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
All
right.
There's a new one coming out.
I had one other pickup, and it was something like this. Biological Threats Research Agency. We heard about these stories earlier tonight about the bio research wizardry they got going on over there. The Biological Threats Research Agency is under the Defense Threats Research Agency, for which Dr. Robert Malone works at DTRA. So has anyone interviewed him about this Ukraine situation and this sort of thing, as Allison Morrow or Christy Lee, or did I miss something this week? And if so, drop it in the Grand Theft World chat for members, put it in there. We'll get it in the show card for next week. I was just thinking of that. I wanted to cover it during the show. I didn't see any clips or coverage where anyone asked him that. Maybe we need to have Dr. Malone on here.
Yeah, I was just thinking that might be something worth considering. Yeah, if he's willing to talk about this, I'm sure he's under an NDA, but
I'm sure he wants to be careful.
Non-disclosure agreement.
End up in some word Leavenworth. That's what I'm trying to think of. Type place. All right, so LD, who do we have to thank aside from our consistent members who are supporting us month to month? Thank you. Who has showed up tonight, said kind words or constructive criticism for us to consider?
Yes, big thanks to Paul and Dylan and DJ Lizzie and Thomas and Biodigital Goblin and Nicholas, who he said he was there helping film with you and John with.
Oh yeah,
I guess the Benny.
Yeah, I don't want to dox him. But Nick, he's the sound guy, man. He was at Passio. He's been a lot of these things. Benny, Ketchum, yeah. We've been on missions and survived. We got robbed together. He got his laundry stolen in the DC trip. John and I got a lot of equipment stolen. They didn't know. They just grabbed the bags because they were crackheads, probably, or it could have been feds making it look like crackheads. Anyway, we were interviewing William Bloom, who wrote America's Deadliest Export and a bunch of books that criticize U.S. foreign policy. No reason that spooks would want to watch that guy. Anyway, yeah, good. Nice. Nick, thanks for listening, man. Get John to listen more often. Looking forward to seeing you and Anthony Frieda. We'll all get together and do something soon, film-wise. Anyone else in that list? Did I interrupt you, LD?
No, that's the end of that list. Cool. Thank you very much, everybody. But thanks to She Who Remembers. She's been coaching me a little bit with the audio in the background. So I don't know. Hopefully it's better.
Well, we don't know on the Zoom call. That's why we need help from people who are actually listening to the stream to improve, and we appreciate it. And the gentle guidance, always appreciated. And
look, I figured out how to talk without the screen burn.
What? We lost the screen burn? That was the thing that really made this show. Now what are we gonna do?
It's a unique signature mark we had.
We'll bring it back for a special occasion.
Scratch with what the thing is that we represent instead of the screen burn. Jimi Hendrix Kiss the Sky,
I can be a disembodied voice now without any.
It feels so milquetoast without the screen burn. It's too Timcast without the screen burn, man. No, I'm just kidding. All right, I'm getting, it's 4 a.m. I've been standing here in this room today at this desk looking at this and this light for like 11 hours. I'm all set. Thank you guys all for tuning in and not dropping out. And who do we have to play us out? What do we got? Do we have something? Or are we just thinking of it now?
The Fresh Prez of DC.
I had the Fresh Prez.
Okay.
Yeah.
I had a Liam Neeson joke because I was like, oh, I could make this joke and then say this thing and then it could tie into him. And then I forget it, dude. Just play Kyle Dunnigan. You'll get it. Lisa Liam is going to play us out.
All right.
Have a good night, everyone.
The show's closing like I opened it. How about that?
Come on, man. Don't do that. That's our crane.
Sir, that's not the war in Ukraine. You're watching a video game streamer.
That's one knockout for me. Alexa, pick up.
Hello, Mr. President. It is me, Putin. It is too late for you to help Ukraine. I advise you not to block SBS. It would be a shame to have nuclear exchange.
You listen to me. I don't know who you are.
Vladimir Putin.
I don't know what you want.
Don't block SBS.
If you're looking for a ransom, I can tell you I don't have money. I think Hunt has my credit card. What I do have is a specific set of skills.
Can he not see me?
I will find you. And when I do, I will put sanctions on you to make it expensive for you to buy coffee and stuff like that.
Good luck.
With what? Yeah, that's what I thought. Go turn the lights off and hide. Stupid ass guy probably doesn't even know who Lisa Sneesum is. Well, I was born and raised in Scranton, PA. Lifeguard by the pool's where I spent my days. Till a dude named Corn Pop, who wasn't that cool, started making trouble at the swimming pool. So I took a chain, wrapped it around my legs. They're hairier than my other legs. Not my... Black kids would touch them. Come on, man. Then I got on a train and moved to D.C. Barack Obama gave a job to me. I shuffled around and sucked fingertips. Made a big speech, kissed a boy on the lips. What are you looking at? I wrote the damn bill. I hold the ladies tight and sniff all their hairs. First person American to fall up the stairs. Ran for president. I was a winner. Winner was me. Now I sit at my desk as a president. Not you know the thing. Come on, get your face out of your ears.
Sir, Pete Davidson's here at your request.
Hey, look who it is. Pete Jameson. Handsomest cool guy around.
Here, just fast forward till they go to the vault. Just scrub forward till they go downstairs under the White House, because Pete Davidson.
Look at the big screen.
Even in real life.
Not Poontang. The Russia guy. The evil criminal mastermind with the voice of an angel.
I feel part of me still.
Sovereign nation of Ukraine is under attack. And now my boy Hunty can't even do his job at the energy place. I had an idea to bring together a group of remarkable people in Transgengas. So when we needed them, they could fight the battles we never could. Because if we can't save Ukrainistan, then by God, we'll defend it. And not defend it. The thing with the swords.
That made absolutely no sense whatsoever.
All right, how about? Oh, nice. Yeah, we took out a loan for $60 billion. But don't worry, we're never paying it back. All right, let's meet the team. Movie scientist Jeff Goldblum. He's a master of knowing when things are about to go wrong and knows a science thing to say about it.
God makes man, man makes bunker. Bunker is where we are.
Mark Turducken from Facepitch. He's created a whole other universe. He'll also be our friendly alien robot for comic relief, like C-3PO from Star Wars.
I'm not a robot. I'm a human man.
Alex Baldwin, a marksman. He has the power of firing a gun without even pulling the trigger, man.
It's an honor to be here with you, which is what I assume you're all thinking about being here with me.
Caitlin Jenga. I may be a woman, but I've got the speed and strength of an elite male athlete. Plus, I got a bionic vagina, baby. Pansy Filoni, our clairvoyant. She can predict what stars will do before the common man.
I just get a feeling, then I pass a law.
She also has the power to start fire with her skeleton hands. Give him a taste.
Flame on.
And finally, your team leader, the finest guy I know, my boy Hunty. He's got the inside track. He's been working for a Ukrainian petroleum company for $80,000 a week for the past 5 years. Thanks, Dad. I won't let you down. I'm proud of you. Look at me in the eye and let hear me say this. I'm proud of you, son. Goddamn proud. Team, meet your newest member. His name's Peter Diedelson. He's got a cock that can make a grown rapper cry.
Oh, hey, what's up?
Oh, hi, Pete. How's Kimberly? Haven't gotten a call from her in a while, man. Okay, let's look at the big screen. This is Dracula Poontang. Not Poontang. The Russia guy. The evil criminal mastermind with the voice of an angel.
You part of me still. For you were my thrill. On Blueberry Hill. Come climb the hill with me, baby. We'll see what we shall see. The wind in the willow play. Love's sweet melody.
Yeah, it's strange as hell.
Is that a face swap?
I just came. Now he's attacked the sovereign Haitian of Ukrainian. Here's Vice Koala Principal Hairlip to break it down for y'all.
Oh, this is great.
Hi, it's Kamala Harris. How you doing?
Hey, girl.
So Ukraine is a country in Europe. It exists next to another country called Russia. Russia is a bigger country. Russia decided to invade a smaller country called Ukraine. So basically, that's wrong.
Okay, team, I'll let you get to work. Try to have it solved by the end of the weekend.
Wait, sir, what's the plan?
I just told you the plan. Fix it. Get it done.
So the plan is there's no plan. Sir, you built a secret bunker, gathered people with very limited skills, and now expect them to fix the Russian invasion of Ukraine by the end of the weekend. That makes absolutely no sense whatsoever.
Oh, shut up, Ben. Limited skills. I've got a gold medal with the inside of your asshole's name on it. Hey, don't talk to my best friend like that, you stupid bitch. Don't you ever call me bitch again, or I'll smoke your crack.
Please lower your vocalizations.
I want everyone to call me the seductress from now on. We're all friends, man.
I just lost my best friend to a crazy gun.
Jeff is uncomfortable. Not really needed. Probably will sneak out when no one's looking.
Why don't we all go to the metaverse? We could argue there in fun outfits.
Why don't you shut the fuck up? All right, enough. Don't you see this is just what Pontoon wants? For us to turn on each other?
Well, so far this has been a complete embarrassment for everyone involved. I hope they made you sign an NDA from our friends at eForms.com. eForms.com makes the idea of paying a lawyer to draft your legal documents absolutely absurd.
But aren't drafting legal documents as expensive as building an underground bunker, man?
Not at eForms.com. They've got documents for all your legal needs, and they won't
It's hard to
invade
tell
your
where
bank account.
reality ends
eForms.com.
and
Link
his
below.
clips begin.
Kyle Dunnigan begins.
Sorry I'm late. I brought boosters for everyone. Get the fuck out of here. We're not doing that anymore. We already did that. It went Black Lives Matter, booster thing, and now the Jew train. We're on the Jew train, man. Get the fuck out of here. Oh, okay. But is there a waste paper basket? I've got a banana and I want to dispose of the peel. Just throw on the floor. Well, but that could be dangerous because the peel is the slipperiness of the peel. Put the box on the ground and get the fuck out of here. Guy's a piece of shit. Doesn't even know what we're on now. Okay, I'll just put them both down here next to each other. Then. Tell it walking, pal. I just don't know my purpose anymore.
With all due respect, sir, I am the butler, not a costumed hero. What am I doing here?
You're here for luck, Beneford. All right, everyone gather around and rub Beneford's frisbee hat.
Absolutely not. I am leaving. This whole thing is 100% bonkers. None of you are qualified to work at a Burger King, let alone save
Watch out for the banana.
Sweetheart, look out for the banana.
Beneford, look out! Banana peel.
Your engagement with the banana is imminent.
So if you'll excuse me, I have to go back to God. Jesus, holy Mary, is Mother of God. Oh my God, my eye. Ow, my other eye.
Did we not all see that coming?
Dude?
I'm fine. It's fine. I'm fine. I feel fine.
Are you okay, dude?
Stop assuming my gender.
Oh, dear.
Why is whole team white? Make woke angry.
Whoa, he just turned into like a woke Hulk or something. That was fucking crazy.
Well, starts off to a shit start. Fucking guy slips on a banana and turns into a complaining, annoying guy.
Are we getting paid for this?
Why men in store no wear mask? Make woke angry. Why is Ruth Bader still dead? Stop being fatphobic.
That is Ben Shapiro. Now he's a woke Hulk? Why is that? Is that what too many boosters does to you? Why does it do that? I would have liked to have known. I think the American people would have liked to have known. Well, we didn't know. And where is woke Hulk now? Shouldn't we know where he is?
This was the best part of the skit. For those of you who don't get it, the Hulk series
there he is.
In the 70s,
hitchhiking.
David Banner was
Couldn't he take
hitchhiking in the Hulk.
It's like $10. Does he
a good
not have
tie-in.
$10? And why did Ben's shirt rip when he transformed? Did he get any bigger? He didn't look any bigger. And why did his yarmulke rip? That was on the top of his head. Does that make any sense? And why did I stop wearing bow ties? Is it because it made me look like a time-traveling pedophile? Are bow ties just for lesbians now? Why is that? What is happening?
That's all, folks. Good night.
Have a good night, everyone.
Peace. Go watch The Hulk with David Banner. It's not the Bruce Banner. It's the David Banner from the 70s. That's the callback at the end of that skit. Good night.
Conspiracy is the story of history. It's the story of plunderers taking care of people who produce. They claim to take care of them through government, which doesn't give you anything. It doesn't take away first. So it's not creating something out of nothing. It's very real what they're doing. They're taking your rights or taking some people's rights and adding more to someone else's rights.
If you haven't heard about our Grand Theft World community membership, here are a few of the things you've been missing. A mobile app where you can access replays of the Grand Theft World podcast and show notes. Access to the Grand Theft World community on Discord, where we crowdsource news and resources, and you can contribute to the show. The opportunity to participate in the Grand Theft World bi-weekly town hall. Exclusive content from Richard Grove, including behind-the-scenes footage and future access to unpublished material. 93 episodes of the Peace Revolution podcast, and the Grand Theft World newsletter delivered straight to your inbox each week. If you want to stay ahead of the great game, visit us at grandtheftworld.com, click or tap the button in the top right-hand corner, and join a vibrant community of researchers blazing a new path to truth. We'll see you there.